Elf I am the protagonist template, Invincible Chapter 1 to 20. Chapter 1, Heaven's Reward System. Elf World, Kanto Region, in a courtyard outside a two-story building on the edge of Junshin Town. A slender young man in a sweatshirt with silver-white broken hair fluttering, was holding a notebook, while taking notes, while looking at a different colored giant stinger not far away, waving double needles with all his strength in the air. The eyes are full of joy. Your different, colored giant needlebee has swung the double needle 10 times, and has gained a little, and the attack ratio value plus 0.01. You have carefully recorded training notes, and you have gained a little, and cultivated experience plus 1. Your different colored hornbee has swung the double needle 10 times, and has gained a little, and the attack ratio value plus 0.01. You have carefully recorded training notes, and you have gained a little, and cultivated experience plus 1. The silver-white broken-haired young man named Baizi moved to his mother's hometown from the distant Hujong area 10 years ago with his parents who were still alive at the time, located in Junshin Town in the Kanto region. At present, he is a quasi-elf trainer who has not yet traveled. His parents are now deceased. Do not. It may be too arbitrary to say that he died. When he was 10 years old, what he received was only a notice of missing persons issued by the Alliance. It's life or death. Still up for debate. At this time, Baizi was already 15 years old, which was exactly the age when a newcomer trainer in this world was allowed to travel. And just half a month ago, in order to save the shiny hornbee with a steel-like color in front of him, Baizi was seriously injured and dying. If it wasn't for being rescued by Dr. Damu who was passing by, I'm afraid he would have died in Wangquan. But a blessing in disguise. When he woke up again, he not only awakened the memory of the previous life, but even activated the golden finger, open black lens bracket the Heaven's Way rewards system close black lens bracket. Similarly, the shimmering hornbee, which only had a color like a steel coating, also voluntarily followed and became Baizi's first elf companion. Okay, Big Stinger, take a rest. After completing 100 sets of training of 10 combos with full strength, double needles, Baizi stopped the big needlebee, and after feeding it an energy cube, let the other party rest for a while. Baizi didn't feel any resistance to the matter of his own crossing. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary office worker who loved elves, but he was alone, without relatives or reasons. Now that he has revived his first life, he has not only awakened his golden finger, but also lives in the elf world he dreamed of in his previous life, and even has his own elf. Baizi should not be too satisfied with the current situation. It can be said, is a satisfying system. Open the Properties panel. At this moment, Baizi put away his thoughts, put away the notes in his hand, came to sit beside the big needlebee, and meditated in his heart. Immediately, a light curtain that only he could see appeared in front of Baizi. Name, Baizi. Ability, none. Physical, 7/10 Spirit, 30/10 Strength, 6/10 Agility, 9/10 Note. The peak values of humans in the normal elf world are in brackets. Skills, Cultivation Intermediate, 191,000th Battle Intermediate, 52 1,000th Cooking Elementary, 118 200ths. Open black lens bracket item. None close black lens bracket. Elf, Big Needlebee Metal Flash, Elite, Level 21. Skill Proficiency Levels. Novice, Beginner, Intermediate, Advanced, Top, Master. This is the heavenly reward system he awakened half a month ago. The so-called heaven rewards hard work. As the name implies, as long as you put in enough effort, you will definitely get the corresponding rewards and rewards. And Baizi, who awakened the heavenly rewards system. That's why anything he does can be rewarded accordingly. Taking care of and exercising elves can improve his ability to nurture elves, and elves will also get corresponding attribute enhancements. Commanding elves to fight can strengthen their command of the battle. Proficiency, and at the same time improve the level of elves. Even cooking on weekdays can improve cooking skills. and then let him instantly master the production method of elf food. It can be said, as long as he takes action, he can quickly enrich himself at a speed visible to the naked eye, making him and the elves stronger. This kind of effort pays off, and you can clearly feel the feeling of your progress. It's amazing. Even Baizi and the giant stinger were indulged for a time. In addition to the necessary food and rest, all the other time was used by this person and one elf for training and battles. The results are gratifying. This not only directly increased Baizi's physique by 2 points in the 4 dimensions, but also activated the nurture and battle skills, and brushed it from the entry level to the intermediate level. Same. It also made the original level 10 novice elf Big Needlebee soar. Advanced to the elite. Reached level 21. But Baizi, as a human being, knows the truth that too much is too much. Therefore, after the initial madness, he quickly regained his sanity and stopped this leveling method, which was likely to leave hidden dangers to the elf's body. And after consulting Dr. Damu, he formulated a more scientific training plan. P.S. There are more than 1 million words of the elf novel, The Elf Attached Master, that has been written without a substitute. The character is guaranteed, please rest assured. In addition, the background of the story and the author of the character design refer to a comprehensive version of anime TV, generations, special chapters and even the King's Memorial. Last but not least, a wave of support. New book upload, please collect. Ask for flowers. Ask for comments. Ask for a recommendation. Many thanks. Chapter 2. Planning, Qualified Trainers. In the final analysis, there is still a lack of real-time investigation methods for the state of the elves. After closing the system panel, Baizi, who was detached from his memory, looked at the large needlebee lying on the side, and said with a sigh. As he said, with the heavenly rewards system that can become stronger with hard work, what he lacks is not the opportunity, but the ability to maximize the use of this opportunity. And it is similar to the data eye, or detection, that is standard for the protagonist in the novel. Status observation means. It is one of Baizi's most in-demand abilities right now. But unfortunately, the heavenly rewards system is indeed powerful, but there is no free lunch. Baizi wants to use this to acquire exploration skills, in addition to hard work, the most important thing, but also a little bit of luck. After all, he has no clue how to develop such skills. Forget it, the boat will naturally go straight to the bridge. It's pointless to think too much about luck. Maybe, in a few days, exploration skills will be delivered to your door. Baizi shook his head, comforted himself, and glanced at the time on the elf watch on his left wrist. 10:45, __. At this point, the large needlebee has rested for half an hour. Beer tilde. Without Baizi speaking, it opened its compound eyes on time like a fixed alarm clock, fluttered its wings and came to the air, quietly looking at Baizi, waiting for the next instruction. Seeing this, Baizi's mouth twitched. This was the first elf he saw when he opened his eyes, and it was also the giant stingerbee that he identified as his initial partner. Most satisfied with him. It is neither the rarity of the Shining Elves nor the self-evident excellent qualities of the Shining Elves. It is the super-executive power and consciousness of the other party that is exactly the same as his own. This strong heart. It is the cornerstone of reaching the top. As his heart skipped a beat, Baizi retracted his thoughts and calmly arranged for the big needlebee. The next step is speed training. Just like the previous one, a short return flight in the yard, let's start. Beer tilde. The large needlebee nodded simply. Then, it came to the circle marked on the side of the courtyard, exhaled slightly, the insect wings vibrated instantly, and flew towards another circle more than 10 meters away on the opposite side. And at the moment of arrival, I saw it circle the center with a single needle, and use this as the axis, folded back like clouds and water, and flew in the previous direction. Your heterochromatic hornbee is fully reversing and flying for a combination, with a little gain, speed and race value plus 0.01. The sweet sound of the system kept ringing in Baizi's ears. And his thoughts have already spread out. First, even if he has a golden finger like the heavenly reward system, Baizi does not intend to reign in a large number of elves without restraint to enrich the elves' pool for cultivation. Regardless of whether he can afford it or not. Even if you can afford it. What did he do by subduing a large number of elves? Filling up the elf pool. Achieving an all-in achievement. If he really does. How can there be enough time to establish bonds with all the elves? So, what's the difference between him and Xiaoji's approach? In Baizi's opinion, Ash in the elf anime is completely irresponsible to all his elves except Pikachu. Maybe Xiaoji is indeed kind enough and loves all the elves in this world enough, but the bond between him and his partner is just by thinking about it in his heart. Can he just talk about it? Not enough company. How can elves and trainers really establish an unbreakable spiritual bond? Every time I go to a region, I change a batch of different elves. A new region must have a new beginning, is just Ash's own opinion, and he can't hide his neglect of those former partners. As a trainer, he is not qualified at all, and he can't even be called a trainer at all. Maybe a traveler is more suitable for him. As for bringing all the elves with you, that's even more impossible. Known by Baizi. Some of the rules of this world are closer to the settings of the special Pokemon comics. For example, carrying elves. Unlike the game, there is no death rule that only 6 elves can be carried in reality. As long as the restrictions on the elves' belts are lifted, the 7th elves will not be directly teleported away. Therefore, let alone bring 7 or 8 elves, you are extreme, bring 20 or 30 elves, and no one cares about you. But in this state, can the same love be poured into all elves? The answer is negative. And too many Pokeballs will not only affect the battle, but even the choice of the actual battle will become extremely inconvenient. Likewise, combat can't always be one-on-one. Rather, in the wild, group battles are more common. The 6 elves are actually calculated by human experience and research, and the maximum value that the trainer is most suitable to command the elves to fight at the same time. More. Beyond the limits of human beings. Unless you are like Mazishi, one of the 3 cadres of the rockets in the special chapter, you directly use a large number of naughty bullets as ammunition and put them on a special machine gun, or simply issue the most common skill attack order like self-destruction. Otherwise, carrying too many elves is completely harmful and unhelpful. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 3. High Attack Crispy. Just a target. Therefore, even if Baizi won't train only 2 or 3 elves in a lifetime like most trainers do, he will still strictly control the number of elves to be conquered. Especially in the early days. Putting resources and time into a few carefully selected elves as much as possible will make it faster and easier for Baizi to harvest quality power. Also, in a few days, he will be traveling. In the wild, not only have to face the dangers of nature, the threat of wild elves, as well as unpredictable trainers and evil organizations. Therefore, form a team of small elves with both offense and defense and complementary lineups. For Baizi, is very necessary. Baizi's initial plan was to prepare a quick attacker with strong attack power and obvious speed advantage, a tinker with a large body and excellent dual defense, and a fortress who mastered powerful single-shot tricks and large-scale AoE skills. Of course, a scout hand who is agile and flexible, with excellent perception, and an auxiliary hand who is a team doctor and has rich status skills are also indispensable. Not only that. In this team, it is best to prepare 3 types of elves that can be mounted on the sea, land, and air, which are convenient for rushing, chasing, and even escaping. Of course, it would be even better if they could have both fire and water elves at the same time. In this way, it is also convenient for the emergency needs of water and fire. As the last font fell, Baizi paused at the tip of his pen, and after leaving a small point at hand, he looked at it for a while, and then put away the notebook written in Chinese in his previous life. At present, the general ideas and expectations are preliminary drafted. And this one. With a Mega Evolution form, and the evolved attack and speed of 150 and 145, the giant stinger is his best quick attacker today. Moreover, in the training and battle these days, even if he didn't have the exploration skills, Baizi was basically able to determine that the characteristic of his own stylus was its hidden characteristic, Sniper. High attack, crispy skin, one-hit kills. The position of the quick attacker in the team is completely competent. What's more, in this real elf world, the battle is not a turn-based game. Crispy. You have to be able to beat it first, it is called crispy. Can't hit. You can only be a target. Precisely adhering to this concept, when Baizi was training the giant hornbee, the top priority was attack strength and movement speed. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. The next day, early in the morning. The soft south wind blows the whole Junshin town with the breath of the forest, and the rising sun heralds the arrival of a new day. You have worked hard for a whole set of aerobic exercise. You have gained a little, your physique plus 0.01. Your different colored hornbee has swung the double needle 10 times, and has gained a little, and the attack racial value plus 0.01. You have worked hard for a whole set of aerobic exercise. You have gained a little, your physique plus 0.01. Your different colored hornbee has swung the double needle 10 times, and has gained a little, and the attack racial value plus 0.01. At this time, Baizi, who had already woken up early, got up to take a bath and eat after performing several groups of daily training with his own hornet. Then, Baizi took out the 3-proof expanded version of the space foldable backpack, which was customized from Shilufu Company at a great cost. The food, purified water, antidote, good wound medicine, energy cubes, tents, sleeping bags, etc. that had been prepared for a long time were packed into it. The combined size was at least half the size of a bedroom. Speak up. It is also thanks to the extraordinary development of space technology in this world. So many things can be fully loaded with only a small one-shoulder backpack, and it will not make you feel the slightest weight, which can be said to be very convenient. Everything is ready. Baizi didn't put the big needle bee on the side into the pokeball. After casually stepping on the backpack, he got up and pushed the door out. The giant stinger also fluttered its wings and followed closely. However, just as Baizi walked out of the courtyard, he found that outside the courtyard gate, a figure standing indifferently was looking at him quietly. Red. Baizi raised his eyebrows and looked at the childhood playmate he remembered with a strange expression. After all, this is the famous Kai Yi. Fighting man. At the same time, he also remembered that this generation of true Newtown trainers, including himself, a total of 5 people will set off today. Kai Yi, it is one of these 5 people. On such an important day, you didn't get the initial elf right away. It's not like your style, Kai. Baizi smiled and approached to talk. But Kai but slightly shook his head and raised a elf fairway in his hand. The elf in the illustrated book, I have already gone to Dr. Damu to get it first. Oh. Baizi raised his eyebrows, and the moment Shi's eyes swept across the big needle bee, the fighting intent in his eyes suddenly ignited like flames. Originally I just wanted to say goodbye to you today, but now it seems that we may be able to say goodbye in a different way. Do you want to have a fight with me? At this moment, the corners of Baizi's mouth also slowly raised a subtle arc. Of course there is no problem with this, or I can't ask for it. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 4. Dual Red, Big Gain. Not far from the Big Wood Research Institute, in a clearing of woods on the northern edge of Junshin Town. Baizi and Kai stood opposite each other. In this world, there are actually no rules for field battles. That is to say, you can follow the rules of the regular game, or you can bully the less, and a group can besiege each other. However, Baizi and Kai have known each other since childhood. Moreover, in the final analysis, this battle is just a kind of healthy competition between each other, and naturally it is impossible to follow the way of the weak in the wild. Baizi has only one elf, the giant needle bee. And Red. Go, Pikachu, let's fight with all our strength before we go. He slightly pressed down on the brim of his hat, looked at Pikachu lying on his shoulders, and said in a deep voice. Stab. The next second, I saw a yellow electric arc passing by, and Pikachu appeared in the field, landed on all fours, and looked over with war intent. The big hornbee didn't respond, just looked sideways at Baizi slightly. After Baizi nodded slightly, it just fluttered its wings. Moment. From static rotation. Appeared in the arena, indifferent to Pikachu. At this moment, with the sound of wings spreading suddenly above their heads, Baizi and Kai also issued their respective orders at the same time. Big Needle Bee, gather Chi. Pikachu, use a flash of lightning. With the two people's orders, the two elves also moved. Beer tilde. Half a month of getting along with each other has already made a preliminary tacit understanding between Big Needlebee and Baizi, so after Baizi gave the order, he raised his head straight up almost like a consonant. He stared at Pikachu who was rushing towards him. Speaking of which, although there is no exploration skill to know the specific attributes of Kai Pikachu, but just by the speed at which it burst out in an instant, Baizi knew that the level of this Pikachu might not be inferior to that of his own Hornet. And this moment, the Pikachu in the field has already rushed to the front of the giant Needlebee with the help of inertia, but when he saw that he was about to hit the giant Needlebee, the giant Needlebee completed the gas gathering one step ahead. At the same time, Baizi's second order followed, use random strikes. Beer tilde. A small circle of cyclone burst out from the whole body of the big Needlebee. Under the faint white air glow, the double needles were like guns, turning into layers of gun shadows. Cotton soft belly. Pick up tilde. Pikachu let out a painful cry, and the double needle attack after gathering gas almost made it almost incapacitated, curled up, and was shot down from the air like a cannonball. Pikachu. Chi's face changed suddenly. Baizi, the big Needlebee, had a short time to gather Chi completely beyond his expectations, and the power of the double needle also shocked him fiercely. But he quickly adjusted his mentality, and quickly ordered, use the electric shock to stop it. Stinger, the yellow electric light suddenly rose, cut through the air, and hit the giant Needlebee that dived down and pursued spontaneously. Obviously, it was in the name of blocking the pursuit of the big Needlebee, and took the opportunity to adjust the intention. But Baizi naturally couldn't do what the other party wanted. While you are sick, I will kill you. Since he has the first mover advantage, it is impossible for Baizi to miss the opportunity to expand the battle situation. Big Needlebee, use rage. Go straight down. Beer tilde. The moment the order was given, the big Needlebee did not hesitate in the slightest. After a layer of red light ignited outside the body, it went straight to the blazing lightning. And in the painful hissing sound, he was smashed by the voltage and caught up with Pikachu, who had not yet landed. Final blow, use the double needle. Baizi ordered coldly. Anger skills can make oneself after being attacked, turn to strengthen their own attack ability. On the field, the voice fell. Next second, the two cross-shaped streamers cut through the void, almost simultaneously hitting the abdominal wound caused by Pikachu's previous random blows, stunned Pikachu heavily to the ground, and smashed a small pit. Pikachu lost the ability to fight. And at the same time, you commanded the Hornet to defeat the trainer Red Pikachu, battle experience +10, physique +5, Hornet level +1. Ding! You have completed your first victory and received a reward for your diligence, ability. Baizi's power. Ding! Defeat the Son of Destiny, Special Additional Reward, Destiny's Guardian Contract. First Victory Reward. Are there additional rewards? Baizi was slightly taken aback. He immediately guessed. So, in addition to daily training and learning, there will be additional rewards for doing certain things. And there is a special additional reward for defeating Child of Destiny. Baizi's eyes flashed, and he thought secretly in his heart. To know. In this elf world, which is suspected to be a combination of comic specials, anime, games, and even official game fan adaptations, there are quite a few existences that can be called Children of Destiny. Indulge for a moment. While Kai was in the middle of dealing with Pikachu's injury, Baizi restrained his thoughts a little, while he also took out the wound medicine and smeared it on the giant needlebee, and on the other hand, he took the opportunity to check the information of the ability with the same name as himself. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 5. The Power of Baizi, the Increasing Difficulty of 6-Dimensional Improvement. Open Black Lens Bracket Ability. The Power of Baizi, the ability to detect information about things, identify good and evil, eliminate negative emotions and soothe the mind. Good guy. After reading it, Baizi's eyes suddenly brightened. I was just thinking about the exploration skills yesterday, and I sent it directly to the door today. And not only that, in addition to his ability to detect his thoughts, this so-called power of Baizi also has the power to distinguish between good and evil, and to eliminate negative influences. This will definitely help Baizi in his field trips later. Don't say anything else. The ability to distinguish between good and evil alone can allow him to avoid a lot of sudden dangers in the wild, and will not be injured by the violent wild elves. Moreover, when faced with the treacherous people's hearts, he has an almost prescient judgment. Benevolent or malicious. From now on, you can check it at a glance. As for the last ability to remove negative emotions and soothe the mind. Baizi. Just as Baizi's thoughts were flying, Kai had already dealt with Pikachu's injury, and walked in front of Baizi. You and your big stinger are really strong. Whether it's the use of skills, or the use of the opportunity. Judging and decisive, this time, I am willing to be defeated. However, Baizi, next time we meet, I won't lose again. Because of my goals. Being the strongest trainer in the world. Saying that, he raised his fist and stretched it out in front of Baizi. Snapped. Baizi chuckled lightly, and raised his fists to reach it. His fists collided lightly, making a crisp sound. Then let me wait and see, but the throne of the strongest trainer is also bound to be won by me. Kai didn't say anything more, but his red eyes became more and more bright. Then, after taking a deep look at Baizi, he simply retracted his fist, turned and walked towards the depths of the Victory Forest. And on his shoulders, Pikachu has emerged from the decadence of defeat. At this time, he also faced the direction of the giant needlebee, waving his hands full of energy and grabbing. Pika Pika, Pikachu tilde. That look of disobedience. It was obvious that he was saying something cruel to the big needlebee. But the calm, even indifferent, giant stinger did not respond. Still suspended in midair like a sculpture. On the other hand, seeing this, Baizi couldn't help but chuckle and said, this little guy is exactly the same as Kai, a guy who won't easily admit defeat. Speaking of which. Suddenly, Baizi, who was curious about the other party's attributes, focused slightly, and in his eyes, no one could see the brilliance of light flashing in his eyes. Race, Pikachu, partner. Attribute, electricity. Feature, static electricity. Level, elite beginner, level 20, 75/100ths. Potential, champion. Open black lens bracket HP, 45-35 attack, 80-55 defense, 50-40 special attack, 75-50 special defense, 60-50 speed, 120-90 note. normal in parentheses the 6-dimensional value of Pikachu, the value less than 1 point is not displayed. Skills: electric shock, lightning flash, flash, electromagnetic wave, electric ball, feint. Genetic skill: volt attack. Status: minor injuries, no major problems. Introduction: one of the elves who take on the destiny, has infinite potential and is bound. It turned out to be a partner Pikachu. With a speed attribute as high as 120, it is no wonder that the movements are so agile. Baizi sighed in his heart. Immediately, he turned his gaze to the giant stinger bee that was quietly floating in the air. Race: giant stinger bee, metal flash. Attribute: insect poison. Characteristic: sniper, Monty. Level: elite beginner, level 22, 0/100. Potential: champion. HP: 65, attack, 102, 90, defense, 40, special attack, 45, special defense, 80, speed, 175. Skills: double needle, peck, anger, random attack, chase attack, gas gathering, poison attack. Genetic skill: rapid return. Status: minor injuries, no major problems. Introduction: excellent aptitude and full potential of the Flash Hornby, with a keen perception far superior to that of the same family. The level has been improved by 1 level, reaching level 22, but still has not broken through the elite primary level, and the aptitude is really good, reaching the champion level. To know: in this world's well-known division of elves, aptitude and strength, the champion level is the highest level. And below that, there are 6 levels: Heavenly King, Quasi-Heavenly King, Gym, Elite, Novice, and No Beginner. The characteristics of the giant stinger did not exceed his expectations. It is indeed a hidden feature that can double the damage to 2.25 times after hitting the key, sniper. There are also 6-dimensional properties of the Hornby. With the addition of the talent reward system, it directly broke through the racial restrictions and reached the values of 102 and 100. However, the higher the 6-dimensional value, the more difficult it becomes. At the beginning, one group of double needle stabs every day can increase the attack value by 0.01 points, but after the attack value of the giant bee exceeds 100, it needs to do 10 full sets of double needle stabs to increase the same point. It is precisely because of this that the speed value that was originally far from the attack value quickly caught up. Now the gap between the two sides has narrowed to a mere 2 points. At last. As mentioned in the introduction, the large needle bee of the Flash Spirit is far superior to the keen perception of its kin. If you count the speed and the advantages of flying spirits, which are already good now. The big stinger bee can even serve as a scout in the team. After observing the data of the big needle bee, Baizi retracted his gaze with satisfaction, and looked towards the additional reward for the last item. Chapter 6. Unknown Fate, Special Pokeball. The Guardian Contract of Destiny. At this moment, in a certain corner of this world, an unknown legendary elf has established a fate with you. Find it and it will become your guardian elf. Baizi was speechless. Things are naturally good and easy to understand. Simply put, it is to tell Baizi that from this moment on, a legendary elf has established a fate with him. As long as he finds it, he will give it away for nothing. But legend has it that elves are always elusive and hard to find. Even if Baizi is hanging on the plot, but without accurate identity information, it is almost no different from finding a needle in a haystack. That is to say, unless the other party can sense him, take the initiative to come over. Otherwise, it's all about luck. Forget it, I can't run away anyway. Since fate has been established, we will meet one day. Shaking his head, Baizi temporarily took the stinger bee back into the luxury ball he purchased for cultivation. Turn around and walk in the direction of the Oki Research Institute. It's getting late. He should also go to Dr. Damu as soon as possible to get the Elf Illustrated book, and by the way, see if he can intercept the other people who also set off today, and brush a wave of destiny rewards. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. At the same time. Woo tilde. In an unknown crystal clear land, a smaller figure slowly floated up and jumped up, stared in one direction for a long time, and jumped off the cliff. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. What? Is there not even a little fire dragon? On the other side, as soon as Bai Zi opened the door of the Damu Research Institute, he heard Xiaoji's very recognizable voice. Go through the front yard. After entering the laboratory. At the sight of them are Dr. Damu in a white coat, and Xiaoji, who is full of decadence and dressed in green pajamas. Dr. Ogi, Ash, good morning. Bai Zi nodded politely, and then said, I'm here to collect the elf illustrated book. Xiao Baize, you are so self-disciplined that you can be late, which is a bit unexpected. Dr. Damu sighed softly. Yes, brother Bai Zi. Xiaoji also nodded his head and said, it's a bit late, I don't even have the initial elves, I'll forget about it, brother Bai Zi, you are so powerful, it's really a pity. Is that so? Bai Zi swept his gaze to Dr. Damu, who was on the side. Seeing that the other party turned his eyes away a little embarrassedly, he laughed lightly, it's okay, anyway, I already have a large needle bee. Having said that. But Bai Zi knew very well that no matter how early Xiaoji and himself came, they would not be able to get the Yusan family under the alliance in the hands of Dr. Damu. Because I want to obtain the royal 3 elves that are delegated by the alliance. So. Your parents must first have a clean family background, and they also need to register you within 1 week after your birth, and pay the so-called training fee of 100,000 alliance coins to the alliance every year until you become an adult 15 years old. Only in this way, you will be able to receive the royal 3 elves assigned by the alliance on the day you set off for your trip. And, get the special treatment of free board, lodging and medical treatment at any elf center. Otherwise. Do you think that the Elf Alliance is a shantang, and there is no benefit? How can they allow you to enjoy so many benefits? And Xiaoji's mother, Hanako, obviously does not have the ability to pay such a high fee for Xiaoji. Certainly. There is also a castrated version. The conditions are the same, but the cost is only 1/5, which is 300,000 alliance coins, and you can also register as an alliance trainer. It's just that the elves need you to figure out a way. And Xiaoji, it's this one. The reason why he was able to get Pikachu from Dr. Ogi in the anime. It is completely out of Dr. Ogi's own pocket. The elf that he captured and researched was given to Ash as a starting elf. Otherwise, Xiaoji is afraid that he will go to the wild to catch green caterpillars empty-handed, like many young insect catchers. As for Bai Zi himself, he was originally registered in the United States and paid an annual, training, fee. But then things changed suddenly. The cultivation fee of Bai Zi was temporarily interrupted. Although now I can get the Elf Pokédex, I still need to make up the remaining 500,000 alliance coins if I want to receive the initial Royal 3. But after the memory is restored, Bai Zi, who owns the Heavenly Reward System, and the Shining Giant Needle Bee, does not lack the Eusangia with unknown qualifications, so he simply asked Dr. Damu to help with the qualification transfer, lowered the training fee by 1 notch, and recovered it from the Alliance 700,000 in fees. Exactly, he can subsidize his waning wallet in order to buy all kinds of top nutrition and ingredients for the giant needle bee. Thoughts fly. Dr. Ogi has already brought out a palm-sized red electronic notebook and 7 pellet-sized Pokeballs. Hey, these are the Pokédex and 6 Pokeballs, you can put them away. Bai Zi stretched out his hand to take it and was about to put it away when he suddenly realized something was wrong. He looked carefully. Moment. Only then did he raise his head with a strange expression and ask. Dr. Damu, you seem to have given me an extra, quite special Pokeball. dash 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 dash. Chapter 7. Cursed Ball, Ash and Pikachu. This is a pure black Pokeball with an imperceptible dark glyph. Perhaps it is because the power of Baizi still needs to be improved. At this time, Baizi couldn't detect the information of this brand new Pokeball beyond all Pokeballs he knew. But obvious. This should be a special Pokeball. And since Dr. Damu handed it into his own hands, he should have some understanding of it and his intentions. Sure enough. This is entrusted to me by a friend many years ago. Let me make it, and give it to you. It's called the Cursed Ball. It's a Pokeball specially made for ghost elves. Dr. Damu said part of the information with a nostalgic look on his face. And then, he suddenly changed his face, and said with a teasing look on his face, "As for who he is, I can't tell you this for the time being. One day, you will know him." Baizi rolled his eyes, but he didn't ask any further questions because he thought it was the temper of the old urchin of Dr. Damu. He put the elf picture book in his coat pocket. The 6 red and white balls were thrown directly into the corner of the backpack. Although not rich, but in order to provide the best living environment for his elves, he still bought 6 luxury balls costing 20,000. Therefore, these ordinary red and white balls of 200 alliance coins are naturally useless. As for this particular cursed ball, when Baizi picked it up, he found a flexible translucent silk thread linked above, so he simply hung it around his neck and used it as a decoration for the time being. Do it all. Baizi took 2 steps back and watched with interest as Xiaoji and Pai Shen met and interacted for the first time. The next scene did not exceed Baizi's expectations. Today's Pikachu is still an undisciplined, maverick guy. Therefore, in the face of Xiaoji's extended hand of friendship, he directly responded with an electric shock, greeting, and even Dr. Oki on the side was affected. But Baizi could see it. This electric shock seems to be quite powerful, but the power can only be said to be thunder and rain, and it did not hurt Dr. Damu and Xiaoji at all. This control is enough to show the talent of the skin god. Funny little guy. With a smile in Baizi's eyes, he immediately activated Baizi's power and focused his investigation on the skin god. In an instant, a series of data appeared from Pikachu's body. Race, Pikachu. Attribute, electricity. Feature, static electricity. Level, beginner novice, level 10, 25/100ths. Potential, quasi-god. HP, 35, attack, 55, defense, 40, special defense, 50, special defense, 50, speed, 90. Skill, electric shock. Genetic skill, volt attack. Open black lens bracket condition, good close black lens bracket. Introduction, one of the elves who undertake the destiny, although it seems ordinary, but when it is strong, it will be strong. Occasionally, it will burst into the power of skills far beyond its own level, and it is bound. Should it be said that it is a skin god, in terms of aptitude, it even surpasses my big hornet and red Pikachu, reaching the level of a quasi-god. Looking at Pikachu's data, Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly, and at the same time he couldn't help but sigh. In this world, according to Baizi's knowledge of the division of elves, strength and level, from low to high, they are beginner 0 to 9, novice 10 to 19, elite 20 to 34, gym 35 to 49, quasi-king 50 to 59, king 60 to 69, champion 70 to 79, and quasi-god 80 to 89, third level god 90 to 99, second level god 100 to 109, first level god 110 to 119, and the last god of creation 120. Among them, the potential of the vast majority of elves is only novice or elite level. If you can get away with the gym level, it can be said to be burning high incense. But who would have thought? A Pikachu who was caught by Dr. Bigwood from the vibrant forest and was prostituted by Xiaoji, turned out to be a quasi-god potential. If this is to be known to those new trainers who have paid the money, but generally only get an elite and a gym level potential U family, then don't cry to death. But the aptitude of Pishin is high. Quasi-god aptitude is indeed enough to kill more than 99% of ordinary elves in seconds. But as long as he thinks of its special talent, that will automatically wash some every time it goes to a place, Baizi has no idea of envy at all. Even, he is a little pitiful for Xiaoji. Forehead. Maybe not. Maybe because of this person and an elf can be considered to complement each other. Was thinking. At this time, Xiaoji has received the Pokédex from Dr. Ogi and 6 Pokéballs including Pikachu's. Then, he ran to Baizi excitedly. Brother Baizi, now I have become an elf trainer, come and have an elf battle with me. Okay. Without waiting for Dr. Damu, who was beside him, to dissuade him, Baizi agreed. Although he didn't bother to bully a rookie like Xiaoji who didn't understand anything. But the destiny rewards, that Xiaoji may have on him is too tempting. Baizi had to, reluctantly, to play with Xiaoji. Speaking of which, I don't know what kind of reward Xiaoji can contribute to himself. Think of this. He was suddenly looking forward to it. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 8. Crushing Skin God, 24-hour lucky buff. In that case, you come with me. Seeing that he couldn't stop it, Dr. Ogi sighed and took the two to the simple battlefield depicted by white lines in the backyard. Both sides stand. It's different from Ash's excited expression. Baizi calmly took a shrunken pokeball from his belt, tapped the button, and the ping-pong ball-sized pokeball instantly expanded to the size of a fist. Then, Baizi pointed the direction of the button to the field. Come out and play with them, Stingray. A red light flashed through the black and yellow luxurious ball, and immediately after the red light was emitted, the unique, slender, metallic figure of the giant needlebee appeared in midair. The eyes are cold, the needles are like guns. Like a warrior of the age of God, standing in the sky. An invisible and astonishing sense of oppression immediately swept across the audience. Not only Dr. Ogi's gaze, but even Pikachu, who was still a bit of a slut, was instantly facing a great enemy. What a strong courage, to be able to cultivate the giant Hornby to such a degree in such a short period of time. This boy Baizi is really hidden. As expected of. Dr. Damu sighed, but at the end, he stopped his words a little unfinished. And at the same time, in the face of such astonishing courage of the big needlebee, Xiaoji looked as if he didn't realize it. He even took out the elf picture book with a cheerful look. And aimed it in the direction of the Hornby. The Hornby, the poisonous bee Pokemon, evolved from the Iron Shellcoon, and the poisonous needle on the tail is very dangerous. So it's called a giant stinger. Xiaoji suddenly realized, but then he suddenly asked with a puzzled expression, but, why is the appearance of Baiziji's big stinger bee different from the one in the illustrated book? That's the flash sprite. Dr. Damu on the side explained, it belongs to the special species born in the elves for various reasons. Generally, it will have some unique features. So that's how it is. Xiaoji looked like he didn't understand, but he quickly put it behind him, pointed excitedly in the direction of Big Stinger and shouted, Pikachu, use. What skills does Pikachu have? The corners of Baizi's mouth twitched, and Pikachu and Dr. Ogi, who were still like enemies, couldn't help but swayed. Forget it, I won't play with you anymore. Baizi patted his forehead with a speechless face, and waved his hand to the large needlebee who was standing like a javelin in the void. Whoosh! Almost at the moment when Baizi's order was issued, the large needlebee, who had been indifferent and silent, came to Pikachu in an instant. Smashed heavily on the courtyard wall. The smoke dissipated. The large needlebee slowly retracted the needle. And Pikachu, at the same time, slipped from the wall and fell to the ground, completely losing the ability to fight. You commanded the Hornet to defeat the trainer Ash's Pikachu, battle experience +3, strength +5, Hornet attack +1. Ding! Defeat the Son of Destiny, get additional rewards. Lucky Day 24 hours, get immediate effect. Lucky Day. Baizi raised his eyebrows and looked at the Lucky Day buff that suddenly appeared in the personal panel. Immediately, Lucky Day, in the next 24 hours, you will get a super lucky bonus. Sure enough, is it something that enhances luck? I just don't know where it will manifest itself. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. Say goodbye to Ash, who was a little decadent after his first failure, and Dr. Oki who helped treat Pikachu. Baizi left the courtyard. Soon. He stepped off the #1 road and headed for the wild forest in the direction of Joban City. Have to say, the natural features of the elf world are really refreshing. Along the way, although I did not encounter any other elves except the green caterpillar, the little Lada, and the family birds like Bobo, under the gentle breeze, Baizi the mood is still very good. Of course, the most important thing is the continuous good luck after he went out today. Just like now. As the sun went down, Shirazawa was about to find a space to make dinner and take a break. As soon as the automatic inflatable tent was fixed, I felt my feet slumped, and as soon as I lifted my feet, I found a brown-gray stone diamond composed of countless triangular cross-sections. This is a rock gem. Baizi picked it up skillfully, and after examining it carefully, he recognized the origin of this thing. This is a very rare attribute item. After being carried by the elves, the power of rock-type moves can be strengthened only once. In addition to this rock gem, since he left Junshin Town until now, he has picked up such as inferior fire stone, a bag of star sand, a heart scale, and a lot of gold beads and large pearls. These things are added together in pieces. Hang on the elves to sell online. At least it can bring nearly 3 million income to Baizi. Of course, the big head is naturally the attribute item rock gem from Baizi's hand. This type of elf props has always been priceless. Even if this is just a one-time attribute gem prop, and Baizi is only estimated according to the lowest price on the elf online. That's it. There is also a minimum price of 2.8 million. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 9. Dinner, Discover Zoroha. Satisfied, he put away the hard rock, Baizi hummed a little song, handled all kinds of ingredients sensitively, set up the stand, lit the fire, and then started to make today's dinner. And at the same time, you have completed a synthetic steak, you have a little income, cooking experience +2. You have completed a fruit platter, you have a little income, cooking experience +2. You have made a thick soup, you have a little income, cooking experience +2. You have completed a piece of elf food, a little income, cooking experience +3. It didn't take long for dinner to be officially finished. Baizi quickly placed the food on the plate, and then released the hornby that was nursed in the pokeball. At this time, the not-so-serious thunder and lightning burns on the giant stinger's body had completely healed, and not even a single scar could be seen. After all, the injury wasn't serious. Baizi's treatment was also quite timely. Big Stingray, come and eat. After saying hello, Baizi casually sat cross-legged on the paved cushion, cut off a piece of beef on the low table, took a bite, and his mouth was full of fragrance. Not bad, worthy of being the top 5A grade synthetic beef, meat. Juicy and fragrant. Quote. Of course, my cooking skills also contributed. The big needlebee ignored Baizi's self-promotion and boasted, and it also landed on the cushion and put the double needle on the table. Form a triangular stance with the tail to support the body. Then, with a very elegant but capable attitude, he quickly wiped out the elf food in front of him that sprinkled 2 types of slow poisonous insects with the best energy cube powder. And right now, Susu, there was a sudden sound of rustling branches and leaves from the surrounding grass. Then, a small head popped out of it. Walking grass, little ratas, green caterpillars, gophers, trumpet buds, and even a pair of Nidoran and Nadona, a rare sight on the edge of the woods. A few little guys stared at the various foods on the low table as if they were greedy, apparently attracted by the aroma of the food. Seeing this, Baizi immediately smiled. He took out some general-purpose instant food elf ingredients from his backpack, thought about it, took out the grinder, ground some energy cube powder and sprinkled it on, and added some tree fruits. It was placed on the grass. You have made 2 elf food platters. You have a little income, cooking experience +5. With the prompt sound beside his ear, Baizi took a few steps back and said with a chuckle, "Eat it." Several elves looked at each other for a while. After all, he was still unable to resist the temptation of delicious food. Under the leadership of Nidolan, he quickly gathered around them one by one and feasted on them. And this one. The little Lada seemed to be a little immobile. Baizi focused slightly, and then saw the injury on the left hind leg of this little guy, which was obviously pinched by some kind of pliers with spikes. Such a wound, is it from Pylos? Baizi thought uncertainly. At the same time, he took out a bottle of healing spray and a roll of medical bandages from his backpack and stepped forward slowly. He squatted down at a warning distance of about 1 meter from this little guy, and said warmly, "Little guy, let me treat your injury, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you." While talking, Baizi tried to approach the little Rada. However, the other party's vigilance seemed to be very heavy. Just as Baizi had the intention to approach, the little guy stepped back several steps with a vigilant look on his face. Wow tilde. It even made a soft low roar, obviously rejecting Baizi's approach. But as soon as the cry came out, Baizi was stunned. If he remembered correctly, little Rada's cry doesn't seem to be, "Wow," but, "Pulada," right? That being the case, then this little Lada. Seemingly thinking of something, Baizi narrowed his eyes, and in his pupils, the unseen brilliance flashed instantly. Race, Zoroha. Attribute, evil. Characteristic, illusion, exclusive. Level, beginner novice, level 12, 88/100ths. Potential, quasi-god. HP, 40, attack, 65, defense, 40, special attack, 80, special defense, 40, speed, 65. Skills, catch, stare, make trouble, sharpen claws, grab randomly. Genetic skills, imitate, supernatural power. Status, heavy, with dark wounds, hunger, exhaustion. Introduction, Zoroha, who is extremely talented, is underdeveloped due to malnutrition, but his talent is extraordinary, especially his mastery of illusion, which is even far better than his evolutionary Zoroark. Looking at the data panel appearing in front of him, Baizi's breathing suddenly heavier. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 10. Female Fox, Guojing Style Seduction Method. It turned out to be Soraya. Baizi never thought that he would find a wild Zoroha in the outermost area of the Viking forest. You must know that the rarity of this Zoroha who has transformed into a small Lada and its evolutionary Zoroark can be compared, and even surpass the quasi-god elves in various regions. Its unique illusion ability, if used well, is like a mirror in the elf world. Not to mention, this Zoroha also has the potential of a quasi-god. If this little guy can be subdued and cultivated well, he will have a powerful, phantom tyrant, in the future. Even Zoroark, who is also inclined to attack quickly, may have some overlap with his own hornet. But just based on the predictable auxiliary effects that its characteristic, illusion, can bring, it is absolutely impossible for Baizi to easily let go of the Zoroha in front of him. Moreover, this Zoroha can appear here. I think it is because of the effect of the Lucky Day buff. They can meet here. It is simply destiny. Think of this. The pale complexion that was coveted by this Zoroha softened even more. He used the power of Baizi in his body with all his strength, using its power to eliminate negative emotions and soothe his mind. Once again, he leaned in the direction of the little guy. Woo tilde. This time, Zoroha did not retreat immediately. Because it felt a very warm and comfortable breath from the human body in front of him. Let it relax involuntarily. Even the sense of vigilance cultivated by surviving alone is constantly fading. At this moment, Baizi's palm touched its body, and took advantage of the situation to gently embrace Zoroha, who couldn't help but tremble. Zoroha did not resist. Seeing this, Baizi was overjoyed and didn't dare to neglect. He hurriedly hugged the little guy and sat back on the cushion. After washing the wound with clean water, he threw aside the healing spray and bandages he had taken out earlier. From the interlayer at the backpack level, a small bottle of green microspray and a roll of gauze less than half a meter long were taken out. These two are full compound medicine, and strong bandage. Strong straps are fine. Expensive is expensive. But such a small section is only 6,000 alliance coins. The point was that Baizi was spraying the full compound medicine on Zoroha at this time. This thing is said to be made by diluting the spring water of the legendary Fountain of Life, that can bring the dead back to life. The market is still out of stock. The reason why Baizi got it was because he entrusted Dr. Damu and found an old friend to buy a few bottles. Of course, things aren't cheap though. But Baizi didn't feel bad about using it at all. After 1/3 of the wound was applied to the wound, the remaining 2/3 of the fully reconstituted medicine, which could be taken orally or applied externally, all went into Zoroha's mouth, and there was no drink left. After Baizi wrapped the powerful bandage. Except for the slight tingling sensation in Zoroha's right leg, the pain has completely disappeared, as if the previous pain was just an illusion. You're done. Baizi nodded with satisfaction. A full recombination medicine and powerful bandages, Zoroha has always been able to recover quickly, and there will be no sequelae. At this point, after Baizi used Baizi's power to probe, its status can be easily seen in the column. Status: recovering, no hidden dangers, hungry, exhausted. Now that the injury has been dealt with, then it's time for us to fill our stomachs. Baizi casually put Zoroha, who was still a small Lada, in his arms, used a knife and fork, and quickly cut the synthetic steak in front of the load table into small pieces. After giving myself a mouthful, he inserted another piece and handed it to Zoroha's mouth in his arms. Come on, open your mouth, how about a taste of my craftsmanship? Zoroha was a little overwhelmed. This was the first time in his life that he was cared for and cared for. His sapphire-like eyes stared blankly at Baizi's gentle eyes full of smiles. Moment. An indescribable throbbing came from the bottom of my heart. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. After dinner, Zoroha did not choose to leave as he expected. After Baizi had packed up the tableware, he took the space backpack taken by Big Needlebee, and found a brown translucent porcelain bottle from it. Baizi has always been a person who likes to be well prepared. Whatever. He must have enough backhands. And in all aspects, all kinds of reservation plans and preparations will be made in advance, in case of emergency, to deal with various possible emergencies. Therefore, although there is only one worm poison-type giant stinger bee on hand for the time being, he still has a small amount of energy cubes for other types of elves, and even nursing supplies. And what he has taken out from his backpack now is the aromatic essential oil specially used for evil spirits, hair care and antivirus. Intimate, caring, attentive. Baizi couldn't believe it. With his Guo Jing style, teaching and subduing method, a mere little female fox would not obey obediently and take the initiative to follow. That's right. According to Baizi's inference, this Zorua should be a female. Because her changed Little Rada beard is shorter, which is also the characteristic of female Little Rada. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 11. The Unscientific Skin God, King Feng appears. Baizi's plan was good, but unfortunately, he obviously overestimated Zorua's resistance. He didn't even use all his abilities. Soraya, this little guy. He had already disarmed and surrendered, and fell neatly under his jeans. Wu tilde. At this time, Zorua, who had returned to her original appearance and was rolling in Baizi's arms, looked very charming and cute. Its body is gray-black, its pupils are pale blue, the fur on its neck is black, and the fur on its limbs, around its eyes, and on the flame-like protruding hair on its head is dark red. Overall, there is also a little cunning, but it does not lose the characteristics of evil spirits. After playing with the little guy for a while, Baizi took out a luxurious ball and tapped it on Zorua's forehead. Red light flashes. In an instant, Zorua's package was put into it. Perhaps it was because he was completely attacked. After entering the Pokeball, Zorua didn't even struggle. With a ding, it showed that the subjugation was successful. Not bad, the future illusion master is here. Baizi played with a luxurious ball with a yellow ring tattooed in his hand with a smile on his face. Looking from the translucent crystal shell on the upper half of the exterior, Zorua, who was curled up in a ball, had fallen asleep peacefully. This kind of Pokeball developed and manufactured by Devon Company actually does not have much effect. It is different from special Pokeballs such as overweight balls and diving balls. Luxury Ball. As the name suggests, the ball is to provide the elves with a luxurious living environment and space that is far superior to ordinary Pokeballs. Compared to ordinary Pokeballs, it can be said that it is simply the difference between the presidential suite and the single-person hotel downstairs. Therefore, some things are expensive and expensive. Speaking of which, this lucky day buff is really amazing. In less than half a day, I've already made a net profit of 1 million plus a Zorua, which is hard to find. Tisk tisk, it's beautiful. Put away the deluxe ball with Zorua. Baizi glanced at the remaining time of the lucky day displayed on the personal panel, 1556, and smiled with satisfaction. Dita, at this moment, Baizi suddenly felt a hint of coolness on his face, and then, the raindrops began to fall continuously, hitting the ground and branches and leaves. Is it raining? Baizi raised his brows, and was about to greet the giant Hornby to return to the tent to hide from the rain, when he suddenly raised his head and looked in the direction of the main road leading to Joban City not far away. Beer tilde. The large needlebee also fluttered its wings, as if it also sensed something, and sent out bursts of warning buzzing. Moment, rumbling. The dull roar was accompanied by a burst of dazzling golden thunder, like a long spear tearing apart the heaven and earth, tearing the layers of curtains to shreds. Lie, slot. After a long while, looking at the suddenly clear night sky, Baizi spat out these two words straight from the corner of his mouth. He could of course guess that this was the vision that Pikachu broke out when he initially established a bond with Ash, and used the electric trick to defeat the flock of ferrets chasing them. But to know is to know. Baizi never thought that Pikachu's attack would be so terrifying. This kind of electricity-type trick that changes the celestial phenomenon with one blow, is it sure that it is only released by a novice-level Pikachu? This power. I am afraid that it is no less than the elf overlord of the Heavenly King level. Tisk tisk, such an unscientific electric shock trick, should it be said that it is a skin god? However, since the skin god broke out, then the next one, that one, should be coming. Baizi looked at the rainbow bridge that suddenly appeared in the sky, and saw a colorful bird with golden light flying over the sky. Flying over, sacred and solemn. This moment, Baizi felt as if his soul had been washed, and he was slightly dazed for a moment. Fortunately, he is determined. As high as 30 points, the mental power that is more than 3 times that of ordinary people and the power of Baizi that suddenly circulated automatically in his body made him quickly clear his mind and quickly wake up from the trance. Is this the power of a first-level god? Just looking at it, it turns out. Baizi's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Feng Wang who was flying away with fear. After taking a deep breath, he quickly took out the picture book and took a photo of Feng Wang, and at the same time, the brilliance in his eyes slowly flickered. Open black lens bracket race. Ho-Oh main body close black lens bracket. Attribute: fire flying. Characteristic: pressure regeneration Monty. Level: first level god high order, level 118, 99 100ths. Potential: level 1 god. HP: 106, attack: 130, defense: 90, special attack: 110, special defense: 154, speed: 90. Exclusive skill: Holy Fire. Skills: Wind, Blowing, Weather Ball, Primal Power, Life Water Drop, Mysterious Guardian, Meditation, Supernatural Power, Self-Regeneration, Sunny Day, Big Character Explosion, Predicting the Future, Divine Bird Slam, Burning Out. Authority: Airflow Fate. Status: Normal, Lack of Strength. Introduction: the legendary elf recorded in the mythology, its body shines with colorful rays of light, and rainbows will be formed where it flies. According to legend, those who see Feng Wang will get eternal happiness, and Feng Wang will choose excellent trainers. As a gift to Rainbow Feather as a token recognized by it. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 12. Rainbow Feather, Decisive Killing. Protagonist picture. Yeah tilde. Just when Baizi was using his abilities to investigate Feng Wang's attributes, suddenly, accompanied by the sound of Feng Ming resounding through the sky, Feng Wang, who was flying high above the sky, seemed to feel something, and suddenly turned his head to look in Baizi's direction. Just a simple look at each other made Baizi instantly have the illusion of being completely seen through, and even in a trance, he even had the urge to pay homage. Fortunately, the impulse came and went quickly. In an instant. As King Feng retracted his gaze and quickly disappeared at the end of the sky, Bai Zetsai was suddenly shocked and regained control of his body as if his soul had returned to its place. Huh. After gasping for several breaths, Baizi calmed down slightly. Beer tilde. The big stinger was flying around Baizi with some worry. Although he was not good at expressing his emotions, Baizi was unparalleled to him. I'm fine with the big stinger, it's just. The gap between the legend and the legend has finally been determined. Baizi shook his head and calmed down softly. Only. If you look closely at Baizi's eyes, you will find that at this moment, what is revealed in those obsidian-like eyes is a flaming fighting intent. Wait, one day, as a trainer, I will defeat you in an upright manner. It was at the same time that Baizi made an oath in his heart. Mid-air. A feather shining with rainbow light fell down and was caught by Baizi with one hand. This is Rainbow Feather. Baizi's expression suddenly became a little strange. Because according to legend, obtaining the Rainbow Feather is the proof of being a trainer recognized by Ho-Oh. And according to the information from the previous Pokemon plot, this thing is not only one of the necessary materials to make the GS ball used to capture Shirabi, but even in the theatrical version of the anime, it also has the miracle of reviving life power. In short, this is a very precious and rare good thing. It's just that, like Zie, he has become a trainer recognized by King Ho. Heart beating for a moment. Baizi took out an empty square box and packed the rainbow feathers away. Then, relying on his extraordinary memory, he recorded the data of Ho Wang that he had previously investigated in his portable notebook without a trace. As a first-level god, whose data is naturally luxurious enough. But the main body, marked at the back of his name, and the dazzling, insufficient power, in the status column made by Z have countless reverie about Hoang. Since it is marked as ontology. So, does that also mean that there is still a non-substantial Ho-Oh? And the state of Ho-Oh's inadequate power is also caused by the possible existence of non-native Ho-Oh, which has a weak power. Bai Zi's eyes flickered. Phoenix King. Even Bai Zi himself, who has the perspective of God and opened the memory link, can't really find out what kind of secrets this legendary elves have been circulating in the Guandu area for nearly 1,000 years. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. The next day, early morning. After breakfast, Bai Zi, who packed his bags, set off again. Whether it was the Hornet or Zoroha, he had no plans to put them in the Pokeball. One is for safety. Because you are alone in the wild environment, it is the safest way to release all the elves you carry with you. Otherwise, if you encounter an emergency or an attack by a wild elves, you may encounter problems before you can release the elves. Unexpectedly. For example, the so-called rookie trainer killer Abel. Every year, there will be quite a few rookie trainers killed by snake kisses, and their young lives are taken away by this jungle killer who is poisonous enough to kill people in half a minute. On the other hand, compared with the relatively small space of the Pokeball, most Pokemon prefer to stay outside. This is true even for luxury balls with top-notch comfort. After all, no matter how comfortable the presidential suite is, if it keeps you locked in it, it is no different from going to jail. Therefore, as long as the conditions allow, Bai Zi will try his best to let his elves have enough time to relax, and instead of putting them in the Pokeball, enough company can also increase the bond between himself and the elves. His tilde. The rising sun sheds the sunlight, and just as Bai Zi passed a big tree, a purple shadow suddenly jumped down, with a bloody mouth, and attacked Bai Zi, who seemed to be defenseless. But a silhouette with a shimmering metallic sheen is obviously faster. First come first. Accompanied by the sound of a few sharp weapons piercing flesh and blood, the purple figure that attacked was suddenly pierced by the single needle of the large needlebee that galloped past, and was picked up in the air. At this moment, the fighting style of Big Needlebee's one-shot kill is completely different from the previous two battles. Show it all, kill it decisively. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 13. The first kill reward. The all-around model worker wins Speed Dog. This is a poisonous arbor. It was pierced through the top of the head from the lower jaw, and the open neck and torso were densely pierced with 17 or 8 bull mouth-sized blood holes. Such an injury. Even the able monster with extremely strong regeneration ability obviously has no possibility of survival. In fact, the level of this arbor monster is actually higher than that of Bai Zi's big stinger. The reason why he was killed by such a neat spike on the spot. It is entirely because of the battle concept that Bai Zi instilled in the giant needlebees on weekdays, as well as the final result brought about by a series of professional correction training. Wild elves, no matter how powerful, are mostly evolved according to their nature and predation skills. This also led to, when a lot of wild elves are fighting, they are more instinctive. Just like this arbor monster with a rather miserable death. Hidden in the dark, then rely on the super explosive power of the snake to make the fastest raid, and then use its deadly fangs to understand the opponent. This strategy might work well against wild elves that are far weaker than it, or true rookies. But for the strict and professionally trained giant stinger, the flaw is too big. Such an unruly rampage, for today's large needlebees, is almost no different from putting the key points in front of its needles. Even in the eyes of Big Needlebee, the difficulty of killing this arbo monster is far less than the batting game, arranged by the owner to correct its wild way of playing. At least, it is more difficult than, from hundreds of glass beads of different colors, and finding a specific color number from the rapidly attacking glass beads, and accurately finding and breaking them all before they hit the ground, is too simple. And this terrifying jungle killer was killed by a giant stinger, which also didn't make Baizi feel too surprised. Because, possessing more than twice the mental power of ordinary people, he also discovered the sneak attack of the arbor at the first time. Why did not respond? That's all out of trust in his partner, Big Stinger. On the other hand, Zoroha, who was lying dozing in Baizi's arms, was taken aback. Although only one night. But from Baizi, the care and love that he had never experienced before, still made Zoroha a little addicted to it. So much so that the vigilance that she has exercised for many years in the wild has been greatly reduced. The attack that should have been noticed at the first time, it did not notice at all. Although Baizi was not hurt in any way. But Zoroha couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Directly a run away. Jumping on the dead aber snake, which can no longer be dead, scratched and scratched. Although it seems to have little effect, even the opponent's scales could not be pierced. Baizi laughed a little. Shook his head. He didn't stop Zoroha's childish venting actions, but turned his eyes to the light curtain that emerged from the void. Your big stinger killed the wild arbor, and gained a little, EXP plus 10 close black lens bracket. Ding! You got the first kill reward. A king level wind speed dog, which has been distributed to the luxury ball that you carry with you. The wind speed dog of the king level. Baizi's face suddenly brightened, not to mention that the king level wind speed dog greatly increased his confidence. The wind speed dog alone was enough to make him happy. You know, this is the best road riding elf in Baizi's heart. Its own strength is very strong. Coupled with the handsome appearance and the loyal personality that is one of the best among canine elves, no one can refuse such an elves, and Baizi is no exception. Not only that, the wind speed dog with excellent double attack can not only be competent for the position of the output player, but also one of the best in the joint defensibility of the fire element to resist the attributes of the 6 elements. Coupled with the ability to reduce special attacks such as a loud roar, and the mysterious guardian to resist abnormal conditions, the wind speed dog can also be competent as an auxiliary hand for turnover, and it can be called an all-around model worker. All in all, Baizi is very satisfied with this. And just when Baizi was about to release the wind speed dog from the Pokeball. Woo tilde woo. On the side, he scratched in vain for a while, and Zoroha, who was already a little out of breath, suddenly let out a long howl. Immediately after, accompanied by the gathering of surging evil energy, a purple-black shock wave with the thickness of an adult male's arm spewed out from Zoroha's open mouth. It directly hit the corpse of the aber monster in front of it. Boom! The roar sounded suddenly. The suddenly rising smoke spreads in the direction of Baizi. Zoroha was also pushed upside down by the reaction force of the ultimate move he released, smashed in the direction of Baizi, and was hugged by him in his arms. Swish! An orange-red streamer suddenly passed by. The wind picked up. The smoke was instantly expelled. It revealed the Arbo monster that was blown away several meters away, leaving only the back half of his body, and, on the ground in front of him, the circular pothole full of charred black. This skill is. Baizi had some guesses in his heart, and in order to verify what he thought, he turned his eyes directly to Zoroha, who was still a little dizzy in his arms. The brilliance that no one could see, flickered again. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 14. Diablo Blast, Water of Life. Race, Zoroha. Attribute, Evil. Characteristic, Illusion, Exclusive. Level, Beginner Novice, Level 12, 88 100ths. Potential, Quasi-God. HP, 40, Attack, 65, Defense, 40, Special Attack, 80, Special Defense, 40, Speed, 65. Exclusive skill, Diablo Blast. Skills, catch, stare, make trouble, sharpen claws, grab randomly. Genetic skills, imitate, supernatural power. Status, general, malnourished. Introduction, Zorua, who is extremely talented, is underdeveloped due to malnutrition, but his talent is extraordinary, especially his mastery of illusion, which is even far better than his evolutionary Zoroark. Sure enough, it's the exclusive skill of the Zorua family, Dark Blasting. Baizi's eyes were full of surprise, and he could spontaneously comprehend the Dark Blasting trick at the beginner level, which undoubtedly did not explain Zoroja's talent in skill comprehension. Diablo Blast. This is an evil trick that only Zorua, her evolved Zoroark, and Lunara, who is called the Beast of the Moon, in the Alola region, can comprehend. However, as a legendary elf, Lunara's own attributes are not evil, but superpower ghost. Therefore, it is not wrong to say that Dark Blasting is the exclusive skill of the Zorua family. And even is an exclusive skill of the Zorua clan. Generally speaking. At least you have to reach the elite level, or even close to the gym level to comprehend. Soraya's performance in this way has proved its own potential, as expected of an elf who has reached the potential of a quasi-god. But Baizi also knew, even if you have enough potential, it does not mean that you will be able to fully convert the potential into strength. In the process of getting stronger, perseverance, direction, money, resources and even luck are all indispensable. There is no such thing as power that comes for nothing. Excellent qualifications can only determine your lower limit. And only the way of heaven rewards hard work as the cornerstone for you to truly break through the limit and reach the apex. Sizzling beer tilde. At this moment, just when Baizi's eyes were just withdrawn from Zoroja's body, the big needlebee suddenly made a very vigilant insect call, and the voice was full of nervousness like an enemy. Even Zorua in his arms grinned at the guy who appeared in front of him. There were bursts of whimpering in his throat, and he looked fierce. Baizi looked up. He looked back across the giant stinger bee that was standing in front of him. I saw a huge canine elf with a body size of nearly 2 meters staring in his direction with a pair of piercing brown eyes. The fluffy hair of flax color covers the entire face, neck, chest and abdomen, flying in the wind, like the mane of a lion, looking very mighty. The body is uniform and the limbs are medium long. The torso and limbs with black and orange stripes are similar to those of tigers. Coupled with the hair that surrounds the soles of the limbs and the thick long tail, it looks extraordinarily handsome. Wind Speed Dog. Moreover, based on the perception in the dark, Baizi knew that this was the Heavenly King level Wind Speed Dog that the system rewarded him. Race, Wind Speed Dog. Attribute, Fire. Characteristic, Intimidate, Set Fire. Level, Peak of Kings, Level 69, 99 100ths. Potential, King of Heaven. HP, 90, Attack, 110, Defense, 80, Special Attack, 100, Special Defense, 80, Speed, 95. Skills, Speed, Burnout, Howling, Resurrection, Playful, Help, Fire Wheel, Crush, Revenge, High-Speed Movement, Stare, Flash Charge, Jet Flame, Fire Fang, Lightning Fang, Spirit Fang, Sunbeam, Close Combat. Close Black Lens Bracket. Inherited Skills, Morning Light, Dangerous Clash. Open Black Lens Bracket Status, Perfect Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction. The Wind Speed Dog with excellent qualifications but the potential has been fully developed, rich in combat experience, and the trainer is in the same mind, die loyal. It actually reached the peak of the king. Baizi was overjoyed at first, but then, looking at the introduction on the last column of the visual panel, he immediately frowned. Potential exhausted. This means that under normal circumstances, it is difficult for the Wind Speed Dog to have any room for improvement. However, since it is a conventional situation, there are naturally unconventional means. The world of elves is vast and vast. In addition to nurturing human beings, There are also magical species such as elves. All kinds of heaven and earth treasures with magical effects will also be nurtured by nature in this magical land. Just like all kinds of magical props and attribute treasures that are hard to find on the market today. They are all made from these natural materials and treasures. Among them, according to Baizi's knowledge, the main material for making full compound medicine, water of life, is exactly a treasure that can cut marrow for elves and improve their qualifications. However, Baizi also knew water of life has always been firmly controlled by the Alliance, except for the manufacture of full compound medicine. To obtain high profits, it will hardly flow out. He's a nobody, and it's not easy to get his hands on the water of life. Or rather, it's as hard as reaching the sky. But it's not entirely impossible. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 15. The Heavenly King Contest, vs the Eagles. Each region of the Elf League has a fairly generous promotion and welfare mechanism in the Tianwang contest, held every 3 years. As the Kanto region where the Alliance headquarters is established, the benefits given to the new kings are the opportunity to soak in the Fountain of Life, any 3 times. And if you want to participate in the King of Champions tournament, unless you are the owner of the gym in your area, or a special investigator directly under the Elf Alliance. The rest of the trainers. You must honestly follow the rules and regulations of the Alliance, break into the top 4 of the Alliance competition at least 3 times and win the title of the Alliance competition champion, in order to be eligible to participate in the Tianwang Hegemony tournament. Of course, if you can get a special invitation letter from the reigning champion of the 4 Heavenly Kings, that's another story. In this way, you can not only directly participate in the competition. You can even skip the pre-selection and go straight to one of the top 16 shortlists for the finals. But it's a pity. Today's Baizi obviously does not meet any of the above. Forget it, it's too early to think about this now. Baizi shook his head. Even if I really want to participate in the Heavenly King tournament, I have to at least finish the 3 alliances of Kanto, Chengdu, and Fengyuan first. Maybe before this, I have found other ways to solve the upper limit of the wind speed dog's potential. Quote. Condition your thoughts. Baizi hugged Soraya, who seemed to want to break free in his arms, and stepped forward to hold Big Needlebee's shoulder in front of him, and said softly, "You too, don't be so nervous, everyone. Buddy, new companion." Saying that, he casually put Zoraya on his shoulders, passed the giant stinger, and came to the front of the wind speed dog. "Welcome to this big family, please take care of me in the future, wind speed dog." Wu tilde. Baizi raised his hand slightly, and the wind speed dog lowered his head and leaned over, so that Baizi's palm just pressed against his eyebrows. His eyes were full of foam, and he let out a soft low voice. Wu. Seeing this, Zoraya, who was lying on Baizi's shoulders, didn't even recognize her life. He jumped directly onto the wind speed dog's thick mane, and used all 4 of his legs to climb on the wind speed dog's broad back to play. Stand up. The wind speed dog also didn't care about this, and it was very gentle and generous, even if the little guy on the back was pulling its temples restlessly, it looked like he would let it go. On the contrary, the Big Needlebee is still the same cold attitude as before. It was only after Wei Wei and Fengsugo nodded. Put away the double needle. Continued to be on guard by Baizi's side. No matter when, the big stinger is the calmest one in the entire team. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. After some intimacy, Baizi set off again. And this time, because of the excellent riding elves on the road like wind speed dog, Baizi's legs were finally freed. Not only that, but also liberated, there is also the combat power of the giant stinger. Before, in order to take care of Baizi's safety, after entering the jungle, the giant stinger was not afraid to stay away from Baizi's side. Now, with the addition of Wind Speed Dog, the superpower of the Peak of the King, the giant bee can finally let go of its hands and feet, and use the many wild elves in this forest to practice and upgrade. Your giant bee defeated a Lada, slightly gained, experience value +2, double needle proficiency +1. Your big needle bee defeated a BB bird, slightly gained, experience value +3, double needle proficiency +1. Your big needle bee defeated a Baga butterfly, slightly gained, EXP +2, double needle proficiency +1. Your big needle bee defeated a Nido king, slightly gained, EXP +3, double needle proficiency +1. Brush all the way. It's not going deep into the interior of the vibrant forest. In the outer area around this ordinary forest, the giant stinger can't find any powerful opponents at all, almost, not its combined enemy. It was not until it was almost approaching the outskirts of Vibrant City that the big needlebee faced a slightly challenged opponent. A bird elf whose level is as high as level 29, and is only a little bit about to enter the elite high level, Bidiao. Big Stinger, move fast. Then use Poison Strike to learn about it. Beer tilde. Having reached level 25 and learned the latest skills, the giant needlebee suddenly phantoms its body and avoids it from the sharp claws coming from the Bidiao fan. In the next second, the giant needlebee appears behind the opponent like a ghost. The tail needle full of poison pierced into the back of Bidiao. Beep. With a cry of grief, Bidiao's body suddenly froze, and then, Bidiao, whose body had purple poisonous spots spread out, suddenly fell to the ground. You commanded the big hornet to leapfrog and defeated a eagle, and you have gained a little, your battle experience +10, the hornet's experience value +8, the high-speed movement proficiency +3, the poison attack proficiency +3. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 16. The Haunting Zoroha, a Great Discovery. Nice job, Stinger. Baizi jumped off the back of the Wind Speed Dog with a chuckle, and at the same time took out a special insect and poison double series energy block from his pocket and threw it to the giant stinger. Then, he took out the antidote and common wound medicine, and simply dealt with the injury for Bidiao. There is another orange fruit that was picked before. Seeing that the other party had a tendency to wake up, he hurriedly jumped back on the Wind Speed Dog's broad back and patted it lightly. The Wind Speed Dog immediately understood. Whoosh! He disappeared into the woods, and the giant stinger behind him also fluttered his wings to keep up. Beep tilde. For a moment, Bidiao jumped up from the ground like an electric shock, looked around for a while in shock, then picked up the orange fruit beside him, and flew away. The other side. Shirasawa, who was not ready to enter Joban City, took a detour through the woods in the direction of the eastern suburbs of Joban City, and went straight to the Joban Forest en route to. As the oldest and most vast virgin forest in the world, there are countless powerful wild elves living in it. The king is considered a tyrant, and champions are not rare. Even the quasi-god elf overlord who has reached the top of the championship is not absent in the depths of the vibrant forest. In the same way, this ancient forest is also bred with a large number of heaven and earth treasures. As long as you are courageous enough and lucky enough, then it is very likely that you will become rich overnight in the Chengpan forest. Certainly. It is also possible that, like countless unfortunate pioneers, they will never return. But for Baizi, nothing exists. Equipped with the buff of Lucky Day and the Wind Speed Dog of the Peak of the King. As long as he doesn't go to the heart of the deepest part of the Viking forest, then he will definitely gain something. The only thing to worry about. It's time, it may be running out, 2:55. Is it less than 3 hours? It looks like I have to hurry up. Baizi muttered to himself a little, then he stopped the Wind Speed Dog, and put the big needlebee back into the elf ball for a while. When he was about to put away Zoroya who was nesting in his arms, the little guy directly leaping on Baizi's shoulder, he avoided the recycled red light emitted by the Pokeball. You little guy. Seeing this, Baizi smiled bitterly. Since this Zoroha was subdued by him, he has been very clinging to himself. He has to sit on his lap for meals, sleep with him when he sleeps, and even stays in his arms and refuses to come out. This obsession. It made Baizi feel a little dumbfounded. That's all. Holding the Pokeball and the little guy on his shoulders, they looked at each other for a moment, and Baizi, who was finally defeated by the other party's moist eyes, shook his head and shrunk the Pokeball back. Woo tilde. Zoroya cheered immediately, then swiftly fled back to Baizi's arms, and rolled as if to please, belly up, with a cute expression on his face. Baizi rolled his eyes, acquiescence. Then, he took out a pair of windproof goggles, and wrapped the little guy in his jacket. Then he leaned over slightly and hugged the wind speed dog. Let's go faster, let's go. Ow tilde. As soon as the voice fell, the wind speed dog suddenly rushed out in a long howl, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. The wind speed dog made a detour all the way, but due to Baizi's endurance, there was no way for the wind speed dog to break out at full speed, and it took about an hour and a half to arrive at the entrance of the vibrant forest. Take a break. Baizetsai released the giant stinger again and stepped into this forest that gave birth to countless lives and miracles. Although it was close to noon, there was still a refreshing feeling to walk in the Vitoria forest. The fresh and comfortable forest wind blew across his face, making Baizi unable to help but take a deep breath, sighing. It is indeed the living pan forest that is the lung of the elf world. Just breathing the air gives me the pleasure of taking pure oxygen on the top of the mountain. Quote. Susu, while sighing, a rustling sound of trees trembled came again. Baizi fixed his eyes. A rodent elf with protruding incisors, big ears, and purple skin sticks its head out, shaking its long beard. This is obviously a small Rada. Although the number in the evergreen forest is far less than that of green caterpillars, it is also a ghost that can be seen everywhere. Similarly, this is also one of the best novice elves among the many common novice who can't afford the high training fee and aspire to become a trainer. After all, the power of the sure-killing front teeth wielded by the pair of powerful shark teeth is quite impressive, and it is considered to be the favorite of the commoners. PFF tilde. This little Lada obviously also noticed Baizi, and his wine-red eyes flashed with vigilance. After sweeping across Baizi's big stinger bee and wind speed dog, his eyes shrank fiercely. But next second, the next action of this little Rada surprised Baizi. I saw this little Rada shrank violently, and then, its body suddenly pulled out a long string of purple phantoms, which disappeared in front of Baizi's eyes in the blink of an eye. This is a flash of lightning. Baizi was stunned for a moment, but quickly denied. No. This is clearly the speed. Lying trough. Little Rada who can go fast. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 17. The Speedy Little Rada, Green. First update. Fung Speed Dog, hurry up. Let's catch up. Before he could think about it, Baizi quickly stepped on the back of the wind speed dog again and chased in the direction of Lada. The wind speed dog has a keen sense of smell that can accurately search for prey traces from hundreds of miles away, and the speed of movement among the elves on the road. Therefore, Baizi was not afraid that he would lose this little Rada. As predicted. Shortly after going deep into the forest, the wind speed dog intercepted the little Lada in a clearing in the forest. The big needlebee followed closely behind, blocking the little Rada's retreat in a timely manner. Squeak tilde. Seeing that there was nowhere to go before and no door to escape, little Rada's aura suddenly changed. It quickly tightened its body and lowered its body. While making bursts of demonstration-like screams, its foreclaws clasped on the ground. Vice is always ready to pounce on the decisive stance. It's interesting. Baizi looked at the little Lada in front of him meaningfully. People often say that he is as timid as a mouse. As a rat elf, the little Lada is naturally not very courageous. But when the little Rada in front of him found out that it was unavoidable, Baizi's eyes lit up with the determination and grudge that broke out in that instant. Race, Little Lada. Attribute, General. Characteristic, Perseverance. Level, Elite Middle Level 25, 55/100ths. Potential, Champion. HP, 30, Combat, 56, Defense, 35, Special Attack, 20, Special Defense, 35, Speed, 72. Skills, Impact, Tail Wagging, Lightning Flash, Chi Gathering, Bite, Angry Front Teeth, Crushing, Killing Front Teeth, Raid, Speed. Genetic Skills, Resurrection. Status, Slightly Injured, Exhausted. Introduction. The talented little Rada has a super comprehension of speed tricks. With his deep understanding of lightning flashes, he learned the speed tricks on his own. Is it really fast? It's really talented. To be honest, at this moment, Baizi felt a little bit of heartbeat. Although this is not the best puzzle he expected to hold an ace, such qualifications, as the second team, are completely more than enough. However, just when Baizi was about to subdue the little Lada, a familiar figure with a slightly embarrassed appearance appeared in front of him, accompanied by fragmented footsteps. A brown spiky head with a half-covered right eye, a black stand-up collar, short sleeves and purple slacks, a slanted elf backpack looped around his waist, and a green upright worm-type elf with two knives intertwined on his side. Before, it was the flying mantis. And this young boy who suddenly appeared is green. Baizi called out the other party's name and said with a teasing smile, "You seem a little embarrassed. Why, have you tasted the bitter fruit of defeat in the Evergrande Forest?" Both trainers from Junshin Town, Baizi and Qinglu naturally knew each other. Not just acquaintances. It can be seen from Baizi's tone that the relationship between him and Qinglu is not bad. While speaking, Baizi's eyes swept casually towards the flying mantis beside Qinglu. He had been curious about the strength of this blue-green primordial elf for a long time. Race, Flying Mantis. Attribute, Insect Flying. Characteristic, Technical Master. Level, Gym Beginner Level 34, 87/100ths. Potential, King of Heaven. HP, 70, Attack, 110, Defense, 80, Special Attack, 55, Special Defense, 80, Speed, 105. Skills, Lightning Flash, Stare, Continuous Slash, Click to the Point, Wing Attack, Shadow Clone, Double Strike, Split, Gather Gas, High-Speed Movement. Genetic Skill, Faint. Open Black Lens Bracket Status, Perfect Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction. The flying mantis with excellent qualifications and great potential has extraordinary eyesight and reaction speed. Is it a gym-level flying mantis? It is indeed the person who cultivated Qinglu. Taking back his probing gaze, Baizi couldn't help but admire in his heart. Baizi. After nodding to Baizi, Qinglu looked at the field for a while, and finally said to Baizi with a slight frown. "I have been tracking this little Lada for 3 days. Oh. Baizi frowned. He heard Qinglu's concern for this little Rada, and at the same time he understood where the injury on this little Rada came from. But, even if they are familiar with each other, it is obviously impossible for him to give up a talented little Rada like this. It doesn't matter if the relationship is good or not. Baizi will never give in easily to the prey that comes to his mouth." Qinglu obviously also knew that words alone could not make Baizi go backwards. And in a situation like this where multiple trainers value a wild elf at the same time, the Alliance's regulations are generally the instant battle principle. That is, the trainer who fights with him first at the same time period has the right to take the lead. And the current situation. Although he tracked the little Rada for 3 days, it was Baizi who blocked the opponent at this time and wanted to fight against it. According to the instant battle principle, the first priority, the right to subjugate, is naturally also in Baizi's hands. dash 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 dash. Chapter 18. The Power of the King, The Surprise of Qinglu, Second More. If it was an ordinary elves, even a rare dragon type or even a quasi-god, Qinglu would turn around and leave very simply in the face of such a situation. But this little Lada is different. Do not know why. From the first sight of seeing each other, that awe-inspiring figure when he was alone defeating a group of giant stingrays, Qinglu had an indescribable sense of destiny, as if the heart had been hit. It was as if this little Radha was destined to have an inseparable connection with himself. Seemingly feeling the determination of his trainer, the flying mantis suddenly let out a sharp insect chirping, and the twin blades flickering with a cold light swayed slightly, aiming faintly in the direction of Bai Zi. Why, do you want to be tough? Bai Zi suddenly laughed. And then, with the low roar of the wind speed dog, the endless coercion suddenly burst out, pressing in the direction of Qinglu and the flying mantis. Under the blessing of the wind speed dog's intimidating characteristics, the power of the heavenly king level is almost as real, and just a face-to-face makes the flying mantis stagger to the ground. But even so, the flying mantis still supported its body, blocking most of the pressure for the green behind him. However, even if it's just Yue, the intimidation of the Tianwang level wind speed dog is not something that today's Qinglu can bear. Just in turquoise crumpling. And when Bai Zi was about to speak to stop the wind speed dog, boom, the substantive mental force field rushed into the arena with a burst of red light. One sat cross-legged in the void, with a humanoid body, and a fox-like tawny elf appeared and stood in front of Qinglu and the flying mantis. Went straight to the wind speed dog. In the void, the condensed imposing aura and the pure and vast spiritual power collided head-on, facing each other. In an instant, a distorted scene of lightning and thunder appeared in the middle of the wind speed dog and the suddenly appearing Foodie, and it exploded. The strong wind pressure crushed the grass and trees. For a time flying sand and stone. Countless birds, insects, and beasts were awakened. Bobo, green caterpillar, giant needle bee, needle and needona, etc., all kinds of elves scattered and fled. Soon, the smoke dissipated. The elves around ran away. On the other hand, the little Lada still stayed not far from where he was, and even lay on the ground with his belly up, motionless, and had no intention of running away. Actually, the reason why the little Radha is like this is completely for the sake of helplessness. It wasn't that it didn't want to escape when it was in chaos before, but the strangely colored giant stinger in front of it was really difficult to deal with. Not to mention the sensitive one, its speed was astonishingly fast, and it didn't give it any escape at all. Opportunity. In addition, it suddenly relapsed the old injury, and it was temporarily unable to use the speed. This causes it to be caught up by the opponent instantly if it moves a little. Moreover, this big stinger is called a ruthless, tricks to kill, and it is aimed at killing. Abu, it's killing mice. Escape. Escape the hammer, oh escape. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. At this moment, it is just a collision of simple momentum and pure spiritual power, but the power of the king-level elves is already fully displayed. That's right, the Foodie that suddenly appeared in front of you is, no doubt, also a heavenly king-level elf. Open black lens bracket race. Foodie close black lens bracket. Attribute. Super energy. Characteristic. Spiritual power. Level. Peak of Kings, level 69, 6100ths. Potential. Champion. HP. 55, attack. 50, defense. 45, special attack. 135, special defense. 95, speed. 120. Skills. Mind power, bending spoons, immobilization, teleportation, fantasy light, reflection wall, exchange of venues, spiritual blades, self-regeneration, spiritual shock, spiritual strength, acting, predicting the future, meditation. Genetic skills, defensive equalization. Status, weak, old. Introduction, entering the stage of old age. The strength of Foodie, whose strength has declined seriously, was once infinitely close to the power of the quasi-god level, but now it has declined to the level of the king, and will continue to decline with the growth of age. What a strong Foodie! What by Z side was not the rank of this Hooter today, the peak of Wang Ding, but the strength of the other party, who had almost entered the ranks of quasi-gods. But because of this, Bai Zi can be sure that the trainer of the Foodie in front of him must be someone else. This Foodie should be Dr. Damu's former partner, right? Bai Zi looked away from Foodie, and then said meaningfully, Qinglu, are you going to use its power to compete with me for this little Rada? Green did not respond immediately. Instead, he looked at the wind speed dog beside Bai Zi with a look of disbelief. Dash 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 dash. Chapter 19. The Shining Giant Gold Monster of the Race King. Changed. Third more. As Bai Zi said, the Foodie beside him was indeed a guardian spirit left by his grandfather, Dr. Omu, for self-defense. Not just him. Even his twin brother, Xiaomao, has one of Dr. Damu's only 3 main forces. As the grandson of Dr. Damu, I don't know how many people are staring at him and Xiaomao, wanting to use this threats to Dr. Oki. Therefore, the necessary precautions are indispensable. But the guardian elves are only guardian elves. It is naturally no problem to protect their safety, but do you want to command them to fight? I am afraid it is difficult to achieve. However, for Qinglu, if he really uses this power that does not belong to him to achieve his goals, even if it is successful, that would only make him feel more ashamed. But now, what surprised him even more, and what he was eager to know, was another thing. Bai Zi, is this wind speed dog your elf? It's natural. Bai Zi smiled and shrugged. After all, I am alone, but I don't have any parents left behind. Sorry. Qinglu suddenly remembered Bai Zi's life experience, and quickly apologized. But at the same time, the shock in his heart, only he can know. Bai Zi, this friend who used to be invisible in the past, has now left him such a big gap. Nothing. Bai Zi waved his hand indifferently. He has been a human being in 2 lifetimes. In fact, he is not as sentimental about his life as others think. Leave gossip for now. At this moment, Bai Zi's cynical expression gradually subsided and became serious. Now, it's time to make your decision. Qinglu, are you sure you want to rob me of this little Lada? Qinglu is one of the few friends he has in this world, and Dr. Damu has indeed helped him a lot. But friendship is friendship, and principles are principles. As a qualified trainer, at this point, Bai Zi will not give in. I'm going to get this little Rada. Qinglu also did not want to let it go, and said decisively. That's what you're going to fight. Wind speed dog. Bai Zi's eyes narrowed, and he planned to strike first, but Qinglu stopped directly in front of Fatian Mantis and Foodie, who were also restless, raised his hands and said, wait. Bai Zi, you misunderstood me. Means talking. He took out an incubator with a grey moire elf egg from his backpack, and said sincerely, I want to use this elf egg in exchange for the right to control little Rada. This is the quasi-god of Fangyuan, the elf egg laid by the giant golden monster. I think so. This should show my sincerity, right? Qinglu looked sincere, and Bai Zi was obviously a little surprised by Qinglu's decision at this time. Even if this little Rada has shown his talent for speed, is it really worth it to exchange for a quasi-god elf egg in order to subdue the opponent? Bai Zi didn't understand Qinglu's special emotion for this little Lada. But have to say, after finding out the result of this elf egg, Bai Zi was indeed moved. Item, Elf Egg of Iron Dumbbell. Qualification, Level 3 God. Introduction, Produced in the canyon near Kaifeng City in the Shanao area, the silver-white flashing quasi-god iron dumbbell elf egg breaks through racial restrictions. The natural king is the ultimate qualification that the entire elf group may only give birth to one. 3-level god qualified flash iron dumbbells. Baizi secretly swallowed a saliva. He couldn't help being greedy. Even if the qualification of a 3rd-level god is given to a green caterpillar, he will not let it go. Not to mention, is this still a flash iron dumbbell that eventually evolved into a giant gold monster? You must know that the giant gold monster is a quasi-god elf with excellent dual defense, strong physical attack, and excellent attack surface and resistance. He is simply his best tanker candidate. Such a future king of land warfare. Baizi has no reason to refuse. And Shino area. Chifeng City Additional Valley. Silver white glitter. According to the clues displayed on the attribute panel, this iron dumbbell might be the absolute trump card of Dao, the champion of Fengyuan region in a few years. That powerful flashing giant gold monster that can briefly resist a 1st-level god. Although it is not clear how the elf egg of this shiny iron dumbbell ended up in Qinglu's hands. But it doesn't matter. Important. He is about to harvest a super quasi-god who can definitely be called an ace in the future. Seeing that Baizi's eyes were deep and silent for a while, Qinglu suddenly asked a little nervously, "Why, don't you like this iron dumbbell?" "Oh, that's not true, it's just that I didn't expect you to care so much about a little Rada. But since it is really what you love, then I am naturally willing to be an adult beauty." Little Rada's control right. It's changed. Baizi quickly restrained his thoughts, shook his head, jumped straight off the wind speed dog. He came to Qinglu's side in 3 or 2 steps, took the incubator in Qinglu's hand, then pulled the strap, and turned his diagonal back to his chest. Forward. The whole action is like flowing water. Green still hasn't responded. Baizi had already installed the incubator, put on the shoulder bag again, and straddled back on the furry widened back of the wind speed dog. There is not much time left for the lucky buff, and this situation is obviously not a good time to fight. Therefore, Baizi postponed the task of brushing Qinglu's destiny reward, and prepared to make the best use of it. First, make full use of the lucky day buff on his body to get enough benefits. After all, there are opportunities to fight Qinglu. "Qinglu, I still have things to do, so I'll go ahead and see you next time." Big Stinger Bee. Beer tilde. Accompanied by a sharp insect chirping, the large needle bee spear swung sharply, and swept the unsuspecting little Rada's abdomen with one blow. After volleying it into the air, it fluttered its wings and chased in the direction of Baizi's departure. Behind. Looking at the little Rada flying in his direction, the corner of his green mouth twitched, showing a look of joy and eagerness. "It's our turn, flying mantis." Slash. Chapter 20. The gunshots that broke the tranquility. Asking for support. It looks like this should be my last harvest. In the depths of the vibrant forest, Baizi picked up a green stone with a leaf print from the ground. This is a grass stone. After Baizi's careful identification, the quality is still good, and it can probably sell for 7 or 8. Like 100,000. Feel free to throw it into the storage bag hanging around your waist. Looking at the lucky day buff mark on the personal panel that gradually disappeared after the number returned to 0, Baizi couldn't help but sigh. Be honest. The state with this lucky day buff is really cool. It has only been 24 hours, and his harvest has already included a Zoroha with quasi-god level qualifications, a flash iron dumbbell fairy egg with 3rd-level god qualifications, a property item rock gem, a top-grade grass stone, a number of secondary fire, grass, thunder attribute evolution stones and pearl gem gold beads. This level of luck is simply against the sky. Unfortunately, this lucky day buff can only last for 24 hours, and I don't know if it can be refreshed in the future. It would be great if it could be maintained permanently. Baizi was slightly regretful, and thought so with a little greed. After the lucky day buff disappeared, Baizi didn't plan to go any further. Right now, His position is probably at the outermost periphery of the central area of the Viking forest, and he may occasionally come across the central area of the Heavenly King level elves. In addition to the elves that can survive here alone, even if they are not at the level of the Heavenly King, are at the Gymnasium level, or even the level of the Quasi-Celestial King. It's really not a good place for stinger bees to train and fight. Therefore, after putting the storage bag in the space back and packing it, Baizi quickly mounted the accompanying wind speed dog and hurried away towards Route 2, which is located on the outskirts of the Joban forest. Beside a forest stream not far from number 2 road, Baizi simply cleaned up an open space, released the elves, and started to build a table and stove, ready to make lunch. Although he is in the wild, Baizi still tries his best to eat delicious food that is as nutritious as possible. After all, as the old saying goes, 3 points practice and 7 points eat. Without sufficient energy intake, how can the elf's body be able to withstand high-intensity training and battles? Become stronger. It's not something that can be achieved by just talking and shouting a few slogans. Therefore, Baizi has always been stingy and tried his best when it comes to spending and paying attention to his elves. For today's meal, he was preparing 3 main elf staple foods, mainly using high-quality elf coarse grains, supplemented by high-quality energy cubes of various types and fruits and vegetables used for seasoning. I also prepared to use local materials to let the giant needlebee go to the creek to catch some wild fish for today's meat dishes. There is no way, including Baizi himself, the giant stinger, Zorua, and the wind speed dog, they are all meat-free types. Eating and drinking is one thing. But meat is also indispensable. In addition, although the taste of 5A synthetic beef, which is as high as thousands of yuan per pound, is not bad, it is easy to get tired of eating too much. Therefore, it is better to catch a few fresh fish, just to change the taste. Beer tilde. Before long, the giant hornbees with 7 or 8 river fish strung on the double needles returned to Baizi's side. Baizi stretched out his hand and swept these fish off the double needles of the giant needlebee, while skillfully opening the abdomen for treatment, and at the same time instructing the giant needlebee to wash the fishy smell on his body in the water. You have completed a table of nutritious food, you have a little income, cooking experience plus 2O, cultivation experience plus 1O. Okay, let's start. After filling the fish soup for the 3 elves respectively, and then dividing the marinated and roasted fish meat, Baizi slapped the palm of his hand, and the 3 elves who had been waiting for a long time started immediately. After a while, all of them let out a sigh of relief. Beer tilde. Woo tilde. Ow tilde. Seeing this, Baizi couldn't help but rejoice. He picked up a bunch of grilled fish and brought it to his mouth. He took a bite, and the crispy and fragrant taste suddenly filled his lips and teeth. The fish is good, and my craftsmanship has really improved. After a sumptuous lunch, Baizi didn't use a cushioned reclining chair, but leaned directly on the prone Fengsu dog, resting on his back on the grass, with his eyes closed, with his soft and warm down on his head. And this little guy, Zorua, followed suit, and coiled up directly on his belly. After a while, there was an even sound of breathing. On the other hand, the hornbee, who was the first to follow him, didn't seem to be accustomed to making such intimate actions. Be alone. Relying on the top of the nearby treetops, quietly looking into the distance, while secretly shouldering the duty of sentry. Enrin's noontime passed quietly in such a peaceful atmosphere. But just when Baizi was about to fall asleep, bah! A loud gunshot suddenly woke him up. Elf I am the protagonist template, Invincible Chapter 21-40. Chapter 21, Hunter G. Push the team to roll over. First update. At the same time, in a forest not far from Baizi's camp, a fierce-looking woman in a camouflage uniform with a body similar to that of a mother's monster was holding the neck of a girl with golden ponytails wearing a straw hat in one hand. The other hand holds a revolver. Gun smoke filled the muzzle. In the opposite direction, a middle-aged man in a forest ranger uniform groaned and knelt on the ground, with blood dripping on his left shoulder. Shuzi investigator. No, it should be the former investigator. The mighty and majestic inch-haired woman's voice was very coquettish, giving people a very strange sense of contrast. I advise you not to act rashly, otherwise, the next shot will not necessarily hit somewhere. Elf Hunter, G. Uncle Shoes gritted his teeth and called out the name. As a special-level investigator who retired from the Elf Alliance, he certainly understood how vicious and cruel the woman in front of him was. Also know the strength of the other party. To know. This woman is no ordinary elf poacher. It is a lunatic who possesses the strength of a heavenly king and whose hands are stained with the blood of countless elves and even human trainers. The top 20 ferocious criminals on the most wanted list of the Elf Alliance are also the only surviving one today, one of the 4 special A-level bounty hunters. Hunter G. To this day, the other party's real name has long been unknown. But as the Hunter Guild, a semi-public underground organization that can be said to be spread all over the world, there are only 4 hunters with alphabetical titles. There is no doubt that they are powerful. However, these are not the reasons for Uncle Shoji's discoloration at this time. As a former Alliance special investigator who also came from the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire, although he is now considered half-crippled, he is not too afraid of the other party. Can't beat it. It is not difficult to go. The fundamental reason that really made him helpless was that he was now being held hostage by the other party, the girl he picked up in the vibrant forest 12 years ago and adopted as his own. Xiao Huang. Hunter G. How dare you go to the Kanto region? Aren't you afraid that Bingtian Wang Ke now will lose one of your legs when he hears news? Kona. When Hunter G heard the name, his expression suddenly changed, and the fierce face that was already full of flesh became even more ferocious and terrifying. At the same time, her left leg below the knee, which was replaced with a mechanical prosthesis, also began to ache. One of the 4 kings of the Kanto region, the Ice King Kona, this is the name she is most reluctant to mention and remember in her life. 3 years ago, when Hunter G went to the 7 Islands to capture the ultra-rare riding elf Lapras, he was blocked by Kona, who happened to be returning to his hometown to participate in the exhibition competition. In the beginning, she didn't really take Kena, the 4 kings of the Alliance in the Kanto region, in her eyes. As an elf hunter who travels all over the world, this is not the first time she has been blocked by the 4 kings of the Alliance. But in her opinion, in fact, the famous 4 heavenly kings are just like that. Fangyuan's evil King Kaiyu can only barely suppress her, and the insect King Alu in the Shanao area is not even his opponent. And Kona. As one of the 4 heavenly kings, how strong can she be? Hunter G thought so. Therefore, the first time she was blocked by Kona, what she chose was not to escape, but to launch a brazen attack. However, the 4 heavenly kings also have strengths and weaknesses. As the Ice King of the Kanto region, Kena is obviously much stronger than Lianwu and Alu. The other party only used a fan lip sister, and she was pushed out of the team. Although at the last moment, she used the teleportation of the Nightmare Taper to escape. But after this battle, it took her more than 20 years to cultivate the 4 main elves at the lowest level and the middle level of the Heavenly King. The weaker 2 were left in the 7 Islands forever. After teleporting, he was killed on the spot. The only remaining main general, Huo Yensha, has also fallen from the peak of the king to the level where he can barely maintain the first level combat power of the king. Because of this, I even got a right leg. But there is always a way out. Who knew that she just happened to pass by the sky above the vibrant forest, and she found a little girl who was suspected of possessing the power of Vibrant. Legend has it that the power of Vibrant has the power of miracles that can completely heal the wounds of spirits. If you can use it for yourself, maybe the Fire Lion can return to the peak. But this time, if you want to take away the little girl in your hand, you need to solve the blocking stone in front of you first. Although the guy in front of him has quite a good network of contacts in the Alliance, as long as the corpse and traces are cleaned up, no one will find him. Thinking of this, Hunter G has no last scruples in his heart. Murder in the eyes. Suddenly it overflowed. Chapter 22. The Law of Fighting in the Wild. Second More. The real meaning of the ice element is the continuous freezing damage, which makes the opponent unable to bounce. Accompanied by the somewhat unclear Yujia Yin, a bespectacled beauty with fluttering red hair in a suit similar to a professional woman walked out of the forest next to her. Master Kona. Kona. The appearance of the red-haired beauty with glasses apparently startled them both. Especially Hunter G. Her face turned pale in an instant, and her voice that could not stop rising became very sharp. Even the female flaming lion following her couldn't help but subconsciously took a step back, and a humanized fear flashed in the lion's eyes. Obviously. The psychological shadow that Kona left to this person is quite profound. Also at this time. Whoosh. Accompanied by a sudden sound of breaking wind, an orange silhouette turned into a streamer and passed by Hunter G's side, intertwined with teeth, biting on the neck of the flaming lion, and the opponent was ferociously taken away. Fast. Close combat. The fighting experience of the wind speed dog. No, it should be that the fighting experience seems to be extraordinarily sophisticated. A set of skills flew the flaming lion out, and after taking the first mover advantage, it directly bit the opponent's bloody neck without letting go, and connected a lightning tooth. The current swayed, paralyzed the whole body, and disintegrated neatly. The flaming lion has the last chance to resist. At last. A pair of thick front palms slammed into the flame lion's chest and abdomen, penetrating the ground, causing a violent vibration that spread around. Ground-based skills. Stomp. Woo tilde. The shrill cry of the flaming lion suddenly came, the earth shook, the trees collapsed, and the smoke and dust suddenly rose, and for a time, everyone was a little unsteady. At the same time, Bai Zi, who had already touched Hunter G in the chaos, couldn't help but stun secretly. He was amazed at the scene of the battle of the king-level elves. If the wind speed dog hadn't opened up the battlefield far enough, I'm afraid the following people would be involved in the aftermath. In the moment, you will either die or be injured. What? Big Mouth. The sudden change obviously made Hunter G a little confused, but her vigilance as a veteran hunter still made her let go of Xiao Huang at the first time, and reached out to the elf scout around her waist. At the same time, he called out the scout agent, Big Bill, hovering above the sky. Hunter G's reaction is not unpleasant. But this time, apparently it's too late. With a loud slam, Bai Zi stomped on the ground, and the speed that was infinitely close to the peak value of human beings made him leap several meters in an instant and came to Hunter G. At the same time, he waved his arm forward, and suddenly grabbed the wrist of Hunter G's right arm holding the gun. Kacha, the crisp sound of bone cracks came, accompanied by severe pain. Hunter G knew without looking that his right arm was probably abolished. And the indifferent eyes of the young man who happened to meet her at this time also made her heart shudder. Young age. Such ruthless means and heart. As this thought came up, Hunter G couldn't help but look ruthless, and she twisted suddenly, ignoring the injury of her right arm, and with the sound of clicking, her right arm suddenly twisted at a strange angle, forcing her body. Banjung took the lead, and before Bai Zi reached out his hand, he kicked the falling firearm. At the same time, as the sparrow swooped down, her hand also touched her waist. But, upon a closer look, she felt empty. Tilde. A sly sneer sounded in Hunter G's ears, and in the corner of the eye, an elf in the shape of a gray, black and bright red little fox was holding her elf belt. Destroyed. Zorua. Could it be? Hunter G seemed to have thought of something, and his expression suddenly changed to look at where Kona was before. On the ground, there is nothing but a tablet showing that the recording is finished. See here. Whereas Hunter G still not aware that he was tricked by Zorua's phantom ability. And it is still being brushed round and round. Now, her strongest combat power has been taken away by the first mover, the hostage is not in her hand, her arm has been abolished, and even the Pokeball on her belt has been stolen and destroyed unknowingly. It can be said that she is in a desperate situation. But there is no way she could just grab it. Although the Alliance has been exempted from the death penalty, the enemies who have committed these years will not miss this opportunity to beat the underdogs. At that time, I'm afraid that her life is better than death. Bitch, leave me alone, use a straight punch. At this time, Hunter G's face was full of madness, and the majestic body like a female bear was wrapped around one arm, and at the same time, his legs were twisted, and it was hung directly on Baizi's body. This big-billed sparrow's level is not high, but it can reach the gym level, but its execution ability is quite amazing. After receiving the instruction of Hunter G, he turned his body without hesitation, like a steel drill, and drilled towards Hunter G's right shoulder. This blow. It is almost foreseeable that a blood hole will be drilled out of Hunter G's right shoulder, and Baizi's chest under the right shoulder will also be directly penetrated. Chapter 23. The First Drop of Blood, A Great Harvest. Third more. You think too much. Baizi smiled sensibly. As a cautious person, and possessing the power of Baizi to detect, how could he ignore this scout above the sky? Open black lens bracket race. Big build sparrow close black lens bracket. Attribute. Normal flying. Characteristic. Sharp eyes. Level. Gym beginner level 35, 0/100. Potential. Quasi-King. HP. 65, Attack. 90, Defense. 65, Special Attack. 61, Special Defense. 61, Speed. 100. Skills. Straight Drill, Pecking, Screaming, Random Attack, Swallowing, High-Speed Movement. Genetic Skill. Noisy. Status. Short lifespan, mentally insufficiency, dark wounds. Introduction. The product of squeezing growth, the skills are incomplete, the potential is exhausted, and the middle and side neck on the left is its weakness. A spoiled one. Or rather, it was just a mount that was deliberately squeezed by Hunter G to make it grow rapidly and form a combat power. Baizi has already prepared an opponent for it. Big Stinger Bee. Beer tilde. Accompanied by a low insect chirping, the whole body shone with the color of steel, and the large needle bee, who had already completed the chi gathering trick ahead of time, sprang out from behind Baizi like a ghost. The needle in his right arm, which was covered with purple toxin factors, pierced the air, and at a tricky angle, it just met the big bill that was attacking. One hit. PFF'd, with the sound of the sharp weapon entering the flesh, it pierced neatly into the long neck of the sparrow. Big Bill. Killed on the spot. Cuck, chuckle. Hunter G's eyes widened, but before she could say anything, she suddenly felt a pain in her back. After struggling for a while, she suddenly slipped from Baizi's body. Behind him, the beak of a large-billed sparrow with a long neck that was almost divided into two segments was piercing deeply into Hunter G's back. It was at this time. The prompt sound of the system also came. You commanded the giant hornet to leapfrog and killed a cockroach. A little gain. The battle experience +25. The hornet's level +2. The gas gathering proficiency +3. The poisonous attack proficiency +3 close black lens bracket. Ding! The first leapfrog challenge is successful. Get additional rewards. Level +3. Self-comprehend sword dance skills. You killed Hunter G with your own hands. You have a little understanding. You have a random martial skill, and you get a skill. Kicking skill, master level. Do you want to learn it? Close black lens bracket. Ding! Complete the first drop of blood achievement. Get killing rewards. Speed +2, kicking skill level +5. Oh, are there rewards for leapfrog challenges and self-killing? Not bad, not bad. Quote. Baizi's face was delighted. After this wave, his only weakness, speed reached 11 points, surpassing the peak that ordinary people in the elf world could achieve. Moreover, he also obtained his first master level skill, kicking skill. To know skills from novice to master, the required experience value is almost doubled. Even if he has a talent reward system, he must generate more than 1 million experience points to reach the master level, which is not difficult. This wave can almost be said to have reached the sky in one step. Baizi immediately chose to study. Next second, countless kicking skills and experiences popped up in his mind. The whole body began to heat up, accompanied by bursts of soreness and numbness, as if a stream of heat was constantly transforming his body. Especially the legs and waist. Seems to be taken care of. It can almost be said that every second, Baizi can clearly feel that they are constantly becoming stronger and more powerful. Moment. Baizi exhaled slightly, feeling his brand new physique as if reborn, and the corner of his mouth raised an arc. Today's self is 10 times stronger than before. If you face Hunter G again at this time, why bother? With only 3 points of force, Baizi has the certainty of a move to completely incapacitate the opponent. In addition, the enhancement of the giant stinger is also very gratifying. On the level, it came directly to a 5 jump and reached level 30, which is considered a first-time elite high-level entry. And because of this, he also realized the strengthening magic skill of sword dance. From now on, as long as the sword dance is stacked high enough, then his own big needle bee can really transform into Changshan Jiao Zifang, and kill 7 in and 7 out at the Alliance Conference, and 1 needle as a child. Thoughts surged in his heart, but Baizi's hands and feet were not slow. At this time, he had already counted Hunter G's loot with him. But to him, there are only 3 things that are really valuable. First of all, it is the premium medical kit sold by Shaloof Group. There are all kinds of medicines in it, and all of them are high-end products. Baizi had seen the price, 1.2 million, which was not what he could consume at the time, so he had to retreat and choose some necessary medicines in bulk. Now, it's a free prostitute for him. Next up is a decent amount of power blocks and elf food. However, with the exception of the fire element and the normal element, which are of high quality, the rest of the categories are all defective products that can only be eaten. From this point alone, it can be seen that, except for the flaming lion, Hunter G probably did not cultivate the remaining elves as partners at all. It is estimated that they are all tool pets. As for the last item. Chapter 24. Lapras of Compassion and Forbearance, the Healer 4th. Race, Lapras, riding the dragon. Attribute, water, ice. Characteristic, water storage, hard shell armor. Level, elite peak, level 34, 99 100ths. Potential, champion. HP, 130, attack, 85, defense, 80, special attack, 85, special defense, 95, speed, 60. Skills, singing, calling, water gun, white fog, life droplets, boulders, strange light, water fluctuations, rain, death song, frozen beam. Genetic skills, cold and dry, ground crack. Props, mysterious water droplets, non-melting ice. Status, good, serious trauma. Introduction. Lapras with extraordinary aptitude has excellent ice attribute manipulation ability. The special living environment has created his transcendent character, tenacity, tolerance and tolerance. This Lapras. Through the colorless Pokeball printed with silver chains in his hand, Baizi couldn't help but stare. This type of Pokeball is called a restriction ball, and is a second processed union contraband. Single function. In short, it is a reinforced elf cell. It is generally a kind of Pokeball specially used by poachers to store the captured precious Pokemon. Being imprisoned here, then obviously this Lapras has not been domesticated by Hunter G. That is to say, maybe I can try to conquer this Lapras. Thinking of this, Baizi's eyes suddenly burst into a bright light. Lapras. Also known as the dragon. This is a gentle and well-suited elf species for water riding. Moreover, they are very close to humans and like to swim and play with people on the water. Known as the most suitable elves to ride on the water. It can be said that this is also the best water riding elf that Baizi can think of. Not only that. With the dual characteristics of water storage and hard shell armor, Lapras can not only fight against the water shield in the Civil War and recover by the way, but cannot be hit the key point. With its HP of up to 130, Lapras can completely use the Tide Spin plus Destruction. Song, come and catch someone to sing and grind the shield on the opposite side. Coupled with the genetic cold and dryness that specializes in water systems, and the ground fissure that will cause a near-death hit as long as it hits, it is just suitable for hitting those big men who are inconvenient to move. Baizi will naturally be moved by such a meat pet Lapras who is anti-water and anti-shield and can defeat a big man. Not to mention, from the criss-crossing old and new scars on this Lapras body, it can be seen that it must have been abused by Hunter G a lot. But even so, it can ensure that it is in good condition, and it has 2 attribute items worth thousands of gold without being discovered. Toughness, Forbearance. White Z and Lapras in the restricted ball meet. Moment. Lapras bowed his head slightly with a cowardly expression, and his body was twisted into a ball. Immediately, he shivered. Seeing this, Baizi couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth. Tisk, what an interesting little guy. Your wind speed dog killed the flame lion, a little gain, Godspeed proficiency +1, melee combat proficiency +1, lightning tooth proficiency +1, heavy stepping proficiency +1. Woo tilde. The familiar system prompts sounded along with whimpering from far to near. Baizi raised his head, and saw the wind speed dog with only slightly messy hair running in front of him. Thank you for your hard work, whined Speed Dog. Baizi lightly smiled and stepped forward and patted the other person's furry collar. Seeing that the big guy couldn't stop looking at his body, he immediately added with a smile, Don't worry, I have nothing at all. Woo tilde. The wind speed dog was relieved, and arched his head meekly. Seeing this, Zorua immediately threw the elf belt in his mouth, climbed onto Baizi's shoulders 2 or 3 times, and began to act coquettishly and beg for praise. But the big stinger was as calm as ever. After methodically wiping off the big mouth's blood stained on the needles, he began to quietly comprehend the newly acquired skills. This. And it was only at this moment that Uncle Shoes, who witnessed Baizi killing the famous Hunter G in the blink of an eye not far away, finally recovered from his stunned expression. Be nice. Which big family cultivated this young talent? Hunter G, a vicious criminal who has been traversing the elf world for decades, is actually in the hands of this young man who is at most 15 or 16 years old in front of him. You must know that in those days, even the 4 kings of the Kanto region, Kona, couldn't really keep each other. Wonderful. It's incredible. What a hero out of a boy. Uncle Shoes couldn't help but praised again and again in his heart. As for the life and death of Hunter G, he's not one of those rookies who don't know much about the world, fighting in the wild, life and death on the front line, where's the reason to keep his hands? Not to mention, he saw clearly. This Hunter G clearly died under the long beak of his big beak, and has a hairy relationship with this young man. And at the same time, Baizi finally turned his attention to the young girl Xiao Huang who was still lying on the ground, frowning slightly, as if she might wake up at any time. The healer. Baizi's eyes swept across the delicate skin of the girl, his eyes wandering a little, not knowing what he was thinking. Immediately, he leaned forward and picked him up. Slightly fragrant. It was at this time. With the flickering eyelashes like cicada wings, the eyelids rolled up, revealing those pure and bright eyes like yellow agate. Chapter 25, Gentle, Chocho, 5th. Joban Forest. Periphery. Inside a 2-story cabin. At this moment, Baizi held a towel and slowly walked downstairs while wiping his hands. Seeing the girl's nervous look, she immediately chuckled and said warmly, Uncle Shoes didn't hurt his bones. I've sutured his wounds, given medicine, and rested for a few days. It won't be a big problem. Woo tilde. When Xiao Huang heard the words, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to Baizi with a grateful expression, Thank you, big brother, otherwise, I don't know what to do. It's okay. Baizi obviously didn't take it to heart, waved his hand, went downstairs, and placed the used towel on the bamboo rack aside. Then, he suddenly approached the girl, stretched out 2 fingers, and lifted the girl's delicate chin. Xiao Huang's body froze for a moment, his hands subconsciously clenched the corners of his clothes, and he looked at the handsome face of the young man in front of him, but for a moment, there was no resistance. The bruise on your neck isn't too shallow. Let me give you some medicine. Bai Zi looked at the girl's reaction with a smile from the corner of his eyes, and regardless of whether the other party agreed or not, he directly pulled Xiao Huang to the bamboo chair beside him to do it. It didn't take advantage of it deliberately. After simply cleaning the girl's neck with a towel, and then applying a layer of blood-activating potion, Bai Zi immediately closed his hand and placed the small bottle on the coffee table in front of him. This is a special treatment spray for promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. Use it once in the morning and once in the evening. In a day or 2, the bruises on your neck will be completely gone. Okay, go upstairs and see your uncle. I still have something to do. I'll go to the front yard to solve it. Saying that, Bai Zi lightly smiled, stretched out his hand and flicked Xiao Huang's forehead, got up and walked towards the courtyard outside the house. Yeah. The conditioned reflex hugged her head and snorted softly, like a kitten, half squinting her eyes, watching the tall and straight back of the young man slowly walking out. A flush of red rose from her neck, and finally rendered her cheeks and earlobes. The area is not small in the front yard. Bai Zi looked around a little. Then he saw his group of elves resting and playing in the courtyard. However, the giant needlebee is still diligent as always. It hovers alone by the courtyard wall, with a little mysterious brilliance all over its body, and an illusory sword-shaped energy emerges around it. Obviously. At this time, the big needlebee has initially mastered the sword dance trick, and is constantly skilled and practiced. Your big needlebee has deeply comprehended and trained the sword dance trick, and gained a little, sword dance proficiency +2. Your big needlebee has deeply comprehended and trained the sword dance trick, and gained a little, sword dance proficiency +2. Bai Zi glanced in the direction of the giant needlebee, and saw that the status column showed, good, so he put out the idea of disturbing. On the side, the wind speed dog quietly closed his eyes and crouched on the lawn in the center of the courtyard. When Bai Zi appeared, he only shook his ears slightly, and then there was no other movement, and he seemed very leisurely. Zoroha, meanwhile, was chasing and fighting with a petite Pikachu with a small red flower pin to his left ear. Although not long ago. But these 2 little guys seemed to be very familiar with each other. But after discovering that Bai Zi came out of the house, Zoroya made an emergency stop. Then, without looking back, he left Pikachu as his temporary playmate and rushed to Bai Zi's feet. Ooh, tilde. Climbing onto Bai Zi's shoulder very skillfully, Zoroya rubbed his small head on Bai Zi's neck affectionately, then stuck out his tongue and licked Bai Zi's face twice. You're such a little bitch. Bai Zi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, stretched out his hand to hold Zoroya in his arms and scratched it twice, then moved his gaze down to Pikachu, who was tilting his head and looked at him curiously. Race, Pikachu, Chucho. Attribute, electricity. Feature, static electricity. Level, beginner novice, level 12, 5100ths. Potential, champion. HP, 35, attack, 55, defense, 40, special defense, 50, special defense, 50, speed, 90. Skills, electric shock, tail wagging, harmony, angel's kiss, cheek rubbing, coquetry, scream, lightning flash, electromagnetic wave, shadow clone, electric ball. Genetic skills, volt attack, prayer. Open black lens bracket status, perfect close black lens bracket. Introduction. Pikachu, who is considerate and caring about others, has extraordinary aptitude. Although he does not have a strong sense of battle, his understanding of unique skills is very good. Another Pikachu with champion potential and inherited Volt's attack. Gee. If you don't know why. I thought Pikachu was some kind of legendary fairy. Baizi couldn't help but muttered in his heart. Immediately, he put Zorua down, pushed the two little guys, and let them play aside. Then, from his elf belt, he took the colorless elf ball with a silver chain pattern, that is, the limit ball with Lapras in his hand. Chapter 26. Give your heart, return loyalty. First update. Click. Without much hesitation, Baizi directly lifted the unique elf lock on the restriction ball. Next, tap the center button. The Pokeball instantly swelled. Red light flashed. An elf with a sea blue body, bright yellow belly and neck, and a layer of uneven gray carapace on the back, which looks a bit like a plesiosaur, appeared in front of Baizi. This Lapras is not very big, and it looks like a head taller than Baizi, and it should not be an adult. And apart from that, what moved Baizi the most was this little guy, with layers upon layers, new wounds covering old wounds covering old wounds. It was like a layer of cocoon, covered with terrifying scars on his entire body. It can be seen that these wounds are basically caused by blunt blows and whiplashes. And it is not difficult to guess that this must be the work of Hunter G, who has already died in Wangquan. Such a guy. It's not a pity to die. Tilda. Seemingly frightened by the coldness in Baizi's eyes, Lepraston shivered all over, curled up his body in an extremely skilled gesture, and let out a pleasing low voice. This made Baizi stunned for a moment. Although he knew in his heart that the little guy who was rated as tough and tolerant should be acting with him. But when Baizi's eyes touched the scar on Laplas's body and the trace of caution in the depths of his eyes softened. It might be tough enough, and it's really good at camouflage. But the suffering it has endured is indeed real. Baizi put down the little bit of defense in his heart, and the routine he had thought up before to conquer Lapras. He stepped forward, and in the slightly wary eyes of the other party, he gently surrounded Laplas's slender neck. The power of Baizi's power to soothe the mind suddenly came out, wrapping Lapras in the whole body. Don't be afraid, everything is over, believe me, the hardships in the past will now leave you, and every day in the future will be new and beautiful. I promise. Baizi's voice was gentle and firm, accompanied by a warm power that seems to wash the soul. At this moment, it slowly immersed in the depths of Laplas's heart, making it very clear to feel the closeness of another soul. For a moment, an unprecedented sense of peace of mind made Lapras unable to help but indulge in it. Especially at this time, Baizi's sincere concern was absolutely unselfish. It also made the last bit of defense left in Laplas's heart melted in a moment like the morning sun shining on the snow. Oh woo tilde. Lapras let out a weak cry like a bottom weep, and slowly lowered his head and placed it on Baizi's shoulder. In this way, slowly, for the first time, I fell asleep without any defense. Under the caress of the warm sun, the people and spirits who are leaning against each other seem to draw each other's hearts close to each other in this silent communication. You use the influence of Baizi's power to appease Lapras, with a little gain, ability value experience +5. After that, Laplas's conquest was unexpectedly easy for Baizi. That's the beauty of elves. If you give your heart, then the vast majority of elves will also give their hearts and loyalty. Click, Baizi crushed the restriction ball and threw it into the trash. Then he took out a black and yellow vacant luxury ball from the belt, with the button facing down, and tapped it lightly on top of Laplas's head. The red ray spread out from the white button in the middle of the luxury ball and quickly wrapped and stored Lapras. After 2 beeps, without the slightest shake, Lapras succeeded in subduing. Clap clap. Baizi clapped his hands, then released Lapras from the pokeball, and greeted with a smile, come on, let's get to know our new partners together. Ow tilde. Beer tilde. Woo tilde. The wind speed dog sleeping on the side, Zorua playing with the little yellow Pikachu, and even the giant stinger who is still training dissipated energy and came to Baizi and Lapras, either enthusiastic, or curious, or he greeted Lapras calmly. Lapras seemed to be a little uncomfortable about this, but after seeing Baizi's encouraging eyes, he raised his head slightly, tentatively, and let out a soft cry, "Oh woo tilde." Baizi's mouth twitched. And Zorua couldn't see the ferocity and solitude of the ordinary evil-type elf at all. After greeting, he jumped on Laplas's back with a familiar look and started to play. "Big brother, this Lapras." At this moment, Baizi heard a crisp voice accompanied by a burst of hurried footsteps. Turned. He then saw that Xiaohuang, who walked out of the wooden house, was looking at Lapras with eyes full of worry and pity, the dense scars. Chapter 27, Son of Vivian, Conquer tilde, second. Saying that, Xiaohuang didn't wait for Baizi to respond, and came to Laplas's side in 3 or 2 steps, and put his hands on Laplas's back and neck. In an instant, Yingying's green brilliance gushed out from Xiaohuang's palm. The invisible warm breath made Baizi clear in his heart, and the elves next to him couldn't help but have an inexplicable intimacy with the girl. And Lapras, who was wrapped in the aura and power of Vibrant, was even more able to feel the earth-shaking changes in his body at this time. The whole body seemed to be completely penetrated, and there was an indescribable sense of pleasure. The body's surface also started to itch. The thick cocoon armor was propped up and replaced little by little like a snake shedding its skin. The back shell also became smooth and translucent as if it had been waxed. Overall, simply, it's like being reborn. Oh woo tilde tilde tilde. Lapras let out a long, melodious cry, his voice full of relief. And with this long cry, layers of frost gradually covered the slough that had receded from Laplas's body. Kacha, after a crisp sound, it instantly turned into countless ice crystals and flew away. What an amazing ice attribute control ability. Baizi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but admire. As a qualified trainer, naturally he could see it. What Lapras showed just now was purely the manipulation of the ice attribute factor, not the effect of using some unknown ice-related skill. Excellent. At this time, seeing that Lapras had fully recovered, Xiaohuang was not relieved, and stopped the operation of the power of Vibrant. But just let go. A feeling of weakness that the body was being emptied suddenly came to my mind, and as soon as the body softened, it was about to stumble and fall to the ground ahead. Be careful. Baizi stretched out his hand with the tip of his eyes, grabbed Xiaohuang Nenbai's wrist directly, and pulled it into his arms with a slight force. The familiar touch came again, and along with the good smell, Xiaohuang's cheeks suddenly turned red. However, the dizziness from her brain and the weakness in her body still made her subconsciously clench Baizi's collar and rely more on her focus. How are you all right? After a moment, Xiaohuang, who was slightly relieved, blushed slightly, broke away from Baizi's warm embrace, lowered his head, looked at his toes and said, thank you, big brother. I'm fine now. Quote. That's fine. Baizi nodded mildly, and there was no strangeness on his face. But immediately, he said, however, when you use the power of Vibrant in the future, you still need to do what you can. Excessive consumption of physical strength will also damage your body. Vibrant power. Consumption. Xiaohuang's expression was a little confused, obviously he didn't fully understand his abilities. Baizi glanced at her and explained with a smile, the special ability you used to heal Lapras just now is called the Power of Vibrant, which is blessed by the Viking forest in legends, and only comes every 10 years. An ability that may be passed on once. Quote. However, it is said that it is once every 10 years. But as far as Baizi knows, there are only 2 or 3 people in this world who truly inherit the power of victory. And among these people, Xiaohuang is still the most special one among them. Her vibrant power not only has the effect of healing elves, but also can read the hearts of elves, communicate with each other, and feel the surrounding environment through the eyes of elves, and even when she becomes serious and angry, she can let her elf's level skyrocket in a short period of time. This ability, to be frank, perverted enough. Therefore, it can be said that Xiaohuang is the son of Joban, who is truly favored by the forest of Joban. Okay, that's awesome. Xiao Huang had a stern look on his face. Bai Zi, on the other hand, rubbed the young girl's hair with a light smile, and continued. Not only that, it can also allow you to communicate with the spirit of the elves, and even enhance the effect of the elves' combat power in a short period of time. But all of this will consume your physical strength, that's why I told you to do everything within your means, understand? Xiao Huang nodded heavily, keeping these in her heart, and the concern she heard from these words also made her feel sweet. Looking at the girl's pure smile, Bai Zi also smiled. Immediately. He thought for a while, released his hand, took a luxurious ball from the elf belt, and said, Xiao Huang, your Pikachu's aptitude is quite good, if you don't want it to be taken away from you by others. Or is it better to catch it in advance, how? Saying that, Bai Zi handed the luxurious ball in his hand towards Xiao Huang. This. Xiao Huang took the luxury ball with a bit of hesitation. She just wanted to be friends with Pikachu. She didn't think so much, but when she thought about the possibility of parting with Pikachu, she suddenly felt a sense of reluctance in her heart. Pick up, Pika-P-tilde. Pikachu seemed to have sensed Xiao Huang's mood, and hurriedly called out dancing. Chapter 28. Now, attack. Third more. Do you think so? When Xiao Huang heard Pikachu's words, his eyes suddenly turned red, and he hugged Pikachu who rushed over, and said in a choked voice, Me too. Cho-Cho, we are a family, we will never be separated. After one person and one pet for a moment, Xiao Huang wiped the corners of his eyes and aimed the luxurious ball in his hand at Pikachu in his arms. Then, please continue to take care of me in the future, Cho-Cho. Pika-P-tilde. Pikachu nodded with a smile and crooked eyes. After rubbing Xiao Huang, he took the initiative to stretch out his small paw and pat the button in the middle of the luxury ball. In an instant. With a red light. Pikachu was covered with light, contained, and entered into a luxurious ball. There was no tremor. With a bang, it was successfully subdued. Congratulations, Xiao Huang, for successfully subduing Pikachu. Bai Zi congratulated with a smile. Tilde. Xiao Huang smirked and scratched his head, then quickly released Pikachu and held him in his arms. Thank you so much, big brother, you have helped a lot, I really don't know how to thank you. If you are thankful, you don't have to. Bai Zi smiled and shook his head. After looking at the pair of Xiao Huang and Pikachu, he suggested, however, if you don't mind, would you like to have an elf battle with me? As one of the protagonists of the elf world, Bai Zi believes that Xiao Huang should also be able to generate a good destiny reward. Therefore, of course he did not miss the truth. Are you going to fight? Xiao Huang was stunned when he heard the words, and he glanced at Pikachu with a slight hesitation, but finally agreed. Although she is not really interested in elf battles. But, since it was Bai Zi's request, then she couldn't have any thoughts of rejection. In the open space outside the small courtyard, Bai Zi and Xiao Huang stood opposite each other. On one side, the wind speed dog and the giant stinger were watching the battle. As another pair of protagonists located in the center of the arena, Zorua and Pikachu do not seem to have this awareness, and they are still playing the game of chasing me, chasing you, and running happily. Clap clap. Bai Zi clapped his palms and gestured. Okay, Zorua, this is your first battle, you have to perform well. Tilde. Hearing the sound, Zorua immediately stopped fighting, and after greeting his newly acquainted best friend Pikachu twice, he simply turned around and came to Bai Zi. It looks like it is ready to go, all fours are on the ground, and the body is arched, and the dark evil energy is also ignited from its small body-like reality. Pika-P. On the other hand, Pikachu seemed a little helpless compared to Zorua's mobility. Still too young. Seeing this, Bai Zi shook his head slightly, but he had no plans to fight. Although he is really greedy for Xiao Huang. There may be a destiny reward on his body, but it is not her style to bully a little girl while others are in danger. Cho-Cho, If you want to protect Xiaohuang, then you must learn how to fight. Otherwise, when danger strikes, how will you protect her? The same goes for you, Xiaohuang. Even if you don't want to be a trainer, it is your duty as their family to nurture, train, and make them strong. In any case, in this world, strength is the foundation of everything you can have. Baizi's tone was gentle and persuasive. He instilled his own force theory view into Xiaohuang, who was now like a blank sheet of paper, and in the pure heart of the other party, the first ink was stained. Then, he also briefly explained some precautions for Xiaohuang about the battle. However, what Baizi said was more general. He knew exactly what potential the girl in front of him had. Although he is called the healer, as the absolute protagonist of the yellow chapter, Xiaohuang's talent in battle is equally good, and he is not inferior to Kai, who is called the battle man. Therefore, just give a framework. He didn't want to affect Xiaohuang's own spirituality. So, to sum up the above, calm judgment, decisive response, correct command, meticulous observation ability, profound knowledge, forward-looking vision and strong psychological quality, these are all qualified what a trainer needs to have. Quote. And how to apply it to the battle requires your own accumulation and grasp. Okay, I've finished what I have to say, now. Attack here. Little Yellow. Baizi exhaled slightly, his dark eyes staring at Xiaohuang, he said in a deep voice. Chapter 29. Xiaohuang's Amazing Talent, Fourth More. Xiaohuang nodded seriously, pursed his lips, closed his eyes, inhaled slightly, exhaled, and finally, slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, a different kind of breath spread out from the girl's petite body. What a clear fighting spirit! Baizi's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. And this time, on the opposite side, Xiaohuang, who seemed to be completely absorbed in entering a certain realm, sees the gap when Baizi opened his mouth in an instant, but he didn't see the opening, and the power of victory was instantly connected to Pikachu's mind. Choo-choo, wagging his tail, and then lightning flashes. Pick up tilde. Pikachu swayed its heart-shaped zigzag tail, and the invisible gravity made Zorua involuntarily divert his attention away, and a light flashed on the surface of his body. Baizi knew it. This is Zorua's defense being lowered. And after Pikachu made the first move, the red electric sacs on both sides of the cheeks suddenly burst into a burst of golden lightning that spread all over the body, and the small four claws waved in a zigzag shape, heading straight for the direction of Zorua, as fast as lightning. And attacking autonomously without instructions. Baizi raised his brows, but then, after a glimpse of Xiaohuang's awe-inspiring face, he immediately denied his previous speculation. No, look at this. This should be Xiaohuang using the power of Vibrant to connect the command of the mind's power, the silent command. What an amazing talent and ability. Between the lights and flints, Baizi's thoughts turned sharply, and he made a judgment in an instant. And at the same time, he also narrowed his eyes, and without hesitation he decisively ordered, ground, grab. Wu tilde. Zorua immediately understood, and the shiny right front paw suddenly slammed on the ground in front of him. Immediately. Dust is rising. He directly covered Pikachu, who was coming towards him, and blocked the opponent's sight. It also made the little guy in the battle formation feel a little helpless, and even the offensive of the flash of light became slow because of this. But the role of the trainer is now. As for Xiaohuang, although he is a complete novice, his talent for battle is unmistakable. Chocho, don't be afraid. Listen to me, close your eyes, speed up, go forward to the left, and continue to flash with electric light. Pick up tilde. Hearing Xiaohuang's voice, Pikachu seemed to have a backbone, immediately closed his eyes, and slammed into the direction Xiaohuang pointed. Did you give Pikachu guidance using the power of Viking? There was a ray of admiration in Baizi's eyes, and it was instantly clear that this was Xiaohuang who wanted to use the smoke that blocked his line of sight, so that Pikachu took the opportunity to approach, and attacked Zorua unexpectedly. As such, Soraya, whose defense had been lowered by the first mover, was likely to be sent out by a flash of lightning from Pikachu's all-out effort. However, Baizi, who knew all of this, did not immediately remind Zoraya. Instead, he let Pikachu, with the help of the smoke, dash into Zoraya less than 2 meters, and then suddenly shouted, "Zoraya, Diablo Blast! Oh!" In a juvenile but fierce long howl, Zoraya, who was already tense all over, suddenly exploded the fur all over his body almost at the same time as Baizi ordered, and a pair of front feet also stomped heavily on the ground. Stop time. The dark and deep rays of light flickered wildly, and a large number of evil elements were like a wave, centered on Zoraya, rushing towards all directions. Its momentum was ferocious, and the Pikachu who was pounced was shot directly into the air in an instant, and the remaining momentum was unabated, madly expanding and raging, covering nearly half of the field between Baizi and Xiaohuang. Instantly. The dust is gone. Pikachu seemed to have fallen outside the field and passed out in a coma. Chucho! Xiaohuang suddenly exclaimed, and quickly stepped forward to pick up Pikachu. The green light revived, and began to use the power of Vibrant to treat him. At the same time, the familiar and pleasant system prompt sounded in Baizi's ears at the right time. You command Zoraya to defeat Huang. Generation. Jobin Lilacs Pikachu, Battle Experience +10, Spirit +2, Zoraya Level +3, Grasping Proficiency +2, Dark Blasting Proficiency +5. Ding! Defeat the Son of Destiny and get an additional reward. Virtual Road Sign of Unknown Opportunity to be activated. Yellow. Generation. Jobin Lilac is the full name of Xiaohuang, meaning, Child of the Vibrant Forest, and can also be understood as, Xiaohuang from the Vibrant Forest. As for this reward. Virtual Signposts of Unknown Opportunities. What the hell is this? Baizi's mouth twitched. The reward called, the Guardian Contract of Destiny, that was swiped from the red body before, still hasn't moved. What is this? Virtual Road Sign of Unknown Opportunity. How? You want me to hunt for treasure? Can't you just be a little bit quicker and give me something similar to what Xiaoji has brushed on and can work directly? Baizi's face was utterly disgusting, and at the same time he slandered, he also aimed his eyes at the panel. Investigate. The message of this so-called, virtual signpost of unknown opportunity, comes. Chapter 30. Virtual Road Signs, Legendary Groups, 5th. Unknown Virtual Road Sign. Not activated, can be activated at any time through the mind. After activation, a virtual road sign that only the host can see will be displayed, guiding the host to the place where there is an unknown opportunity. I see, is it something similar to what the game points to? Baizi suddenly understood. Immediately. He turned his attention to Zoraya who was still in the field. Wu tilde. At this moment, the dark evil energy factor not only did not dissipate, but became more intense, and accompanied by a slightly immature long howl, the fog dissipated, revealing Zoroya's current state of mind. Appearance. Your Zoraya takes the opportunity to break through, gains a little, status is optimized, level +1, comprehends the general change skill, ghost face. Race, Zoraya. Attribute, evil. Characteristic, illusion, exclusive. Level, novice intermediate, level 16, 0/100ths. Potential, quasi-god. HP, 40, attack, 65, defense, 40, special attack, 80, special defense, 40, speed, 65. Exclusive skill, Diablo Blast. Skills, catch, stare, make trouble, sharpen claws, grab randomly, ghost face. Genetic skills, see-through, supernatural power. Open black lens bracket condition, good close black lens bracket. Introduction. Zoraya, who is extremely talented, is underdeveloped due to malnutrition, but his talent is extraordinary, especially his mastery of illusion, which is even far better than his evolutionary Zoroark. Is it possible to take advantage of the system's opportunity to increase the level to make a second breakthrough? And the state is optimized to good, not bad. The light in his eyes slowly dissipated. A satisfied smile appeared on Baizi's face. Okay little guy, come back. Then, he waved at Zorua, and the petite grey-red fox immediately shook the dust on its fur, with light legs, and threw itself into Baizi's arms. Very affectionately arched. Then, after Mengmeng hit Heish, she shrank slightly tiredly, and fell asleep peacefully in Baizi's arms. Snoring came slowly. This little guy. Baizi couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling. With a doting expression, he pressed the little guy's fluffy head twice with his thumb. Then, he took out the elf ball and lightly tapped it. Under the red light, he put Zorua in it. The environment in the deluxe ball allows Zorua to get a better rest. And this time, Pikachu has also been completely healed by Xiaohuang's power of Vibrant, because the injury is not serious, but it did not consume much of Xiaohuang's physical strength. Not only that, but the little guy seems to be as optimist as its owner. Although the first battle was lost. But he didn't feel down at all, and even after Xiaohuang calmed down a few words, he happily played with the other party, laughing and laughing, looking like he was heartless. It looks like this little guy Chocho should be fine. Baizi put away the Pokeball with Zorua, then slowly stepped forward, came to Xiaohuang's side and chuckled. Hee hee tilde. Xiaohuang shyly stopped fighting with Pikachu, hugged Pikachu in his arms, shook his head, and said with admiration, I'm fine. But, brother Baizi, you are really strong and strong. You and Chocho are also very good. After all, this is your first time against each other, but you are much, much better than most novice trainers. Baizi smiled warmly and rubbed the heads of Xiaohuang and Pikachu respectively. Pick up tilde. Pikachu screamed and rubbed Baizi's palm, looking very intimate. Although Xiaohuang was a little shy, he didn't dodge in the slightest. He was slapped twice on the top of his head by Baizi's big hand. His cheeks were slightly red, and he shrank his head, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly unconsciously. Concerned about Uncle Shoji's injury, Baizi stayed in the Chengpan forest for a few more days. But he was not idle either. On weekdays, in addition to training the few elves in his hands as usual, he took the time to explain the basics of elves training and combat to Xiaohuang, and helped her complete her first subduing. A little Rada with Heavenly King level qualifications. Gee. Should it be said to be one of the protagonists of Destiny? Although it is true that such a large elf population as Little Rada can give birth to individuals with excellent aptitude. However, not long after Qinglu just chased a champion-qualified Little Rada, when Xiaohuang casually touched it in the vibrant forest, he was another heavenly ranked Little Rada. Good guy. If you don't know this, I'm afraid that you might have thought that this Little Rada would be some kind of legendary elf tribe. And beyond that. After these few days of intensive training, all the elves in Baizi's hands, including the Wind Speed Dog, also have their own gains to varying degrees. Chapter 31. Try God's Edge. First update. The first is Zorua. Although its level has not improved in the past few days, its special attack has been increased by 5 points. At the same time, the operation and use of its exclusive feature, Illusion, has become more and more proficient. Then, there is Lapras. After being healed by the power of victory and the careful maintenance of Baizi in the past few days, he finally broke through the shackles and advanced to the first-level gymnasium. He became the first elf in Baizi's hands to break through the gym level. And as the initial spirit of Baizi, the giant needle bee. Perhaps because it was surpassed by its companions one after another, it made extra efforts in the past few days, and the harvest was also quite good. Not only did the attack increase by 2 points, but also the speed increased by a little. You must know that the attack and speed of the big needlebee have both exceeded 100. Each increase in difficulty is 10 times more difficult than before. Thus, the efforts made by the giant needlebees in the past few days can be seen from this. As for the last, it is the Wind Speed Dog. Strength. Even 3 days ago, Baizi ventured to the depths of the vibrant forest, and brought Feng Shui Dog to find and defeat the 3 single king-level elf overlords. Although judging from the logs generated by the Heavenly Rewards system, the function of the system is valid for the Wind Speed Dog. But obviously, the experience of the mere 3 king-level overlords is still a drop in the bucket. However, Bai Zi, who had already expected this, was not too disappointed. And in the subsequent training, not only a part of its own 6-dimensionality has been improved, HP +2, Defense +1, Special Defense +1, Speed +1. It also took advantage of the trend to find out the specific method of improving the 6-dimensional attribute. Among them, training on endurance can improve HP, training on strength and fighting can improve attack, training on anti-strike can improve defense, training on energy manipulation can improve special attack, training on attribute adaptation can improve special defense, and training on reaction, agility, and speed can improve speed. Racial value. Now, be honest. It is very useful for Bai Zi to understand this. Hexagonal warriors with no weaknesses are indeed close to perfection to some extent, but on the other hand, they also represent mediocrity. Therefore, in the strengthening of the 6-dimensional wizard, compared with the comprehensive hexagonal warriors, Bai Zi is more inclined to add points to the limit, so that the advantages of the elves themselves can expand infinitely, directly opening the gap with other elves, thus causing qualitative changes. Speed, only fast is not broken. Attack, invincible. Defense, King Kong is not bad. Bai Zi is looking forward to the day when his elf will reach a level that can be described as such under his cultivation. Then, go try the edge of God. 5 days later. Early morning. Joban Forest, Edge, Route 2. There is a banquet in the world, Xiao Huang, Uncle Shoes, you can send it here. Bai Zi stood beside the Wind Speed Dog, nodded slightly, and said, "That's good." Uncle Shoes, who had a ruddy complexion and was obviously fine, nodded when he heard the words, patted his chest and said, "Little brother, I won't talk to you anymore, brother, I still have some connections in Guandu. Where it's useful, just say it." Bai Zi responded with a smile. Immediately, he turned his gaze to Xiao Huang on the other side. The girl lowered her head, unable to see her expression. However, it could be seen from her hands that were clutching the hem of her top, which were already turning white, that her heart was not at peace at the moment. "Why, I'm leaving without even saying goodbye." Bai Zi approached the girl. "Do not shy away." As he said with a smile, he stretched out his hand to hold up the other's wrinkled face, rubbed the other person's face fiercely, and said, all right, what are you doing with such a frowning face? It's not parting from life or death. Talking. Bai Zi flicked the girl's forehead somewhat amusingly. Although it makes him very happy to be so attached. But, as he said himself, there is no such thing as a banquet in the world. After stopping for so long, he should continue to set off. As for taking Xiao Huang to travel with you, it's not that Bai Zi didn't think about it. After all, Xiao Huang, who has the power of Vibrant, can read the hearts of elves and heal them, is simply the best logistics support candidate. However, Bai Zi also knew that his next journey would not be like an ordinary trainer, just running the official track, going back and forth between cities, playing gymnasiums, and participating in competitions. What he yearns for is a real adventure. The places I want to go are the depths of dense forests, cliffs and mountains, rivers and valleys. And during the journey, there are many people who are treacherous and fighting to the death. Therefore, although the benefits of bringing Xiao Huang are obvious, there are bound to be many inconveniences and even danger. Xiao Huang is naturally reluctant. The days together were short, but Bai Zi had already occupied a very important position in her heart. But she also knows that she is still far from being able to move forward side by side with the other party. She is not good enough, and she is not strong enough. Think of this. Xiaohuang immediately forcibly suppressed the reluctance in his heart, raised his head, and some misty eyes reflected Bai Zi's figure. Big brother, the journey is smooth. Also, I will definitely practice hard, and then chase after him. On yours. So, we can move forward together, right? The girl took this sentence in her heart, her eyes firm. Bai Zi was stunned for a moment, then chuckled lightly, stretched out his little finger and thumb, and handed it to the girl. Then we agreed, I won't stop, and you don't miss the appointment. Hem. Xiaohuang heard the seriousness in Bai Zi's tone, and suddenly smiled brightly, nodded vigorously, raised his little finger, and pressed his thumb forward. It's an appointment. Chapter 32. Under the secluded pool, the cave of the mechanism, second more. After saying goodbye to Uncle Shoes and Xiaohuang, Bai Zi rode on the wind speed dog and drove all the way to the Gopher Cave southeast of Nibi City. And the reason to go here? Of course, it was because Bai Zi used the virtual road signs that the previous system rewarded. The direction that only he can see, the green crawler-like virtual path extends, is located in the southeast corner of Nibi City, at the north end of number 2 road, and further east, near the location of the Gopher Cave. Okay, Wine Speed Dog, stop here. Coming to a stream in the dense forest at the back of the Gopher Cave, Bai Zi patted the Wind Speed Dog on the back, turned over and jumped off. Take 2 steps forward. Head down. In the line of sight, the crawler-shaped green virtual path, after extending to the river bank, turned and spread below the river surface. Tisk, it looks like I have to go down the water. You come back first, Wine Speed Dog. Bai Zi sighed and shook his head. After taking the Wind Speed Dog back into the Pokeball, he quickly put on a set of pure black one-piece wetsuit, tied the pixie belt, and sealed the waterproof advanced space backpack for inspection. This is just a little bit on the waist. A luxurious ball that was tightly tied around the waist suddenly swelled, but it did not break away from the belt. Immediately after, the familiar red light emerged. Ooh tilde. With a soft moan, Laplace's slender figure appeared on the smooth lake surface, his flat fins slid, and soon he swam to Bai Zi's side, his forehead stretched forward, beside Bai Zi's neck. Rub rub. His eyes were wet, and he was very affectionate. Ha ha, be good tilde. Bai Zi also hugged Laplace's slender neck and stroked it twice. Since getting out of the haze, Laplace also seems to have gradually recovered his nature, and he will approach Bai Zi whenever he has a chance on weekdays, which makes him seem very clingy. Speak up. In Bai Zi's team. As an old man, Big Stinger is indifferent and detached, but he is also always the calmest one in the team. The Wind Speed Dog is also calm and atmospheric, and is used to guarding silently by the side. Only Laplace and Naughty and Sticky are the only ones. Only Zoroha will show all her closeness. Laplace, I'm going into the water in a while, you remember to follow me closely, pay attention to the surrounding environment and wild elves, and be ready to support me at any time. Bai Zi pushed Laplace's head away a little, and while stroking the horn on top of Laplace's head, he warned seriously. Actually, a stream of the level in front of you should not be too deep in theory, and most of the elves living in it are the carp kings, horned goldfish, and the like, wild elves that are not aggressive. But it's okay to be careful in everything, and Bai Zi has always been a person who likes to be well prepared, so naturally he will not put himself in danger casually. To know. Even if it is a horned goldfish, if it really wants to go crazy, a hit from the horn is enough to open the stomach. Ooh tilde. Laplace nodded heavily. After Bai Zi put on his underwater breathing mask and a savage man plunged into the stream, he quickly sank his body and followed closely. The ecological environment of the fairy world is very good, and the streams are very pure. Therefore, after Bai Zi was like water, his line of sight was not disturbed too much, and he could clearly see the surrounding environment and the green path that spread on the surface of the riverbed, exuding gleaming light. Follow this path all the way forward. From time to time, there will be some aquatic elves like Carp King, horned goldfish, mosquito-repellent tadpoles. that can be seen everywhere swimming by. They basically turned a blind eye to Baizi and Lapras who followed him. Neither approach nor deliberately avoid. Take it easy. Obviously, the living environment in this water area is very comfortable, and there are even no natural enemies, which makes the vigilance of these aquatic elves so low. About a few hundred meters ahead, the marked path folded, and Baizi also turned. In front of me, I suddenly became enlightened. Unlike before, there seemed to be a deep pool connected to the bottom of this fork, but the bottom of the pool was covered with blue fluorescent stones, so it didn't seem too dark. Following the path, Baizi continued down. Moment. He came to the bottom of the pool. Glancing a little, it is indeed a fluorescent stone, and the quality is not bad. The fluorescent jewelry made of this thing is very popular with children and women, but because of the rich minerals, it is not too valuable. Did not look again. Baizi lays his body flat and faces down, his eyes squinting at the irregular stone the size of a grinding disc in front of him. Path does not extend further here. However, in Baizi's view, this should not be the end, and the path does not seem to end, but rather like it has fallen into this rock. Thinking of this, Baizi immediately stretched out his hand and pressed it on the stone, pushing it tentatively. Click, a dull sound accompanied by the bubbles. Immediately afterwards, the pressed down irregular stone the size of a grinding disc suddenly turned counterclockwise. In Baizi's shocking and inexplicable eyes, the whole bottom is covered with fluorescent stone. Rotating, cracking open a huge circular portal. P.S. Let me tell you, starting from today, as long as the chapters with pictures are not needed, I will put all kinds of beautiful pictures of my wife Shinado. I hope you can look at my wife's sake and give more support so, please support. Ask for collection. Ask for flowers. Ask for comments. Ask for a recommendation. Many thanks. Chapter 33. Ruins, Opportunities for the Great Needlebee. Third more. Clap Lala. In the center of a bluestone paved platform surrounded by water, Lapras and Baizi with a hand on its back suddenly leaned out of the spring. Woo. After brushing the hair that was attached to his forehead, he wiped his face, and after losing a long breath, Baizi swiftly turned his hands and feet out of the gushing spring. The first time it landed on the bluestone slab, Baizi released the big needlebee and the wind speed dog. In the wild, especially when you're in an unknown place like now, and you're alone, it's best not to put the sprite in the Pokeball. Otherwise, once you encounter an emergency crisis or an emergency, you may not have time to release the elf at all. The big stinger made a vigilant action the moment it came out. The wind speed dog approached Baizi. Warm air blows. In an instant, the water traces on Baizi's body were evaporated, but Baizi did not feel the slightest burning sensation. Awesome. Thank you, wind speed dog. Baizi smiled and patted the furry body of the wind speed dog, and thanked him. Immediately, he turned his eyes to look around. This is a huge underwater cave space in the shape of a rectangular cuboid. The surrounding walls are full of mysterious and indistinguishable carvings, and at the top of both sides, a total of 10 Mega Needles statues of bees hang around. Look. It seems to be a relic that has something to do with the Mega Hornet. Beard tilde. Just as Baizi was looking around, the slightly impatient voice of the big hornet suddenly came over, and Baizi even heard an uncontrollable sense of agitation. What's the matter, the giant stinger, did you find something? Baizi opened his mouth and asked, and at the same time, he looked in the direction of the giant needlebee, and the direction that the giant needlebee was facing at this time happened to be the place where the path extended and disappeared. However, at this time, the giant stinger didn't seem to hear Baizi's voice. Quietly suspended in midair, with his back to Baizi, as if his attention had been completely attracted by something at the end of his line of sight. Huh. Baizi raised his brows, stepped forward in 3 or 2 steps, and followed the eager and infatuated gaze of Big Needlebee. It was a small altar composed of countless blue crystals and unknown ores that alternated between blue and yellow. About 2 meters square. On the altar, a round bead about the size of an adult's fist was enshrined and suspended in the void about 3 feet above the circular recess in the center of the altar. Its outer material is similar to a translucent crystal, and the inner purple and green streamer flows slowly like 2 clouds that are constantly chasing each other. Under the shimmering light from the altar, it gives a soul-stirring and strange beauty. This thing is. Baizi got a little closer, but after looking at it for a while, he couldn't figure out what it was. But, since it is the place of opportunity that is reached according to the virtual road sign, is this bead of unknown use the so-called opportunity? Baizi was thinking. But this time, the giant needlebee seemed to be affected by some kind of influence, and even flew up to the altar with a sprint, stretched out its metal-colored needle arm, and placed it on the bead. Baizi was immediately taken aback by the sudden action of the hornbee, but before he could react, a bright white light-like evolution suddenly rose from the body of the hornbee. All of a sudden, the dazzling white light made Baizi couldn't help squinting his eyes. And in the next second, beer sizzle, quote. With a high-pitched insect chirping, Baizi reluctantly opened his stimulated eyes that were filled with tears, and looked at the giant needlebee, which was no longer dazzling at this time, but was enveloped in yin-yang white light and began to deform. In the plastic-like stretching and reshaping, the white light gradually dissipated, revealing the new form of the giant stinger at the moment. The head, body and tail of the body are no longer directly connected, but are continued by the black part. The overall shape has become more slender and angular, with the erect antennae extending backward and the narrow and long eyes like a hook, making the large needlebee more stern. Of course, the most important thing is that the feet of the giant needlebee have also changed into sharp double needles with black and yellow stripes, and their own double needles are more like a pair of lances. Add the poison needle that is also lengthened at the end of the tail, with a cool metallic finish. Today's giant stingray. It's like an emotionless terror-killing machine, full of deterrence. Beer tilde. At this time, the giant needlebee, whose image had changed greatly, finally moved again. I saw it slammed a huge needle like a lance, and a vague energy armor covered it. In the violent breaking wind, a subtle sound was heard. The white marks exploded in the void. Chapter 34. The super powerful stinger bee that is powerful enough to explode. Fourth more. This is. The movement made by the giant needlebee finally woke up, and Baizi was still a little stunned. Looking at the new form of the giant needlebee at this time, he couldn't help raising his eyebrows and said, Mega Evolution. Super Giant Needlebee. Saying that, Baizi, who was curious about the changes of the giant needlebee, was slightly concentrating, and the unseen brilliance suddenly flashed in his eyes. And the next second, the brand new data panel of the giant needlebee appeared in his eyes. Race. Giant needlebee, original form of metal flash. Permanent mega. Attribute. Insect poison. Characteristics. Adaptability. Mind and eyes, exclusive characteristics. Similar to the sixth sense. Can predict the opponent's actions, the ability to avoid danger to break the situation. Level. Gym Intermediate, Level 40, 18/100ths. Potential. Quasi-God, transforming. HP. 65, Attack. 165, 150 Defense. 40, Special Attack. 15, Special Defense. 80, Speed. 171, 145. Exclusive skills. Gauntlets can greatly enhance the defense and attack of double needles. Extinction needles, dedicated all-out killing blow, can cause 2/3 5 times the damage, and has a certain chance to cause a blow, must-kill effect. Skills. Double needle, peck, anger, attack, chase, gathering, poison, high speed, missile needle, venom impact, malicious pursuit, sword dance. Genetic skill. Rapid return. Open black lens bracket status. Perfect close black lens bracket. Introduction. The brilliant stinger bee with excellent qualifications and full potential has a keen perception far superior to its peers. After absorbing the huge insect factors and law fragments in the exotic treasure, Insect King Orb, it has a unique group. The potential, unique and exclusive characteristics and skills, as well as the deterrent enough to command the swarm, are still in the stage of transformation. Lying, Slot. After reading the brand new attribute panel of Big Needlebee, he was stunned for a long time, and then Baizi spit out these two words with a look of shock and inexplicable expression. No wonder Baizi is like this. Because want to come. After seeing such a perverted attribute panel, any trainer will probably react like this. Think about it. The ultimate racial value achieved by permanent mega transformation. The perverted sixth sense endowed by exclusive characteristics is comparable to predicting the future. The super potential that has reached the potential of quasi-god but is still in the process of transformation and evolution, and, both in terms of functionality and lethality, impeccable exclusive skills. Be nice. Where is this giant stinger? It is simply a new insect god spirit. As for the super ancient insect-type elf Genesect, who is known as the steel insect god, Baizi said that today's giant stinger can hit 10 at the same level. Compared with these, the triple jump on the level is nothing. Not only that. From the introduction in the last column of the attribute panel, Baizi finally understood the name and function of the beads that had been fused by the giant Needlebee. The Insect King Orb contains a huge number of insect elements and law fragments, and its performance function is to at least allow the giant stinger to complete the transformation of potential, skills, characteristics, etc. It is indeed a rare treasure. Want to come. This should be the opportunity of the so-called road sign that was brushed out from Xiaohuang. As for whether this so-called opportunity is a treasure bred by nature or a prop made the day after tomorrow, Baizi doesn't know. And he didn't want to go deep into this idea either. For him, as long as you make sure that this thing is beneficial and not harmful, there is no need to think about other things. Beer tilde. At this time, after adapting to its new posture, the giant Needlebee felt the reborn power in the body, and could not help but flutter its wings, sending out bursts of high-pitched insect calls. It seems that he is celebrating his transformation. Then, it turned its gaze to Baizi again, and in the insect eyes, a look of excitement and anticipation was fleeting. Baizi suddenly understood. He strolled forward, put his palm on the needle arm of the large Needlebee in the shape of a lance arm guard, and gave confirmation with a chuckle. You have become stronger again, Big Needlebee. Beer tilde. The Big Needlebee immediately responded with a soft cry, and carefully placed the other needle arm on the back of Baizi's hand. As for Baizi, although he could not determine the look of the giant hornbee, he could easily hear the joy and satisfaction in the voice of the giant hornbee. Although he was very cold all day long, this guy, in fact, he was very concerned about Baizi's approval. The wind speed dog quietly looked at the scene in front of him, and the corner of his mouth raised and arced slightly. Laplas's eyes were also folded, and his eyes were full of foam when he looked at Baizi. Although the time is short. But for it. However, Baizi is not only his own trainer, but also his savior, his family, and the existence he has made up his mind to swear by life and death. Chapter 35, Deal. Fifth More. After harvesting the Insect King Orb, to complete the transformation that can be described as a rebirth, Baizi searched the underwater ruins again, but as a result, there was no more harvest. But it doesn't matter. Just like the Insect King Orb, the trip to the underwater ruins is already quite rewarding. Of course he had nothing to be dissatisfied with. Therefore, after confirming that there were no other gains, Baizi quickly withdrew the wind speed dog and the large Needlebee, followed the spring in the center of the ruins, and crossed the underwater tunnel under the escort of Lapras, and soon returned to the original road. Bottom of the pool. Then, he touched 21, the mechanism that closed the entrance of the underwater grotto, and then he kicked his legs, like a galloping bucket-tipped shuttle, shot straight away in the direction of the water surface. In the evening, after nearly 7 days, Baizi finally arrived at the first city after his trip from Junshin Town, Nibi City. As the largest mining city in the Kanto region, Nibi City is not the tip of the iceberg as it appears in anime. Backed by Mount Yujian, it is rich in all kinds of rare ores, fossils, and evolutionary stones headed by moonstones. Therefore, it has also spawned the vigorous development of all walks of life centered on ore trading. It can be said that Nibi City is one of the largest cities in the Kanto region. And big cities like this, all kinds of facilities and shops are naturally quite complete. E.g. the largest and most well-known trading organization in the Gwandu area, involving item auctions, item transactions, and the sale of elf cubs and elf eggs, the Elf House. At this time, the first time after Baizi entered Nibi City, he found the location of the Elf House store according to the navigation. Then keep walking. Head toward Northwest Commercial Street where it is located. All kinds of top nutritional products and ingredients, high-quality energy cubes, full sets, top-quality field travel equipment, and all kinds of items used as preparatory plans. To be honest, such high-level consumption has already made Baizi's pockets almost the same. The bottom is almost there. Now there is less than 30,000 Alliance coins left on the elf savings card in his pocket. Perhaps, for an ordinary trainer, 30,000 Alliance coins is enough to support himself and a whole team of elves for several months. But for Baizi, this is far from enough. There is an old saying in the past life, 3 points depends on training and 7 points on food. If you want to steadily improve the strength of the elves, training is essential, and the food should not be bad either. And even if it is the best energy cubes regardless of various nutrients and high prices. One of the food that is eaten daily. It is also the price of the top-level 5A grade synthetic beef that Zorua can't miss, and it requires nearly 1,000 Alliance coins per pound. Alliance coins less than 30,000. That's enough to give Zorua a spirit for about 10 days. Therefore, now that the card is less than 30,000 Union coins, Baizi is actually facing a deficit crisis. Standing in front of the store of the House of the Spirits. Baizi's first feeling was that it was big. The glass door that is sensing is nearly 20 meters wide, and there is a Pokeball logo on the door, which means that this is an organization directly under the Alliance. From the outside, the above-ground area of the Elf House has a total of 3 floors. As for whether there is a compartment or a basement, it is not something that Baizi can know. After all, this is also his first time here. Go past the sensor door that opens automatically. Go straight to the first floor of the Elf House. Immediately, a sweet girl in a light blue OL uniform greeted Baizi. "Welcome, sir, can I do anything for you?" With a modest demeanor and soft words, he is worthy of being the receptionist of the House of Elves. "You should have the business of recycling gold beads, star sand, and evolution stones here, right?" Baizi went straight to the subject, picked up the storage bag he had prepared a long time ago, and shook it. "Of course." The girl nodded without hesitation, and introduced with a proficient chuckle, "The Elf House undertakes all the replacement and sales of props. Are you going to sell it on the Elf Online consignment or sell it directly in the store? If it is a consignment sale, we will only charge 0.5% of the handling fee. If it is sold directly to the store, we will also give you the most fair price." Baizi nodded when he heard the words. The reason why he chose the House of Spirits to sell the things in his hand is the fairness of the prices of the institutions directly under the Alliance. An open and transparent normative price can save Baizi from bargaining and a lot of trouble. Step into the inner room. After careful identification, weighing and comparison, the old Mediterranean man with reading glasses put down the tools in his hand and suggested, "Well, little brother, if you are willing to pack and sell all the items including rock gems to our elf house. Then, old man, I'm willing to buy at a premium, a buy-in price, 5 million. How about it?" Baizi was stunned when he heard the words. Before coming, he naturally made a simple appraisal. The most valuable thing is that the market price of the attribute item, rock gem, is 2.8 million, and if it is auctioned, it will not exceed 3.5 million Alliance coins at most. In addition to the high-grade leaf stone worth about 70,000 to 800,000, and the other several inferior evolution stones, such as Jinju and Xingsha, the total value should be around 4.8 million. 5 million can indeed be regarded as a premium acquisition. Thinking of this, Baizi didn't hesitate at all, and directly slapped the Union Savings card with the red and white ball pattern on the table. Deal. The young man's smile at this time is definitely from the heart. Chapter 36. Wind Speed Dog, Don't Worry. First. Carrying a large sum of money, Baizi, who walked out of the house of the elves again, felt that the air on the streets of Nibi City had become extraordinarily fresh. And he, who has never treated himself badly, came out of the house of elves. He stopped a taxi directly on the side of the road. Detour. We went to the most upscale 5-star hotel in the center of Nibi City, Ujanshan Hotel, and checked in. And the package is the only set of manor-style large flats in the hotel. Just one night's occupancy fee is as high as 58,888 alliance coins. This amount is enough for an ordinary trainer to eat and drink for several months for one person and 6 pets. Don't think it's expensive either. Regardless of the room area of nearly 300 square meters, the garden balcony of about 150 square meters, hot springs and swimming pools, the soothing incense made from white herbs and other precious medicinal materials in the incense burner placed in the master bedroom is worth it. Not cheap. Not to mention, the delicacies made from all kinds of precious and cherished ingredients are provided completely free of charge during the stay. Bluefin tuna sashimi, deep-sea caviar, polar ice shrimp stew. Even the tail of the dumb beast, the cannon arm of the steel cannon armed shrimp, the Kintaro steak, the savage sea bass tempura, the sweet bamboo freshly squeezed juice. There are ordinary animals in the fairy world. Only. Except for some fish and shrimp marine creatures with amazing reproductive capacity, it is basically difficult to find traces of ordinary wild animals on land. It is normal. Compared with elves, it is really difficult for ordinary animals to survive in this world. The tiger who was known as the King of Beasts, in his previous life was afraid that even the little Radha could not beat him. Under the survival of the fittest. Nature is almost extinct. And in the same way, the fact that humans hunted elves has existed since ancient times. However, since the establishment of the Alliance and the emergence of various synthetic protein meats on the market, eating elves has been regarded as a bad habit by many regions and most trainers. Even if these elf ingredients are packaged and advertised as being obtained by methods such as natural drop, painless extraction, artificial cloning and breeding, etc., they are still subjected to strong support from the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto headed by Longshadu, as well as the Joey and Junsha families. Protest, denounce and boycott. Therefore, the top leaders of the alliance had to come forward to appease and introduced a series of legal provisions prohibiting the indiscriminate killing of elves by private individuals. But it is interesting to note that at the same time, the alliance has not clearly stipulated the regulations prohibiting the consumption of elves. It can be said that playing a very beautiful avoidance is light. Tisk. In the luxurious VIP dining area, listening to the admiration of the nearby guests talking and laughing, Baizi's mood suddenly became less beautiful. However, although he did not like such a scene, he also knew that he was not qualified to say something. Therefore, I can only choose to be out of sight and out of mind, and quickly select a pile of high-grade synthetic meat, as well as precious ingredients such as caviar, truffles, and ice shrimp. Get ready to cook by yourself on the garden balcony on the ground floor of the manor, and enjoy a unique picnic with your own elves. However, I don't know where the country bumpkins came from. After picking and practicing so many, they just left the rarest ingredients. Laughing to death. A harsh female voice that was not deliberately lowered sounded not far from her side. Baizi's footsteps stopped. Slightly sideways. Then he saw a rather gorgeously dressed blonde curly-haired lady looking at her with an expression of obvious contempt. Seeing Baizi looking over, he raised his chin as if provocative, and the curvature of the corner of his mouth was also sarcastic. No guessing. This woman is obviously intentional. Ha, interesting. Baizi suddenly laughed lightly, but that smile made people shudder. Tilde. At the same time, a pokeball around his waist suddenly trembled, and it seemed that the ball would break out in the next second. However, he was held down by Baizi and comforted in a low voice. Fengsu dog, don't worry. Yu Luo didn't step forward, just glanced at the woman and the middle-aged man sitting opposite the woman in a gentleman's uniform that couldn't hide his sturdy physique. Then, Baizi simply turned around, picked up the stacked high tray, and left the dining area. And behind him, a low male voice faintly heard. Sophia, how many times have I told you, don't always offend people with your tongue. Zila tilde. On the top floor, on the grass of the open-air garden balcony that extends outside the flat, Baizi put the simply marinated steak into the stone pot, and the sizzling oil smoke rises, mixed with the meaty aroma of the special sauce. Plus the fragrant baked salt shrimp, mellow truffle soup, etc. A sumptuous meal. Immediately, the wind speed dog, Zorua, the giant stinger, and even Lapras who were surrounded by Baizi couldn't help swallowing. Good. Lapras, who newly joined the Baizi family, is also a carnivore. And just after Baizi finished the last 100 fruit plate. You have made a total of 16 delicacies, with a little income, cooking experience plus 50. Ding, your cooking skills have been promoted, current level, intermediate. Oh. Bai Zhejian raised his eyebrows, feeling the information about cooking that appeared in his mind, as well as the slightly increased 5 senses and palm flexibility. A ray of joy flashed in his eyes. Chapter 37. Challenge Nibi Gym, 2nd. Every skill improvement certified by the system will bring a certain degree of extra bonus to Baizi as the host. Although it is not an intuitive attribute bonus. But for soft power, which is not intuitive, but actually very important, such as physical coordination, sensory acuity, joint flexibility, etc., it has been strengthened to a considerable extent. At this time, after arranging the prepared juices according to the respective tastes of Big Needlebee, Wind Speed Dog, Zorua, and Lapras, Baizi put his hands together and chuckled. Okay, let's start. Sizzle tilde. 8, 5.6, 1, 0, 9.7. 8, 2, Ling, Long. Wu tilde. As soon as Baizi's words fell, the three sisters, Wind Speed Dog, Zorua, and Lapras, began to swirl the clouds like a starving ghost reincarnated. On the contrary, the only male elf Hornby in the team behaved unhurriedly. After taking a sip of the slightly astringent juice made with yellow cones. With a single stroke of the needle arm, the tender meat of the shrimp tail was picked out like a diced beef, and then evenly dipped in the sauce. The shrimp meat was handed to his mouth, and he tasted it slowly and carefully. This posture, on the other hand, resembled Baizi's usual appearance when he dined. Baizi couldn't help shaking his head and chuckling. Reach out. Cut the beef into small pieces, then scoop up half a spoonful of caviar and a piece of matsutake mushrooms to cover them in turn, and then put them into the mouth. Suddenly, the mellow and sweetnesses wrapped in the pure beef sauce and mixed into the absolute taste burst from the mouth. After finishing this hearty and delightful dinner, and playing with the elves on the balcony of the garden for a while, Baizi returned to the room. Just take a shower. Change into pajamas. He took out the latest, Comet 12 Feet notebook released by Shaloof Company from the space backpack. He got up and went into the bedroom, lit incense, and leaned cross-legged on the Wind Speed Dog lying on the goose-down carpet. Then power on, connect to the internet, and open the browser. Both hands tapped and inquired. As a senior code farmer in his previous life, he knew by analogy. Although his hacking skills were not superb, he was still able to take a shot. Especially in this elf world where technological development is crooked to a certain extent. It can be said. Except for some special elves that can manipulate electrons and even enter the online world, ordinary firewalls can't really stop him. And it is. But for a moment. Baizi was almost like no one, and easily found what he wanted from the information database of Nibi City, Sophia, a third-rate opera singer at Nibi Opera House. And her fiancé. Iwamura Ichiro, the owner of the Rock Boxing Gym, a veteran fighting class quasi-king class trainer. Under the bluish light, Baizi said softly and slowly revealed the contents of the query on the screen. And in his eyes, a ray of cold color suddenly flashed across. These two. It was the unspoken woman that Baizi met in the VIP dining area downstairs not long ago, and her male companion. In the early morning of the next day, after enjoying the breakfast from the hotel with the elves, Baizi set off directly to the Nibi Gym in the western suburbs of the city. He is going to challenge the Nibi Gym first and get the first badge. As for the two of them at Rock Fist Gym, this is not in a hurry. Anyway, if the monks can run away, they can't run away from the temple. Baizi has time to concoct them slowly. Perhaps because it is good at elves of the rock attribute, the appearance of the Nibi Gym, from the outside, looks like a huge square rock that has been hewn into a house. Push open the door and walk through the entrance hallway that resembles a rock tunnel. After officially entering the hall of Nibi Gym, at a glance, Baizi saw the squinting boy who was on the opposite side of the field, holding a steel brush and cleaning the body of a huge big rock snake. He has a healthy complexion, dark brown hair, and squinting eyes that are no different from Xiaoging in the original protagonist. This young man is Xiaoging's younger brother, Jiro. It should also be the gym trainer of Nibi Gymnasium who is temporarily acting as Xiaoging now. Speak up. As Xiaoging's younger brother, Jiro's talent as a trainer is actually quite good. Even if it can't be compared to the red, green, blue, yellow, etc. In the special chapter, he is definitely better than Xiaoging. In the original animation, when Xiaoging returned with Xiaoji's travel, Jiro's strength had already exploded Xiaoging. Not only did he cultivate a super iron Tyrannosaurus, but he also cultivated the big rock snake that Xiaoging left behind. The big steel snake can be said to be out of blue. Jiro was concentrating on cleaning up the joints of the big rock snake, but he didn't notice Baizi for the first time. And Baizi didn't interrupt. He just leaned against the stone wall beside the entrance quietly, and aimed at this big rock snake. Chapter 38. The Power of Evolution to Break Through the Shackles. Third More. Race, Big Rock Snake. Attribute, Rock Ground. Characteristic, Hard Head. Level, Quasi-Tianwang Intermediate, Level 56, 2100s. Potential, King of Heaven. HP, 35, Attack, 34, Defense, 160, Special Attack, 30, Special Defense, 45, Speed, 70. Skills, Rockfall, Impact, Harden, Titan, Knockdown, Rock Grinding, Dragon Breath, Curse, Rock Crash, Shrill Sound, Quicksand Hell, Invisible Rock, Beat, Sandstorm, Burrow, Iron Tail, Sharp Stone Attack. Genetic Skill, Wide Area Defense. Open Black Lens Bracket Status, Perfect Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction. Big Rock Snake with excellent qualifications, the absolute main force of Xiaoging, has been cultivated quite well, but lacks the experience of evenly matched death battles, and is a qualified gym elf. It is a very good big rock snake that has been bred. Speak up. Baizi also considered taking a large rock snake as a tanker in the team. Because Baizi is very clear, the big rock snake, which is still widely considered to be unable to evolve in the Kanto region, can evolve into a super shield with a defense of up to 210 types of attribute resistance as long as it carries a metal membrane for connection and exchange. Snake. In addition, Baizi, who is familiar with the original book and has the advantage of foresight, also knows 3 different high-quality large rock snakes and their locations. They are the Miacha Mountains located in the back mountain of Junshin Town in the Kanto region, which is far larger than the giant rock snake of its kind, located in the southwest of the Orange Islands, the Crystal Rock Snake in the Crystal Cave in the Orange Island, and the last one, located in Hihi, the leader of the big rock snake near Ripples Town in various regions. But that was before. Now he has the elf egg of the shiny iron dumbbell. This is equivalent to having a steel-type quasi-god with excellent dual defense and strong physical attack in the future, which is quite excellent in both attack surface and resistance, or a third-level god with qualifications who can briefly fight against a legendary flash giant gold. Weird. Sitting on such a perfect tanker who can be called the king of land warfare, what else do you need from a big travel, steel, vehicle, snake? In fact, what really makes Baizi curious is such a large rock snake of the quasi-king middle rank. In the original anime, how the hell was Ash's Pikachu defeated? Hello, are you here to challenge the gym? I'm sorry, I was taking care of the big rock snake just now, I was negligent, sorry. While thinking about it, a slightly calm and apologetic voice came. Baizi followed the voice and looked. Enter the eye. It was Jiro who had already completed the work on the great rock snake. It doesn't matter, as a trainer, it is a matter of course to take good care of the elves in your hands. Baizi lightly smiled and shook his head. Immediately, he fixed his gaze on the young man opposite him again, and said, I'm Baizi from Junshin Town, and I came here to challenge the gym. Now, can we start? Of course, no problem. Jiro nodded without hesitation, his expression mixed with excitement and a trace of nervousness. In fact, Baizi was the first challenge that his acting brother Xiaogang faced as a gym trainer. My name is Jiro, and I will temporarily take over the position of the head of the Nibi Gym. The gym challenge at Nibi Gym uses a rock field, and the battle rules are 2v2, and only the challenger has the right to change the spirit. Taking a deep breath, Jiro seriously introduced himself and said the rules of the battle, while reaching out and slapped the lattice-shaped wall behind him. Kacha. In an instant, accompanied by a sound of machine, the rock field divided into two pieces moved out from under the left and right walls, splicing and merging into a whole rock field, separating Shirazawa and Jiro. At the same time, a small hidden grid also stretched out beside Jiro. On it, there are 3 Pokeballs on display. Jiro picked up one of them and retrieved the big rock snake, hesitating for a while, but still took out a well-maintained red and white ball from his waist and threw it towards the center of the field. In the first battle, rely on there you are, Iron Tyrannosaurus. Roar tilde. In the excited roar, an armored dragon beast with the shape of a dinosaur, with a gray body and a sharp drill cone on its forehead flashed from the red light. Race. Iron armored Tyrannosaurus, drill horned rhinoceros. Attribute. Ground, rock. Characteristic. Sacrifice, Monty. Level. Elite Advanced, level 30, 3100ths. Potential. Quasi-King. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. This iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was less qualified and did not reach the Heavenly King level. But that doesn't mean it will stop at the Quasi-King. It needs to be reiterated again. For elves, potential is not the same as the upper limit. However, when the potential of the elves cannot keep up with the strength, every breakthrough of the elves will become extremely difficult, and even will completely stop at the limit of potential. At this time, in addition to breaking through the bottleneck of potential with the help of natural-born treasures, some specific sprites, you can also use special evolutionary methods to break through this boundary. For example, before and after evolution, both strength and potential will usher in a reborn Carp King. Another example is the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex, which needs to be re-evolved with the help of evolutionary props synthesized from specific natural substances and artificial power to stimulate the gene sequence in the body. Although this does not change the qualifications of the elves. But the power of evolution. But it is very likely that the elves can break through the shackles and advance to a higher domain level. Chapter 39, Frozen Warfare. Prelude. 4th More. An elite high-ranking iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. At this moment, looking at the data obtained from the probe, Baizi couldn't help frowning slightly. A talent reward system. Baizi's battle mentality has gradually become more practical. For him, it would be more beneficial for him and for the growth of the elves to fight against elves with similar strength or slightly stronger than his own. Otherwise, What's the point of a crushing battle? Ah tilde. Thinking of this, Baizi couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. In the end, it was because he became stronger too fast, and with the help of God's reward, it was the speed of light. So much so that in the gym challenge that was premised on winning, he couldn't come up with an elf with similar or inferior strength. Well, it doesn't have to be too demanding. Again, an opponent of this level is a good opportunity to improve confidence as the first choice. While thinking about it, Baizi also reached out and took a luxurious ball from his waist and threw it forward. Go Lapras, this is your first fight, go and show your talent. Woo tilde. With a soft moan, in the white light, Laplas's figure appeared on the side of the rock field. And, at the moment of his appearance, Lapras, who was uncomfortable with the dry rock field, did not need Baizi's reminder, and immediately responded. The slender neck was high, accompanied by a long cry, and the invisible fluctuations spread suddenly. Immediately, dark clouds appeared over the battlefield. The pattering raindrops quickly fell, quickly soaking the rocky site and accumulating water. In the blink of an eye, the site was changed from rock to wetland. This is a rain-seeking skill. Within this range, the power of water-type moves will increase, while the power of fire-type moves will decrease. At the same time, for the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, which is 4 times weaker than water, it is also equivalent to being the first mover, and it has already fallen into a disadvantage. Need to know. In the elf battle, not every action and response requires instructions from the trainer. An excellent elf also needs to learn to deal with various emergencies independently and flexibly according to the actual situation without the order of the trainer. And to do that, in addition to the efforts and spirituality of the elves themselves, the words and deeds of the trainers in daily training are also indispensable. Although the time is still short, Baizi has not yet had time to design a complete battle routine system for Lapras. But, however, he already had a draft, and he and Lapras had a preliminary explanation and overview of this unfinished strategy. But what Lingbei's never thought was that it would dare to use it directly in the first battle, just after a general description. Moreover, there is not even the slightest hesitation, the decisiveness is amazing. I originally thought that the suffering and forbearance of the past would cause you to be timid in battle. But I didn't expect that it was my fault. Lapras, bloom. This battle is where you shine like ice and snow. The first stage. The black eyes reflected Laplas's dragon-like figure. Baizi didn't give an order, but only murmured in his mouth. The prologue of begging for rain has been paved, and the next step is prelude, is. Oh woo tilde tilde tilde. In the field, almost at the moment when the rain request was completed, Lapras raised his head again and shouted, and a light blue energy ball suddenly appeared from above the single horn above Laplas's head. In the next second, several ice blue light beams shot out from it. This is cold and dry. Tyrannosaurus, be careful. Jiro, who finally reacted, changed his face and hurriedly reminded him. But just as the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus raised its arms and focused on its precautions, it was discovered that the direction of the impact of these beams was not towards itself. And it was extremely accurate, and it hit the large and small puddles on the field. Kachaka, the icy blue rays with an amazing chill instantly freeze these puddles and gradually spread out, connecting with each other. In a short while, the entire field suddenly turned into an ice field, completely covered by a mirror-smooth ice layer. At the same time, the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus's feet were also caught by the rapidly condensing ice layer and froze in place. Iron-armored Tyrannosaurus, use the arm hammer to break free. Jiro's order followed. But have to say, this instruction of his lacks spirituality. At most, it can only be regarded as quite satisfactory. Because just when the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus smashed the ice with its arms and freed its feet. In Jiro's shocked eyes. When Lapras swiped his fins, he drew an arc-shaped curve on the ice like an arrow from a string and went around the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus Rex's side. The water in the mouth condensed, and a wave of water slammed into the exposed waist and abdomen of the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 40. Make a point, be convinced. 5th More. Your Laplace defeated Jiro's iron-armored Tyrannosaurus on his own, and gained a little, experience value +5, rain proficiency +1, cold and dry proficiency +1, water fluctuation proficiency +1. The sound of the system prompt sounded, which also symbolized the victory of this battle. Woo tilde. Laplace ignored the knocked-down Tyrannosaurus Rex, and when the fins slipped, he returned to Baizi's side, his long neck stretched out, and he happily rubbed towards Baizi. On the opposite side, Jiro's face was pale at this time, and the whole person fell into a state of self-doubt. He lost. Completely lost. He can't even beat the uncommanded Laplace. And still being crushed in seconds. At this moment, he even doubted whether he really had the qualifications to become a trainer. Can he really replace his brother Xiaogang and take on the important responsibility of a gym trainer? At this moment, Baizi's clear voice suddenly came. Why, do you think losing to my Laplace is something you can't accept? Ah. Jiro gave a violent shudder, and said hesitantly, no, I just what? Feel like a piece of shit. Puff. The strength is terrible, can't even beat the uncommanded elves. Puff. And it's still being killed in a second. It's such a waste, or it's better to die. What kind of trainer do you still need? Puff. Jiro, who was not light on the knife, was covered by Baizi's words, to dig his heart out, and his face turned pale for a while, but the miraculous thing was that the slump in his heart seemed to have eased a lot. At this moment, Baizi raised his head, who was stroking Laplace's neck. Beneath the silver hair, the dazzling obsidian-like eyes seemed to be able to read people's hearts. Aren't you decadent? Jiro subconsciously wanted to avoid this line of sight, and his eyes drifted unconsciously. However, his squinting eyes are exactly the same as Xiaogang, and it is difficult for people to distinguish clearly. Winning or losing is a common thing in the military. As a trainer, what you need to do is to learn from failures, find and fill your own shortcomings, rather than self-pity. Baizi raised a few words in a calm voice. Continuing, talking eloquently. For example, before, when the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was restricted by ice, your judgment was not accurate enough. I think you've overlooked Laplace's ability to move on the ice. You know, Laplace is slow on the ground, but he is very good at swimming and skating, so the speed on the ice is actually amazing. If it were me, I would use the rock crit skill to attack the ground in front of me. On the one hand, skill-induced explosions can untie the ice. On the other hand, you can use the stones generated by the skills to create a defensive net to prevent Laplace's surprise. Baizi obviously intended to broadcast on demand, so he didn't hide it. Not only did he directly explain the previous battles, but also some of his own battle views and ideas. After a speech, it can be said that Jiro has benefited a lot. To be honest, Jiro's trainer talent is indeed good, but his father Wu Nang, who ran away from home after dreaming of becoming the world's strongest trainer, is really not the master in charge. The second time, although brother Xiaogang is doing his duty, he has to take care of his 9 younger siblings, including himself, while taking on the responsibility of a gym trainer. Sejiro is basically alone on the road of nurturing and training elves, crossing the river by feeling the stones. Therefore, for him, the battle ideas and opinions expounded by Baizi in a few words are tantamount to guiding lights. This is simply the grace of preaching. How not to make Jiro grateful and heartbroken? Jiro. Totally convinced. Thank you for your teaching, such a great kindness and virtue. Jiro will definitely keep it in mind. Having said that, Jiro made a big gift towards Baizi very solemnly. Baizi, on the other hand, waved his hand with a chuckle, and said, "It's okay." Being human in 2 lifetimes, Baizi clearly understands the importance of connections. Therefore, Baizi pays great attention to the daily interpersonal communication, and if he cannot complain, he will not complain. After all, there are many ways to have multiple friends. Of course, if there is really no other way but to be the enemy, then try to kill it all at once, and don't let the other party have any chance of revenge. For example, Hunter G. The Nibby gym of the Jiro family looks unremarkable, but in fact, it owns part of the mining rights around Nibby City and even the Mt. Tsukimi mine. Rich and oily, not to mention all kinds of precious minerals that have an extremely important role in promoting the growth of rock-type and steel-type elves are also quite amazing. It just so happened that the shiny iron dumbbells in Bai Zi's hands that had not yet been born had a considerable demand for it. Elf I Am the Protagonist Template, Invincible Chapter 41-60. Chapter 41. The Trump Card Bee is here. First update. Big Rock Snake, continued to attack with sharp stones. Lapras, dodge the freezing beam, then fight back with boulders. Under the drizzle, on the battlefield full of gravel and ice, a giant rock snake with a body length of nearly 10 meters raised its tail, and a circle of sharp rocks condensed out in an instant. He swung and slammed towards Lapras on the opposite side. At the same time, under the order of Bai Zi, Lapras, who was facing him, waved his fins, and his body quickly slid along the ice path formed by the spewed beams, while avoiding the rocks that fell head-on. There was fog all around. From time to time, many sharp boulders are condensed and shot at the big rock snake to counterattack. It's not that Bai Zi doesn't use the water-based skills that are more restrained against the big rock snake. It is really disgusting to play in the general way of the big rock snake fort. Huge gap in rank. Lapras really didn't dare to easily withstand the opponent's rock attack, so he had to use the frozen beam to condense the ice path as a slide, and he was tired of fighting the opponent's guerrilla war. In this way, it is equivalent to sealing the only two water-type attack moves that Lapras has now. Because whether it is a water gun or a water wave, it is the same as the frozen beam, which needs to be spit out of the mouth. Fortunately, compared to the big rock snake, it is basically a sharp stone attack that has been emptied. Laplas's natural ability to manipulate ice is excellent. Almost all the boulder attacks sent out were taken by the big rock snake, although it is not as strong as the 4 times restraint of the water system. But twice the ice-based skills eat a lot. Even with the difference in rank and the advantages of innate physical defense, gradually, the big rock snake can't bear it. After all, it's not even the heavenly king spirit. The qualitative change caused by the quantitative change is enough to drag the other party down. But Bai Zi knew better. If you continue to stalemate like this, I am afraid that the first one who can't hold it will be his own Lapras. Because, compared with the big rock snake of the Quasi-King, it's just that Lapras, who has just entered the gymnasium level, is still far behind the big rock snake in the accumulation of energy and physical strength. It can stalemate with the big rock snake across more than 20 levels. It was completely achieved by Bai Zi's extremely accurate instruction and judgment ability, and the tactical thinking of, strike the short, to the extreme. Therefore, come back, Lapras, you have done well. With a judgment in his heart, Bai Zi decisively recalled Lapras and replaced it. After comforting him, he threw another luxurious ball towards the battlefield. It's your turn to come on stage, Big Needlebee. Beer tilde. White light flashed, accompanied by bursts of invisible edge, like a killing machine-like metal insect beast quietly suspended in the void. It is the original giant hornbee that has a metallic color scheme and is permanently mega. Bright hornbees. No. This is a flashing alienated individual. Looking at the flying insect beast whose shape and color are completely different from the general stingray, Jiro's pupils, which were hidden under the eyeliner, shrank slightly, and said in surprise. In nature, members of the same species have very similar morphological structures to each other. But among the elves, there are occasionally special individuals who are different from the ethnic group. These special individuals are generally difficult to be accepted by the ethnic group. Basically, they will be rejected by the ethnic group, or even expelled. On the contrary, it may be the compensation of nature. As a special individual, the Shining Elves have excellent aptitudes, far better than ordinary individuals of their own race. And, compared with Flash Elves, alienated elves are even more rare and precious. Because in addition to being far superior to their peers in terms of aptitude, they are all talented and possess unique abilities that can be called heaven-defying. For example, the ghost-type Kikuko in the Kanto area controls an evil monster with an alienized elf individual with the ability called Death Makeup. This arbor can freely switch the pattern with special bonus power on its face, and an elf can perform various functions such as main power, protection, interference, etc. It is very abnormal. What's more, the big stinger bee in front of me is a double combination of flash and alienation. Even the weakest insects. Its value. It is also immeasurable. Big rock snake, continue to attack with sharp stones. As the so-called one trick is eaten all over the sky, after Baizi's teaching, Jiro, who has initially formed his unique battle mentality, repeated his old tricks and ordered the big rock snake first. Sword dance. Seeing this, Baizi narrowed his eyes and shouted in a deep voice. Inside the field. As the big rock snake swung its giant tail again, a circle of sharp rocks suddenly condensed, like a hail of bullets, moving towards the void, and the giant needle bees that gradually glowed with light swept away. Chapter 42. One by one, are they all monsters? Second more. Sword dance, as a status skill that can greatly enhance physical attack, can be said to be a very popular move by trainers. If used well, sometimes it is not impossible to defeat the weak and even push the team directly. However, in the cognition of most people, sword dance also has a very obvious shortcoming. That is the preparation time that must be taken before completing the sword dance. Whether it's dancing the fight dance, to stimulate energy and muscles in the body, or focusing on meditating, to unleash potential power. These all require full attention. And this also means that once the sword dance is used, it is equivalent to being reduced to a living target without the power to fight back. Jiro clearly understood this. However, he did not dare to take it lightly, who had already fully experienced Baizi's abilities. He just stared at the arena with frowning frowns. It had almost completely blocked the four sides and the sky above the giant hornbee and smashed it down to the rock formation. It's almost there. A smile suddenly appeared on Baizi's face, who was also watching this scene, and there was also a murmur of self-talk. On the field. Almost at the same time, a circle of energy swords suddenly burst out from the drooping big needle bee. Sword dance, it's done. And then. Angry. Gauntlets. Move at high speed. A bright light flashed in Baizi's eyes, and he issued 3 orders in succession, and the big needle bee also heard the sound. Beer tilde. The arms were folded and held high, and in the cold neighing sound of the big needle bees, a layer of blushing halo wrapped around the body, and the lavender translucent energy armor emerged above the double needles. Bah! The falling rock block suddenly collided with the energy gauntlet above the double needles of the giant needle bee. In an instant, the bright red halo ignited like a flame. The big needle bee also took advantage of the situation to push, and the figure like a bath of fire quickly fell and turned, almost touching the ground. Rumbling, the roar of the rock hitting the ground followed, but the big needle bee rushed to the front of the big rock snake with no reduction in speed. Extinction needle. The long needle swayed, accompanied by Baizi's awe-inspiring shout. A little cold light came first, and then the spear shot out like a dragon. Choke. Thorn. The sound of gold and iron clashing sounded, followed by the delayed air-tearing sound. The blue-green energy attached to the long needle wrapped around the gauntlet, and streaked a bright light in the air. The phantom of the lance stabbed heavily on the top of the big rock snake. Bang! A dull sound echoed over the entire venue. 5 blue-green energy rings rose. Foreshadows. Although this one-shot killing needle did not have the effect of one-shot kill, it caused the highest damage, 5 times the damage. And through this stab, the swift and ferocious impact of the giant needle wasp completely poured on the head of the big rock snake. The head was down, and the whole body was directly planted in the air, and fell heavily to the ground. Soil splashes. Smoke is everywhere. The dual sight was forcibly smashed out of a long tunnel by the body of the big rock snake. And no surprise. Even across a whole large class hierarchy. After the triple boost of Sword Dance, Anger, and Gauntlet, the extinguishing needle of the Great Needlebee, which has increased its damage to 30 times, still disintegrated the great rock snake's defense neatly, causing the opponent to fall into a coma under this blow. Completely incapacitated. The scene fell into a deadly silence. This sudden flip and instant kill, even if he was already prepared, Jiro couldn't help but immerse himself in this violent blow. And at the same time, your big Needlebee leapfrogged Jiro's big rock snake in seconds, gained a little, battle experience plus 20x2, big Needlebee experience value plus 15x2, Sword Dance, Anger, Gauntlet, high-speed movement proficiency plus 1x2, extinction needle stab proficiency degree plus 3x2 close black lens bracket. Accompanied by the sound of the system. The frantic energy on the surface of the body gradually calmed down, and the dissipated Great Needlebee turned his head, while Baizi greeted the Great Needlebee's insect order, one person and one pet all of a sudden, showing a bright smile at the same time. Baizi, I did it. I became stronger. Ah, I know. Shadow. The sea urchin-headed squinting man, who had a panoramic view of all this, couldn't help but sigh. This deep bond with elves, as well as this talent, character, and strength that are almost visible to the naked eye, are the current newcomers, one by one, monsters. P.S. Chapter 43, The First Badge, Adding Potions. Third more. Baizi turned his head and looked towards the corridor on the left, as if he had been aware of it. In the shadow of the lights, a figure slowly disappeared. And this time, Jiro, who had taken the big rock snake back into the Pokeball, also walked towards Baizi with a 20 centimeters long square box in his hand. I am convinced that I lost. This is the gray badge of Nibby Jim, please accept it. Jiro's tone was respectful. With that said, he opened the square box and took out a stone badge with a facet like a diamond. With a solemn expression, he handed it over with slightly bowed hands. Then I'll be disrespectful. Baizi took it with a smile and pinned the badge on the inner lining of his coat. And just as he was about to say goodbye, in his ears, the system's prompt sounded again. You have harvested the first badge in your life. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, triggering the reward for attendance, the Universal Potion. Universal Compounding Potion. Baizi raised his brows, and with some doubts, he opened the secondary page of Universal Compounding Potion. I saw, Universal Additive Potion. This is a magical unfinished potion. The composition and characteristics of the last additive will determine its effect. The composition and characteristics of the additives determine the effect of the medicine. Why is it a hide-and-seek thing again? Really? The sharp-edged eyebrows twitched unconsciously, and Baizi looked at the potion plus equals close black lens bracket style synthesis column, rubbed his eyebrows somewhat helplessly. Seriously. Although the things that the system has produced so far are all high-quality goods, can you not hide it like this every time? Can you just not do it at all? Just like this medicine. Can you tell me directly what kind of things I add will have what kind of effect? If you don't say anything, just give a synthesis column. Do you think this is opening a jar in DNF? Wipe. Feeling helpless, but Baizi also knew that he couldn't explain the reason with this unintelligent system, so he had to roll his eyes, thought, and close the system panel. How to use this so-called Universal Compounding Potion still needs to be summed up. And before thinking about it, it had to be stored on the panel of the system to eat ashes. After harvesting the first badge, and immediately after visiting the Nibby Gym, Baizi turned to the large commercial street in the direction of the city center. Shops and booths of various colors are lined up on both sides of the street. In addition to the more common hotels, restaurants, clothing and hats and other shops, the most numerous are the various ore exchanges, large and small, which are rich in the characteristics of Nibby City. Baizi's goal is clear. As soon as you enter the commercial street, go straight to the centrally located Nibby department store. A hug, the Pokeball area. Please help me get some Pokeballs. I need 10 deluxe balls, and then 2 diving balls, 1 each for healing ball, heavy ball, and UU ball, thank you. Second floor, Tech Zone. Excuse me, give me a portable elf navigator, as well as the latest version of the solar electronic watch and notebook. By the way, I also want a power cube maker. Third floor, food area. A crazy big purchase. By the time Baizi walked out of the Nibby department store, it was more than an hour later. The 3-proof expanded version of the space folding backpack is indeed a good thing he customized with a lot of money. This kind of purchase is still not full, not to mention that it does not show any weight on the back, but it does not blind the expensive price of 500,000. But Bai Zeshuang was very happy with this wave of buying, but the money in the card was more than 5 million, and now, there is only a little over 1 million left. Leave the high street. Turn left and you will find the Spirit Center. While handing over the Stingray to Miss Joy for care, Baizi also replaced Lapras with a diving ball by the way. This particular Pokeball gives Lapras, a water-type Pokemon, far more comfort than a deluxe ball. Then, he contacted Bidiao Express, again. The gifts that have been prepared and selected for Dr. Damu, Naname, Aunt Hanako, and Uncle Xiaohuang and Shuzi are stored in the storage cabinet of the Elf Center. As a subordinate organization of the Alliance, it can be said that there are buildings and facilities all over the world of elves. In addition to providing the well-known elf healing service, the Elf Center also involves many functions such as personnel accommodation, item storage, and elf transmission. It is a comprehensive and all-round service facility. I've kept you waiting for a long time. The elf you handed over to us has been confirmed to be healthy. Please keep it. Well, thanks a lot. After taking the luxurious ball from Big Needlebee and pinning it back to his waist, Baizi walked out of the center of the elf after politely nodding his thanks to Miss Joy. Next. It's time to teach that middle-aged couple what is the truth of misfortune comes from the mouth. Chapter 44. Come to the door, kick the hall. Fourth more. Rock Fist Gym. Unlike the Nibby Gym, an official gym officially recognized by the Alliance, it not only enjoys part of the taxation of the city where it is located, but also obtains a lot of subsidy funds from the local alliance every year. The only way for a private gym like Rock Fist Gym to get money is to recruit gym apprentices and charge tuition fees of varying prices, that's all. However, as a small well-known local gym, it has a quasi-king trainer. The business of Iwakwan Gym is actually doing pretty well. That's why, after Baizi walked into the hall, what he saw was the appearance of a large number of rookie trainers fighting and training camps in full swing. Woo Tilda. Zorua in her arms whimpered naively, her ears flickered, and the flame-like dark red hair on the top of her head rubbed against Baizi's arms, looking very clingy. The little guy ran out of the Pokeball on his own halfway, and as soon as he came out, he got into Baizi's arms and couldn't leave. This obsession. Although a little helpless. But Baizi is almost used to it now. Just as Baizi looked around, a young man wearing a martial arts uniform with the word, Rock Fist, immediately greeted him. A quick glance. After recognizing Baizi's seemingly low-key, but in fact expensive custom trainer suit, a sincere smile suddenly appeared on his face. This little brother is here to join our Rock Fist Gym. Please come inside. You, welcome. Baizi nodded slightly and behaved politely. However, after following the receptionist into the gymnasium, Baizi did not continue to follow, but turned around and walked directly to the dual platform in the center of the hall. Hey, little brother, you are going wrong, the direction of the living room is not here. No mistake. Huh. Baizi ignored this man, walked a few steps quickly, and slightly bent his knees. The physical fitness and skills brought by master-level kicking skills made him as agile as a cool leopard, and he rushed directly to the dual platform that was at least 2 meters above the ground. Superior. Wow! Someone exclaimed subconsciously. Immediately, the apprentices and staff in these gymnasiums also began to discuss with some doubts. Who is this person? Why did he suddenly jump on the battle platform? Besides, he jumped on the platform at such a high level. His physical fitness is too terrifying. I am not quite sure, but like Master Iwamura, he's a martial arts trainer who pays attention to his own training, right? Also, look at the elf in his arms. It seems to be a breed that has never been seen before. Well, besides, people are so handsome. Baizi completely turned a blind eye to the discussions under the stage. Seeing that everyone's eyes are focused on himself. Boom tilde he casually knocked on the black and yellow luxurious ball around his waist. At the same time, he said in a low voice, "Everyone in the Rock Fist Gym, I'm here to kick the gym." The voice fell. Everyone just felt a flowing shadow of metallic color suddenly passing by in front of them. Next second, with the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, the mahogany plaque at the entrance of the gym with the words, "Rock Fist Gym," was immediately smashed to the ground and shattered. In the field, there was silence for a while. Come back again. Then I saw a large needle bee with a different body and color, floating quietly beside Baizi, at a glance, with a murderous sense of coldness. Well, what's going on with this giant stinger? Also, he's playing for real. The plaques have been removed. Is this still fake? Go to Iwamura Museum Master. The scene was suddenly noisy, and the students were a little panicked at the development of the matter. After a brief period of surprise, several gym trainers who were teachers also immediately surrounded. Baizi looked around, and when he saw this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he said loudly, "Why, is this the way of the Rock Fist Gym?" Being kicked out of the gym is not sending a trainer to accept the challenge, but preparing to besiege the challenger himself. You. Dressed in a distinctive brown martial arts uniform, Atai, a disciple of Iwamura Ichiro, the senior brother of Iwakandoken, changed his face. He has seen many students operate electronic watches and start taking pictures, and even at the gate, many residents of Nibi City gathered to watch the lively internet age. If such a thing is exposed, the negative impact on the gym will be unpredictable. A gym that was kicked out of the gym and didn't dare to fight, spread it out, and who would be willing to spend money to come to you for cultivation training? To know. The private gym in Nibi City is not the only one. Rock Fist. Okay, I accept your challenge. Artie said in a low voice. By now, he has no choice. The only thing that can save your reputation is to defeat your opponent cleanly. Chapter 45, Afflicting Chiyu, the Hot Hand of the Wind Speed Dog. Ask for a flower ticket. You. Baizi glanced at the 20-year-old inch-haired youth in front of him, and said with a nonchalant expression, "All right, then, before your pavilion owner comes out, just warm up." Say it. He put away the big needle bee, replaced it with another Pokeball, and threw it straight out. Since it's a kicking hall, what Baizi wants is obviously not an evenly matched battle, but crushing. Boom tilde accompanied by a sudden scorching pressure. I saw a large dog elf nearly 2 meters high appearing in the center of the field, like an explosion of flames, and immediately swept the audience. That's right, the one sent by Baizi is the Wind Speed Dog. The level of the peak of the king, let alone a private gym on a bad street. Except for the 4 perverts in the Kanto region. Even against the main force of any of the 4 serving heavenly kings in any other region, he will definitely not be at a disadvantage. A mere rock fist. Completely a dimensionality reduction attack. This is a wind speed dog. It feels so strong. Yeah, with such power, is senior brother really an opponent? Can't you? This guy looks about the same age as us. At most, he is a little more handsome. How strong can he be? You know, the big brother was the top 16 player in last year's Quartz conference. That's what I said. Ignoring the discussions of the people around him, At this moment, Atai couldn't help but feel a little flustered. Although with his eyesight, he couldn't see how strong this wind speed dog was. But just by power, I'm afraid it can't be matched by myself. But now that the arrow is on the string and has to be sent, even if he knows that he is invincible, he can only bite the bullet. Go on the power. Use the blasting punch. Atai gave the order the moment he threw the Pokeball, intending to surprise him. Highly ~D. And it seems to feel the trainer's resolute state of mind. The strange force bursting out from the white light released by the Pokeball is also roaring again and again, and volleys directly in the direction of the wind speed dog. The muscular forearms bowed backwards, and the casserole-like fist lit up with a dazzling light, and slammed down on the top of the wind speed dog. God fast. A sneering color flashed in Bai Zi's eyes. He only played a little cleverness. In the face of absolute strength, how could he make up for it? Whoosh! The wind speed dog bowed slightly, and in the next second, it disappeared in place, and it came first at a rapid speed that was almost teleportation. Fell on the ring. The stone ring was smashed into a human-shaped deep pit. The 2 rows of blood on the waist and abdomen were clearly visible. Boom! The fine sparks ignited from the corner of the wind speed dog's mouth, and after the blood was evaporated, it returned to stand in front of Bai Zi again. The battle is over. And yes, Spike. You commanded the wind speed dog to defeat the strange power of Atai, and gained a little, the battle experience +1, the wind speed dog experience is not enough, the god speed proficiency +1, the fire tooth proficiency +1. Woo! The system prompt sounded. Bai Zi looked indifferent, scratched the chin of Zorua in his arms. The little guy also made a soft sound, and comfortably cupped Bai Zi's palm. At the same time, the interior of the entire gym was silent, and everyone felt that they could not react. Too fast. It's so fast. The defeat of the strange force was too sudden. Facing the wind speed dog in front of him, he was like a child, and at all, he had no power to fight back. Putong Atai's brain is also blank at the moment. He unconsciously kneeled on the ground with his eyes filled with bewilderment. Although he had a hunch that he might not be the opponent of the man in front of him. But what he never imagined was that he would lose so badly, so simply. Couldn't hold back even 1 round. He lost. Not lost for a while. But I feel that I will never be able to win the man in front of me in my life. With Bai Zi's eyesight, he could of course see that the chi of the senior brother of the Rock Fist gym in front of him had been completely defeated by him in this battle. If you can't get out, you may have limited success in the future. Not only that. The power of Bai Zi with the ability to detect. Bai Zi also knew that the surface in front of him seemed to have fallen into a near-death coma due to traumatic tearing and bleeding. Strange power, level 31, elite high level. Lost too much blood, the body is ravaged by the fire energy of the profound meaning level, and the internal injury is serious. The speedy biting and beating are only the surface, the hidden fire teeth are the fatal blow. Speak up. Atai and his strange power can only be regarded as being affected by Kaiyu. But Bai Zi, who knew why the wind speed dog would make such a trick, obviously couldn't blame the wind speed dog. Therefore, it can only be considered that they are unlucky. Chapter 46. The 4 Heavenly Kings Don't Dare. Seek data support. Ati, right. Bai Ziran's voice sounded, pointing to the strange force and said, although I can understand your weakness, I have to remind you that if you don't go to the Elf Center for treatment, even if it doesn't die of blood loss, I'm afraid it won't be able to come back in the future. The battlefield is over. Having said that. But Bai Zi was very clear. Even after timely treatment, if there is no Ice-type heaven and earth treasure in the future to neutralize the Fire-type energy in the body, this strange power, I am afraid that it will also be 99% useless. Atai only felt a buzzing sound in his head, and then raised his head to look at Bai Zi in a daze. For a moment, the dilated pupils gradually focused. Weird, strange power. It wasn't until now that he could see the horror of the strange force on the stage. his eyes suddenly reddened, and he staggered into the ring. After quickly stopping the blood for the strange force, he directly took it back to the Pokeball, and rushed out without looking back. Go to the gym. This person is really strong. Yeah, just one blow will give senior brother's elite high-level strange power. You say, how strong should this wind speed dog be? Why do you have to have a gym level? And it shouldn't be an ordinary gym level, otherwise, the big brother won't lose so badly. The students under the stage began to debate and speculate. Baizi raised his eyebrows, not caring. Instead, he turned his attention to the gym trainers who were silent. Condescendingly, he said softly, next. The voice fell, but there was silence on the field, and no one answered. When Baizi saw this, the corners of his mouth suddenly rose, and he grinned in an obvious mocking arc. What? Are you afraid? Why don't you do that? Baizi continued to take care of himself. If you don't dare to go one-on-one, then you can simply go on together. There are 7 of you in total, each with an elf, 7 to 1, how about it? You. It's so arrogant, you want to pick 7. Yes, so arrogant, who does he think he is? The 4 kings of the alliance. Even the 4 kings would not dare to fight like this. For a time, several gym trainers were excited. When Baizi heard the words, he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Even the 4 heavenly kings don't dare to fight like this. Ha, I've said this, and I'm not afraid of being laughed at by others. Just you stinky fish and rotten shrimps, let alone against any of the 4 heavenly kings, even if it is the 2nd team, 3rd team, or even the substitute elves, you probably won't be able to last a few rounds. Too much nonsense. Baizi was too lazy to listen to the barking of these frogs at the bottom of the well, and said bluntly, come on, do you dare to come? Everyone said, I have never seen such an arrogant trainer when I grew up. Therefore, go, hot monkey, jump up and chop with your bare hands. Mosquito bathers, use foam rays. Show him how good you are. Sparrow, use the triple attack. Rumble rock, roll. Above, poison attack. Howley, kick the next set. Hercules, horns. The words are righteous words, but the moment these 7 guys threw the Pokeball, they all issued an order that was tantamount to a sneak attack, as if they had negotiated. Tisk. Really, why do these people always think that they can narrow the gap in strength by relying on some ingenuity that is not on the table? Just teach me a lesson, don't kill me. Baizi looked mocking, his fingers hooked on Zoroya's soft chin in his arms, and he ordered without raising his head, hot wind. Woo tilde. The wind speed dog moved when it heard the sound, its huge mouth opened, and a scorching breath suddenly emerged from it, turning into a hot gust of wind whistling towards the elves. The scorching wind pressure instantly evaporated the light, foam, venom and other skills that hid along the way. Then move on. All the 7 elves were blown away with an irresistible strong wind, and the scorching fire element contained in them continued to burn the shrouded elves. Under a single blow, even Longlongyan and Mosquito Coil Swimmer, who had excellent fire resistance, failed to have the slightest resistance, and completely lost consciousness the moment they came into contact with the hot wind. Bang! 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 In just 2 or 3 seconds, all the 7 elves lost their ability to fight, turning into scorched black objects and fell under the ring. You commanded the wind speed dog to defeat the hot monkey, the mosquito coil swimmer, the big billed sparrow. A total of 7 elves, a little gain, the battle experience plus 7, the wind speed dog experience point acquisition is insufficient, the hot wind proficiency plus 3. A crushing defeat. Apart from the obvious gap, this 7-on-1 siege battle was simply a unilateral crush by the wind speed dog. On sight. Everyone was in an inexplicable shock. At this moment, Baizi raised his head and looked at the shadowy corner on the side of the gym's battle hall with a playful gaze. Master Iwamura, if you've seen enough, shouldn't it be time to play with me in person? Chapter 47, Calculation, Twins, 3rd. Snapped, snapped, snapped. With applause, Iwamura Ichiro walked out of the corner with clapping, looked at Baizi, and said in admiration, "Young man, you are very strong, or in other words, you should be the strongest one in the young training family I have seen." If Baizi and his disciple Atai killed each other in a one-on-one match before, this is nothing. After that, with a single enemy, with an absolute advantage that can be called crushing, he instantly killed 7 elves in one move. This scene is a bit terrifying to know. Although the aptitude of these 7 people is mediocre, after all, their age is here, and the average age of the people in their 30s, the main elves in their hands are not too inferior to the strange power of Atai. Such a lineup attacked together in a way that could be called a sneak attack. Even himself. I'm afraid, there is no way to do it so easily. So what? Baizi shrugged slightly and said, "Are you fighting or not?" Quote. Iwamura Ichiro's breath stagnated, and he almost couldn't keep the smirk on his face. Inhale, exhale tilde. He let out a long sigh of relief and barely held his face, but Iwamura Ichiro's voice couldn't help revealing a hint of ruthlessness. "Since you insist on fighting, I will naturally not refuse. However, what I'm best at is 2v2 doubles battles, if you dare to fight." The words are not exhausted, but the meaning is self-evident. This is to stimulate himself to play doubles against him. Huh. Baizi smiled suddenly. Iwamura Ichiro thought about this carefully, and he made a clear guess when his mind turned. Obviously, on the one hand, this old guy believes that he will definitely not be able to come up with a powerful elf that can compare to the wind speed dog. On the other hand, even so, he still didn't dare to have a 1v1 battle with himself. Even if in his opinion, this was a doomed wheel battle, it was the same. Therefore, it is said to be a 2v2 doubles battle. But I am afraid that in his heart, this is the idea of wanting to use 2 enemies and one to determine the victory. But to this, Baizi can only say, "You think too much." Not to mention that after the transformation of the Insect King Baoyu, his own giant Hornby is so powerful that even a quasi-king of the rank and file is not afraid of it. On the wind speed dog alone. The peak of the king. This is no longer a level that ordinary numbers can make up for. For an existence like Fengsugo, it can be said that the stage of the king has come to an end, not to mention your 2 quasi-celestial kings. Even if it is 2 heavenly kings, it is not necessarily the opponent of the wind speed dog. Seriously, Master Iwamura, your aggressive tactics are really clumsy enough. But 2v2 tag team. Of course I have no problem. Saying that, Baizi paused, glanced at Iwamura Ichiro inexplicably, and then responded slowly. As for the wind speed dog's partner. Pretending to think for a moment, Baizi scratched Soraya's hairy little chin in his arms, and decided with a meaningful look, "It's fine for this little guy." Having said that. But Baizi was obviously not ready for Zorua to play, and still hugged him in his arms, casually reaching out to tease the little guy. If you want both face and inner child, how can there be such a good thing in the world? Woo tilde. And Zorua obviously also won Baizi's heart. After taking the time to give Iwamura Ichiro a blank eye, he turned over, kicking his small claws and shoving Baizi's random click. A soft whimper like a coquettish whimper from the fingers. Arrogant. It's so arrogant. This is obviously telling Iwamura Ichiro that in this doubles, he is going to use fewer enemies and more enemies, use one to hit you with 2. Although Iwamura Ichiro himself has a plan to use more to bully the less. But Baizi's attitude still made him angry. Because from Iwamura Ichiro's point of view, the other party didn't take him seriously at all. Okay, it really is a boy from a hero. This middle-aged man who is usually quite shrewd can no longer maintain the smirk on his face at this time, and said coldly, "But you are so big, you lose, don't deny it." Baizi was indifferent. Apparently he was too lazy to talk to this guy anymore. When Iwamura Ichiro saw this, his face turned ashen, and without saying a word, he threw 2 blue high-level balls in the direction of the ring. White light flashed. Two human-shaped elves with similar colors appeared on the ring, and they formed a water chestnut with the wind speed dog. Open black lens bracket race. Kuaiquan Lang close black lens bracket. Attribute. Fighting. Characteristic. Iron Fist. Level. Quasi Tianwang Intermediate, level 55, 5100ths. Potential. Quasi King. HP. 50, Attack. 105, Defense. 79, Special Attack. 35, Special Defense. 110, Speed. 76. Skills. Absorption Fist, Sonic Fist, Enhanced Fist, See-Through, Retaliation, Quick Defense, Flame Fist, Frozen Fist, Lightning Fist, High 5 Attack. Genetic Skill. Bullet Punch. Open black lens bracket condition. Good close black lens bracket. Introduction. He and Feizu Lang are twins who have grown up together since childhood. They have a good heart and a tacit understanding. Race. Flying Leger. Attribute. Fighting. Feature. Lightweight Monty. Level. Quasi Tianwang Intermediate, level 55, 5100ths. Potential. Quasi King. HP. 50, Attack. 120, Defense. 53, Special Attack. 35, Special Defense. 110, Speed. 87. Skills. Bottom Kick, Double Kick, Kick Down, Tap It, Flame Kick, Eye of the Heart, Megaton Kick, Close Combat. Genetic Skill. Flying Knee Bump. Open black lens bracket condition. Good close black lens bracket. Introduction. He and Kuaiquan Lang are twins who have grown up together since childhood. They have a good heart and a good understanding. Chapter 48. Absolute Strength Gap. The event is over. Fourth more. It turned out to be a pair of twins. No wonder. Baizi narrowed his eyes. At this time, he also understood why Iwamura Ichiro chose the 2v2 doubles battle. Except for that series of clever and calculating reasons. Doubles. It seems that it is indeed his forte. Kaikwan Lang, high 5 surprise attack. Fujiro, bounce, then hit the flying knee. Almost in the same line of attack, Iwamura Ichiro quickly issued a series of orders the first time he released the spirit. The high 5 surprise attack can be said to be a very high priority preemptive attack trick. And after hitting the target, the opponent will fall into a flinching state, making the opponent unable to use moves during this period. As a preemptive mover, it's a pretty good move. Ha tilde. Kuaiquan Lang was short and his feet slammed on the ground. Driven by his skills, his entire body rushed up at an angle that was almost touching the ground, and an uppercut hit the wind speed dog's chin. And at the same time, Feizu Lang also acted quickly. After the spring-like legs contracted to the limit in a short moment, they rolled forward and ejected. Over the legs, head and feet. The body is in the shape of a V, almost indiscriminately catching up with Kuaiquan Lang, who was punching directly, and kneeling, towards Feng Su Dog's eyebrows. Combining fists and feet, volleying up and down. This set of combined strike tactics is truly extraordinary. If you are competing at the same level, I am afraid that the general Tianwang trainer will also accidentally suffer a loss. However, Baizi was unmoved, and said indifferently, "It's all in vain." Godly speed. As Baizi said, although the tactics and tactics developed for elves are crucial, they are one of the important factors that determine the battle situation and the strength of the trainer. But this premise is that the absolute strength of the two sides is not much different. The doubles fighting style of Kuaiquan Lang and Hibi Lang is not bad. But in the face of the wind speed dog of the Peak of the King, still vulnerable. Roar tilde. The shocking roar suddenly came out, and the terrifying deterrent air pressure coming out of the body made everyone present have the illusion of cardiac arrest. And the next second, shoo! The figure of the wind speed dog flashed forward like a phantom, and the extremely sharp air tearing sounded. The right paw that was tearing down the wind came first, and suddenly slapped on the top of Kuaiquan Lang's head, kicking the opponent with a kick. slumped into the floor. At the same time, the long snout opened, and the sharp teeth that grew staggered like sharp weapons accompany the twisted head out, and between the canine teeth, they clamped the spring-like legs of Fei Kui Lang. Homeopathy, head shake, down. Boom. The violent roar was accompanied by scattered stones and wind pressure. When the smoke screen dissipated, the wind speed dog stood quietly aside with light hair, and not far from its feet, it was Kui Quan Lang with broken hair and obvious claw-shaped grooves on the back of his head, and his legs were almost broken. And the fiddlehead who twisted in an irregular shape. Both have completely lost their ability to fight. That is to say, this battle is a winner. You commanded the wind speed dog to defeat the Iwamura Ichiro's Kui Quan Lang and Hibiro. A little gain, the battle experience +5, the wind speed dog experience is not enough, the speed proficiency +2. The system's prompt sounded, and the wind speed dog also slowly stepped back to Baizi's side. Eyes, quietly betting on Iwamura Ichiro. They are different from Zoroha, who have distinct personalities, arrogance, forbearance, or entanglement. The wind speed dog is very restrained, neither maverick nor too intimate. Forever. They only do things that take priority over Baizi's safety and orders. Well done, wind speed dog. Baizi freed up a hand, stroked the fluffy flaxen fur of the wind speed dog twice, and praised. And on the opposite side, Iwamura Ichiro, who was mourning for his wife, silently put away Kui Quan Lang and Hibi Lang, his face full of grey defeat. Iwakiro knows very well that the Rock Fist Gym, the prestige of the gym that he has worked so hard to manage for more than 10 years, will be completely lost from today on. And it is to be expected. After the news spread, several other private gyms in Nibi City will definitely not miss this good opportunity to get down. The decline of the Rock Fist Gym is already inevitable. And this. It was exactly what Baizi wanted. You won. Iwamura Ichiro didn't do more entanglement, even if the exact strength of the wind speed dog could not be clear, but the king level, there must be no doubt. As a teenage heavenly king, this gap in strength like a gulf made him unable to think of any revenge at all. But there is only one thing, Iwamura Ichiro wants to figure it out no matter what. I don't have much to say about my skills, but why? A proud man like you wants to condescend to kick me into a small private gym. I asked myself, I shouldn't have offended you. It seems that the owner of Iwamura is a noble person who has forgotten a lot. Let me remind you. Baizi jumped from the ring and chuckled. Last night, Junshin Hotel. Yes, it's you. The time and place were so clear that Iwamura Ichiro confirmed Baizi's identity almost instantly. At the same time, he finally understood why he suffered this disaster. Sophia, in one sentence, just one sentence, I will exchange the family business that I have saved for more than 10 years. Ha, ha ha ha. Iwamura Ichiro's tone was full of infinite annoyance, remorse and resentment. Baizi didn't listen carefully. After using the power of Baizi to identify that Iwamura Ichiro didn't seem to have any malice towards himself, he left the Iwakan gym directly. That night, a vicious homicide occurred in the city of Nibi. The deceased was named Sophia, who was identified as being beaten to death by a heavy punch. At the same time, the murderer Iwamura Ichiro, who was quickly identified, also disappeared that night. Chapter 49. Ludo, a loud cry for help. Fifth more. After leaving Nibi City, Baizi's next goal is Mount Tsukimami. There are 2 reasons. As a result, he was running out of money. With just over $1 million left in carry, it's time to make some extra cash. As one of the most well-known mineral mountains in the Kanto region, Mount Yumi is rich in various precious ores and evolutionary stones, especially the moonstone, which is widely distributed. If you are lucky enough, you don't need to dig deliberately. You may be able to pick up a high-quality moonstone directly on the side of the road when you are passing through Moonshine Mountain. To know. There are almost no defective moonstones in Tsukimiyama. Picked up one, almost enough to maintain food and drink for several months. As far as Baizi knew, at the highest point of the Yujian mountain range, where Pipi worshipped the moon, there was a moonstone called the largest moonstone in the world. Of course he knew that it was what Pipi used for worship and their own evolution. However, Baizi himself was not greedy enough to take it all. He only needs to collect some leftovers near the huge moonstone, and he will earn a lot of money. Here comes the second time. Be prepared to try your luck. See if you can pick up some rare ores. In the wizard world, high-quality ores will be of great benefit to a considerable number of rock-type, steel-type and even ground-type elves. And the shiny iron dumbbells that haven't hatched in the backpack are not as edible as Yukira, the same quasi-god. But in order to cultivate this unborn little guy well enough, the supply of high-quality ore is also indispensable. Hopefully my luck on this trip will be good. With this thought in mind, Baizi stepped into the boundary of Yujian Mountain. And on his left shoulder, the bored Zorua slumped down on her belly, and her four legs in the air swayed and swayed along with Baizi's march, looking very leisurely. Hello, my name is Dongshe, do you want to have an elf battle? Halfway through the journey, a brown and half long-haired youth approached, stopped Baizi, and bluntly opened his mouth to invite battle. And at his feet, following an elf covered with thick blue vines, it was the vine monster. Of course, no problem. Baizi simply responded without any hesitation. Such road battles are generally wagered with small amounts of money, most of which are around 1 or 200. Although it is not much, it is one of the main ways for many trainers to earn travel expenses. And Baizi has played more than 10 games since he left Nibi City until he stepped into the periphery of Yujian Mountain. Of course he didn't fancy this bet. The strength of these passerby trainers also did not arouse Baizi's interest. But for Zorua, this kind of low-level battle can just make it gain a lot of battle experience to improve itself and enhance its strength. Vine Monster, Novice Intermediate, Level 17, 6100. Zorua, Novice Intermediate, Level 16, 95 100. There is not much difference in strength between the two sides. The level of the Vine Monster is only slightly better than Zorua, and it is considered a close match. Naturally, the battles in the wild are not as regulated as the official competition. When the two sides stood still and the stone thrown by Baizi fell to the ground, the two of them ordered at the same time, the Vine Monster, use the Vine Whip to attack. Zorua, follow suit. Swish. With the order, the Vine Monster took the lead, and two blue vines spread out from the body immediately, turning into two blue whip shadows, heading towards Zorua as a hood. Soraya didn't panic at all. Snapped. I saw its small pair of front claws slap the ground, and the green energy vines burst out of the ground, entwined against the blue vine whip, and hooked up with it. Stare, then pull it over and use scratch. Immediately after that, it was almost a moment that could not be sent, and Baizi's next order was quickly issued. Woo tilde. And Zorua lived up to expectations, staring at his opponent, his eyes glowing red. The Vine Monster couldn't help trembling when he looked at each other. The whole body flickered slightly, and the defense was lowered. Not only that. This moment of trance was also used by Zorua, taking the opportunity to pull the Vine Monster to the front, and then, the two claws that popped out the sharp blades staggered, and swiftly slashed the Vine Monster's body. Countless blue vines broke, and the Vine Monsters flew out with a scream, completely losing the ability to fight. And then, you command Zorua to defeat the Vine Monster of Winter Snow, gain a little, battle experience +2, Zorua experience +7, imitate proficiency +1, stare proficiency +1, chaos grab proficiency +1 close black lens bracket. You're really strong, I'm convinced that I lost. The boy who looked a bit incoherent took out 200 union coins and handed it over to Baizi, saying sincerely, "Thank you." Baizi politely thanked him, accepted the money, and after saying goodbye to each other, he was about to move on, but he suddenly froze in place. Because. Save me, please, Save me. P.S. I wanted to pull out a branch line in the previous Rockfist gym as a foreshadowing, but since everyone doesn't like it very much, I will leave this line and continue to fast forward to the next plot according to my main line outline. Point. In the future, I will try to avoid this kind of plot as much as possible. I hope you will continue to support me. In addition, if you have any opinions, you can put them in the comment area, and the author will accept them one by one if they feel useful. Tonight all night, let's go through the following plot again, Ollie. Chapter 50. Spiritual Connection, Super Dream. Seeking data. Save me, please, save. The soft voice suddenly sounded in his ears, making Baizi froze in place. He swears. This is no illusion. Because along with this soft cry for help gradually muffled and dissipated, a strange connection that was unclear also appeared in his mind. And according to this wonderful spiritual connection, several intermittent pictures appeared in front of Baizi's eyes like a flashback, a silver-white machine. Green liquid. Uniformed humans printed with the character R. Even. The tingling and suffocation that penetrated deep into the bone also followed, making Baizi feel the same. Baizi groaned suddenly, his body swayed slightly, and he fell to the ground with some instability, and dense cold sweat was soaked on his forehead. Woo. Zoroha, who was thrown off his shoulders, shook his head in hindsight. After discovering the situation of Baizi at this time, immediately, he rushed back into Baizi's arms, stuck out his little tongue, and anxiously licked Baizi's chin and cheeks, whimpering eagerly on his face, and he was about to cry. Okay, Zoroha, I'm all right now. Baizi stopped the little guy in his arms, reached out and rubbed its little head, and comforted with a smile. Not even a lie. The labor pain just now came and went quickly, and this time, it has indeed disappeared without a trace. However, the severe pain that seemed to be tearing and reorganizing his body all the time still made him linger in fear. Zoroya looked up at Baizi with a worried look on his face, seeing that Baizi didn't seem to be lying, and his face was indeed quite rosy. He was a little relieved, and stretched his head to rub against Baizi's chin, clumsily using his own way of comfort. Baizi's heart warmed, he lowered his head, held the little guy tightly in his arms, and gently rubbed back, and chin, and, thank you, Zoroya. After spending a moment with Zoroya. After Baizi released the wind speed dog and signaled the other side to lie down, he directly leaned on the other side's soft and warm fur. Ow. I'm fine, wind speed dog, just let me rest for a while. Facing the worried eyes of the wind speed dog, Baizi lightly smiled and reassured, and rubbed the dog's head angrily again, then turned over to his back, rubbed his brows and pondered. The first thing that can be determined is that the existence of short-term spiritual connection with oneself should be in a liquid similar to a culture vessel. Second, it should be in a bad situation. The unforgettable pain even just for a brief moment made Baizi's heart linger, and the situation of the other party who has been bearing this point can be imagined. Again, it is the human who appeared in the picture displayed by the short-lived spiritual connection, wearing the R uniform. This sign speaks for itself in Kanto. It's Team Rocket. I didn't expect that the Rocket Team's base is still hidden inside Yujian Mountain, and it's still a type of base related to biological research. Could it be? At this moment, Baizi couldn't help but think of an existence. Although it was created by human beings, an elf that can rival the top legends, Mewtwo. No. Shouldn't be. But then, Baizi directly denied the conjecture. A mining area like Yujanshan is too eye-catching. If Cheomung's cultivation base is placed here, it may be discovered at any time. Banmu will not be so ignorant. And according to the information in the original book, the birthplace of Chaomeng should be a new island far away from the inland. Not to mention, that soft and glutinous little cotton sound is also seriously inconsistent with the performance in the original Super Dream. So, here's the problem. Baizi pinched his chin and looked inexplicably towards somewhere in Yujian Mountain. Who is calling me? It can transmit spiritual information to me across the mountain range for almost half a month. This spiritual power, I'm afraid it's not weaker than the general superpower legend, right? Thought for a moment. Baizi finally decided to find out. First, through the spontaneous induction of Baizeji's power, it can be determined that the other party is not malicious. After all, Baizi was really curious about the identity of the other party. And he had a strong hunch. This line. You may gain a lot for yourself. At the same time. New Island. In a slightly dim research room, the whole body was filled with wires, and Chow Meng, who was in a sleeping position like a baby, was quietly suspended in a transparent culture vessel filled with orange nutrient solution. Bululu, at this moment, Mewtwo, who was in a dormant state, suddenly began to spread energy outward, and the bubbles in the nutrient solution also rose. And researchers who are always watching the changes in Mewtwo also discovered this for the first time. No, Mewtwo's brain waves are starting to rise rapidly. What's the matter? I don't know, Dr. Fuji. Originally Chow Meng was fine, but just now, Chow Meng's mental fluctuations suddenly became very violent. It's just like 3 years ago. 3 years ago. Doctor, it's almost breaking through the peak. Immediately inject tranquilizers. The final debugging has not been completed, and it is not yet time for Cheomung to wake up. Yes. With the joint efforts of several researchers, Chow Meng's brainwaves gradually returned to normal, and he went back to sleep. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Only a trace of worry flashed in the eyes of the hook-nosed old man known as Dr. Fuji. Logically speaking, Mewtwo, who has entered the final debugging stage, will not wake up from its slumber. Because the super dream at this time, although the gene has been stable. But still bred and grown. The biological instinct will prompt Mewtwo to pass through this pregnancy period quietly. Before that, it was impossible for Cheomung to wake up on his own initiative. But now, could it be that, like the disappearance event 3 years ago, there are some external factors that affected Chow Meng's spiritual world? Chapter 51. The experimental base under the Moonlight Mountain, seeking data. Baizi naturally didn't know what happened in the new island thousands of miles away. Now, he is riding on the broad back of the wind speed dog, facing the evening wind, following the sense of direction left by the previous spiritual link, and galloping away in a certain direction in the depths of Yumi Mountain. Different from the small soil slope in the game, Yujian Mountain, as a mountain range connecting Nibi City and Wallan City, is actually not small in size. Therefore, even riding a wind speed dog known for its rapidity. But because of Baizi's presence. When they arrived at the place of telepathy, it was already the time of the moon and the sky. The entrance, it should be near here. Jumping off the back of the wind speed dog, looking at the deserted rocky beach in front of him that seemed to have nothing, Baizi frowned slightly but said with certainty. Orientation can't be wrong. But the entrance to this base seemed to be very hidden, and he was at a loss for a while, and he didn't know where to start. Wu tilde. At this moment, the whimper of wind speed dog's lowered voice suddenly sounded. Baizi looked for fame. I saw the wind speed dog beside a small cluster of withered bushes. His nose was moving, and he seemed to have found something. What's wrong? Baizi hurried forward, squatted down, touched 21 a few times, and soon his eyes lit up. The entrance is hidden here, it's really quite secret. Crack, a small, crisp sound. The ground where the cluster of withered bushes was located was directly pulled up by Baizi, and when he pushed it forward, a deep hole suddenly appeared on the ground. Found it. Clap clap. Patting the gray marks on his hands, Baizi breathed a sigh of relief. Then, there was no hesitation at all. With the physical fitness and skills brought by the master-level kicking skills, Baizi was bold, and after putting away the wind speed dog, he jumped straight into the hole. Underground, in a corridor full of technology, many wearing black uniforms with the word R emblazoned on their chests, the members of Team Rocket leading the elves were patrolling back and forth. And above them, a pair of eyes are quietly looking down at an air outlet. How do you feel? The guards at this experimental base are a bit overkill. Baizi retracted his gaze and pondered inwardly. The defensive power of this experimental base is completely inversely proportional to its concealment. Not only is it not strong, but it can be said to be quite weak. In terms of numbers, there are 4 people in each team, and the number of patrols in a total of 8 teams is not small. But the patrol personnel of the rocket team are terrible in terms of strength. Supersonic Bat, Novice Intermediate, Level 14, 2100ths. ABO Snake, Beginner Novice, Level 11, 4100ths. Gas Bomb, Novice Intermediate, Level 13, 35/100ths. Savarin, Elite Junior, Level 24, 8100ths. There are a total of 32 members of the rocket team, except for a Mohegan head team leader who is close to the elite middle level Savarin, and the rest can't even find a novice high level. That's not right. Baizi rubbed his chin, with some doubts in his eyes. This experimental base is built so secretly, and the experimental subjects studied seem to be very unusual. How can the rationed protective power be so weak? Simply, it's as if you didn't take it to heart at all, just acting like it. Doubt arose in Baizi's heart. Judging from the spiritual expressiveness of that unknown existence that can transmit spiritual information to him across the half-moon, it must not be ordinary. But why did the rockets pay no attention to the performance of the experimental base with such achievements? Hard to do. What hidden secrets are there? Baizi pondered, but soon, he put all these thoughts to the back of his mind. Hidden or not, he will naturally understand when he goes deeper. And now, with such a weak defensive force, isn't it right in his heart for him? Big stinger bees, don't hold back for a while, just get rid of them. Baizi took the luxurious ball with a large needle bee to his mouth and whispered, and as soon as the voice fell, the elf ball suddenly trembled slightly. Feeling the silent response of the big needle bee, Baizi's mouth twitched. Then, he aimed the Pokeball launch port at the corridor below, moved his fingers, and pressed it gently. Swish! The large needlebee quickly deformed and appeared in the projected white light, and then turned into a dark cold light, heading towards the 4-person team that had just passed by with its back facing it, and volleyed down. Chapter 52, Descendants of Dreams, Daughter of Super Dream. Seeking Data. PFF'd, the big needlebee pulled out the lance-like needle arm, blood spurted out, and the heads of Savarum and Mohegan, who had been pierced directly from their chests, fell to the sky. At the same time, it also announced that the armed forces of this underground base were wiped out. Swish! The needle arm waved, and a splatter of blood was also rendered on the wall. Thank you for your hard work, Big Stinger. Baizi, who jumped lightly from the air vent, nodded to the big needlebee, then released the wind speed dog, and followed the remaining sense of direction in his mind and ran towards the end of the corridor. Behind him, the big stinger and the wind speed dog followed closely. This underground experimental base is not small. There are 5 floors in the light floor. Therefore, even if there were no obstacles along the way, Baizi still spent more than 10 minutes on the road before reaching the metal gate of the core laboratory at the bottom of the base. Arrive. Right here. Feeling something in his heart, Baizi immediately ordered, Feng Speed Dog, use the iron head, knock it away for me. Ow tilde. The wind speed dog did not hesitate at all, its forehead turned into a silver metal shape, and it slammed into the metal gate. Boom. The alloy gate of unknown metal did not constitute the slightest obstacle. Under the iron head of the wind speed dog, it was as fragile as bean dregs. The door was broken in an instant, the metal curled inward, and a huge irregular hole was torn from the center. Woo tilde. The deterrent roar of the wind speed dog came from it. Baizi also bowed slightly and got in. Entering the eye, it is a quite spacious laboratory hall full of technology. Many researchers in white coats shrank in the corner with trembling expressions on their faces, and did not show the slightest intention to resist. Only a Mediterranean old man with reading glasses seemed to pay no attention to the intruder. His eyes were fixed on the screen in front of him, and his fingers quickly tapped the virtual keyboard. In front of him, a virtual 3D image slowly rotates and rises. In the cylindrical culture tank behind the image, a petite figure of emerald and white was quietly suspended in the green nutrient solution, motionless, as if it had fallen into a long sleep. Its body is white, and its green hair covers nearly half of its head like a pot lid, and there are 2 red horns on top of it. This is an elf whose appearance is very similar to that of a human little girl. It's called Loloras. Vizy slowly called out the other party's name. Good. The petite elf curled up in this cultivation tank is the super-type elf that is quite rare in Fangyuan, its place of origin, Loloras. Not only that, Vizy could clearly feel that the Loloras in front of him was the one who called him, connected his spirit, and asked him for help. Thinking like this, Vizy's eyes narrowed slightly, and he immediately used the power of Vizy to investigate the attributes of this Lolula's race. Lolula's attribute, Super Fairy. Characteristics, Synchronization, Telepathy, Monty. Level, Beginner Novice, Level 11, 55/100ths. Open black lens bracket potential. Mutating. HP. Attack. Defense. Special Forces. Special Defense. Speed. Close black lens bracket. Exclusive skills. Grating. Skill. Disordered, unusable. Genetic skills. Black eyes, farewell gift. Status. Dying. Introduction. Loloras, with extraordinary aptitude, has a unique talent and possesses a powerful spiritual power far beyond that of his family. The primitive genes of Super Dream and Dream have been artificially injected into his body. Although he is barely fused, his body is on the verge of collapse. This is the product of gene fusion, and the fusion of the 2 legends of Cheomung and Dream. Vizy's eyes narrowed. At the same time, he also finally knew why this Loloras had the spiritual power to connect with him across half of the Moonseeing Mountains. He has the genes of the top legends of the 2 superpowers, Super Dream and Dream. Even if only barely. But in a sense, this Loloras can be regarded as the offspring of Mewtwo and Phantasm. Therefore, possessing such spiritual potential is not surprising. Just. Are you on the verge of collapse? Shut up. Vizy's words seemed to touch on the pain point of Dr. Mediterranean, which made him, who was still engrossed in staring at the 3D image of Loloras, suddenly jumped into a rage. This is my most perfect work. Collapse. It's impossible. Crash. You illiterate. The furious pupils of Mediterranean Sea were bloodshot, and his fingers pointed to the bridge of Vizy's nose, as if he was about to poke at him at any time. But he obviously won't have such a chance. Because, the golden iron-colored flash pierced a half-moon-shaped arc in the air, and in the next second, the arm of the Mediterranean Sea was instantly chopped into 2 pieces by the large needle bees that attacked. Blood spurted out immediately. But then, Hung Tilda the wind speed dog not far away snorted, and 2 groups of gas turned into hot wind, which seemed to bypass Vizy and the giant needle bee spiritually, evaporate the blood splashed along the way, and slammed across the Mediterranean Sea, blowing him fiercely. Smashed into the corner. Hair, clothing, and even skin were scorched black by the restrained heat. However, it was precisely because of this that the incision on the broken arm of the Mediterranean was stopped, preventing the other party from dying due to bloodshed. Witness the horrors of the Mediterranean. A time. The other researchers in the laboratory suddenly froze, even breathing carefully, for fear that they would follow the footsteps of the Mediterranean. Chapter 53. The New Loloras, Seeking Data. Vizy did not pay attention to the tragic situation in the Mediterranean and the reactions of others. Anyway, all of them who conducted live experiments deserved it. At this moment, staring at the delicate figure of Loloras in the petri dish, he suddenly seemed to have thought of something. A thought moves. Open the system panel of the previously harvested, universal compounding potion, then potion plus equals. Style secondary page composition bar. Since the composition and characteristics of the additives determine the effect of the medicine. Then, if I put the legendary rainbow feather, which has the power to revive life, into it. Baizi's eyes flickered. Immediately without hesitation, he took out the close-fitting iridescent feathers from his arms, and placed them out of thin air toward in the system synthesis column. Next second, the rainbow feather in his hand disappeared instantly, and the system's prompt sound also sounded. Ding, the composition is added. Open black lens bracket constructing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket complete the deconstruction. Start the synthesis. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket completed close black lens bracket. You get a recovery potion, rebirth from ashes. Is it done? Looking at the small bottle containing the ruby-like crystal clear liquid that appeared in his hand, Baizi opened the secondary page of Rebirth from Ashes, with a slightly nervous thought. Immediately, rebirth from the ashes. It can make the user reborn, restore all health and remove all abnormal states, and at the same time, there is a certain chance to bring the user back to life, one-time consumption of items. Very good. After reading the introduction on the page, Baizi suddenly smiled. It is possible to even bring the dead back to life, so integrating the genetic sequence must not be difficult, right? Thinking of this, Baizi didn't hesitate, smashed the culture tank containing Laloras very simply, held the little guy with a sticky body in his arms, and slowly reborn the fire from the ashes in his hand. The medicine was fed. Immediately. Layers of bright red luster-like flowing flames rose from Laloras's body. Lalu Tilda. Laloras, who was wrapped in a red halo, suddenly screamed. The voice is like weeping. But it seems that there is a hint of refreshing in the pain. Baizi's expression suddenly became a little strange. At the same time, he suddenly felt that the body of Laloras in his hand gradually became a little warmer. The white skin was also rendered with a few strands of pink. This is chai. Baizi couldn't help but chuckle. With the passage of time, Laloras's original emerald-colored hair turned into pure white as if it had faded, and then gradually rendered it into a noble lavender. The color of the red horns on the top of the head gradually dimmed, approaching pink. Soon, the red halo completely dissipated, and Laloras also woke up. Thank you for saving me, Tilda. The milky loli sounded in Baizi's mind. This is the special ability brought by Laloras's characteristic telepathy, which can directly connect the other party's brain waves with mental power for barrier-free communication. Baizi had seen this before. And through the cute lilac pot cover, Baizi seemed to feel the hot gaze of the other party. Nothing. Baizi shook his head with a chuckle, then gently picked up the little guy, looked at its eyes, and asked solemnly, "My name is Baizi, Lalulas, you are willing to be the bride with me?" Cough, mate. Lalu Tilda. Lalulas was stunned for a moment after hearing the words, and after meeting Baizi's eyes, he nodded and responded, "Well, I am willing. I am willing to be Baizi's elf." After he finished speaking, he plunged his head into Baizi's arms and rubbed his red face, as if he wanted to rub her small body into Baizi's body. "Then, please take care of me in the future," Baizi said with a smile, stroking Laloras's little head that was arched back and forth in his arms. At the same time, he also activated the power of Baizi. Sweep towards Lalulas. Race, Lalula's purple flash. Attribute, Super Fairy. Characteristics, Synchronization, Telepathy, Monty. Level, Elite Height Level 33, 55 100ths. Potential, Level 2 God, Extreme. HP, 128 Attack, 125 Defense, 125 Special Attack, 120 45 Special Defense, 135 Speed, 140. Exclusive Skills. Superpower Annihilation. Use the violent superpower to completely destroy everything within the attack range. Spiritual Break. To materialize the magical wave to attack the opponent, causing physical damage. Skills. Charming Voice, Cry, shadow clone, mind power, hypnosis, draining kiss, teleportation, illusion light, life water droplet, coquetry, meditation, spiritual intent, healing fluctuation. Genetic skills, black eyes, farewell gift. Open black lens bracket status, perfect close black lens bracket. Introduction. Loloras, an extraordinary aptitude, is gifted with extraordinary talents and possesses a powerful spiritual power far beyond that of his family. He perfectly integrates the genetic sequences of the two superior legends of Dream and Super Dream, thus gaining power and ability beyond the limit. Tisk. This extremely luxurious attribute panel made by Z secretly speechless. At the same time, I was overjoyed. Because the owner of this luxury panel already belongs to him. P.S. Let me explain here. The racial value of Loloras is a value inherited from the Dream and the Super Dream. In the later stage, except for super evolution, there will be basically no changes or increases tilde. Chapter 54. Get it back without a trace. 5 more for support. With the bonus of the hero saving beauty, the next subjugation is naturally a matter of course. When Baizi took out the Pokeball. The mouth hasn't even opened yet. The little guy with the purple lid took the initiative to reach out and press the button on the front of the Pokeball. In the white light, he was subdued by Baizi without any resistance. Holding the Pokeball with Loloras, Baizi thought for a while, but instead of releasing her, he whispered close to his mouth, "Take a good rest, and when everything is over, I will introduce you to everyone. You know." Om tilde after a while, the luxurious black and yellow Pokeball in Baizi's hand shook it twice as if agreeing. Baizi laughed lightly, and put it back into the elf belt. Subsequently, he cast his malicious eyes at the group of trembling researchers in the corner, and the corner of his mouth grinned in a subtle arc. Next, I hope you can cooperate obediently, and you can say everything you know, and you can say everything, okay? Boom. Late at night, the moon sees the mountains. Accompanied by the sudden explosion, a mushroom cloud wrapped in a pillar of fire poured into the sky in an instant. It was obviously night time, but the huge explosion light illuminated the whole sky. The terrifying air waves swept directly towards the surroundings, not to mention some vegetation such as moss and shrubs, and even the slightly smaller stone hills were razed to the ground in an instant. The ground distance shook. The cracks opened and closed spread out like a snake, and even caused more than a dozen large and small landslides. Countless elves were awakened. Fortunately, the location of the explosion was in a desolate place. Except for a few unlucky ghosts, who were a little dizzy, no elves were hurt because of it. But the soaring fire column and the violent explosion soon attracted nearby Union inspectors and security personnel from Nibby City. After a short survey, an assisting police officer stepped forward and reported, "Sir, after the survey, the site that exploded and collapsed should be the site of an underground experimental base. Preliminary estimates suggest that someone had invaded and set up a site before leaving. The self-destruction device detonated this experimental base." Quote. Miss Juncha frowned when she heard the words, but did not speak immediately, but motioned for the assisting police officer to continue. Moreover, the intruder was very alert, consciously erasing all traces of himself. The smell was covered up by the perfume, and no footprints and residues were left. Miss Juncha's frown deepened. "Looking cool." Some dissatisfied said, "Isn't there any gain? What is the origin of this research base, and what does it do? I don't know." "It's not for nothing." "Oh. Look here." With the nervous look of assisting the police officer, he came to a rock, and a silver steel plate that had been blown black was inserted straight into it. Miss Juncha carefully identified it. Find. The concavities and convexities on one side of the steel plate form a vague character. R. Miss Juncha's expression turned cold, and after a while, she spit out the name of an underground organization that is famous in both places. Fire. Arrow. Team. Kacha. Outside Eugian Mountain, east of it, in a makeshift campsite on the slope of No. Baizi leaned against the wind speed dog, lightly tapped, and the multifunctional telescopic table in front of him was automatically assembled and held up. "It should be found, right?" Whisper softly. At the corner of his mouth, a slightly arrogant smile twitched. The clues are naturally left by him, and the purpose is very simple, just to discuss the rockets. Today, he has not yet had the strength to compete head-on with the rockets. But no matter. As the trainer of Laloras, his family and friends, and all the sufferings the little guy has suffered, he will never forget this matter. Just as a meet and greet. In the future, he will definitely get it back completely, without pulling a trace. Woo tilde tilde tilde. After a while, the cold light in his eyes briefly extinguished. Baizi breathed a sigh of relief, and reached out his hand to release all the remaining elves. "Everyone, let's get to know our new companions together." White light flashes. Big Stinger, Lapras, Zorua, and Laloras appeared in the vicinity of Baizi respectively. Count the wind speed dogs used as cushions and iron dumbbells that haven't hatched yet. Now, the 6 handheld elf teams with different duties have already been initially constructed. Although this team was somewhat different from his initial conception, everything was irrelevant. Anyway, Baizi himself was very satisfied. Chapter 55, The Great Zorua Crisis. First update. Beer tilde. The giant needlebee was as cold as ever. After looking around, he nodded to Laloras, then fluttered his wings and landed on a tree branch on the side, secretly alerting him. Woo tilde. Laplace groaned softly, his eyes curved, and while expressing his welcome, he also fully showed his innocence. "This is an old problem, it's hard to change." The wind speed dog also nodded gently in the direction of Laloras, then lied down honestly, and continued to be Baizi's backpad. "It's Zorua. I don't know if it's because of the mutual resistance of the attributes or because of the same-sex repulsion. He seems lukewarm to Laloras, and even shows some hostility. Zorua is naturally a little unhappy. There are reasons why the properties are mutually exclusive. Same-sex repulsion also exists. But the real reason why it was so angry that Laloras didn't like his eyes, was because the little thing in front of him jumped into Baizi's arms and hung on Baizi's neck and couldn't get it down. Woo oh, filled down pointing triangle dish filled down pointing triangle me winking face oh. Zorua was instantly furious. To know. This was originally a position that only it could enjoy, and it belonged to it in the arms of a fox. But now, it has been occupied by this little thing that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Gone. Can't stand it. Woo tilde woo. Thinking of this, Zorua was furious, and couldn't help but bared his little fangs and roared at Laloras. It wants to declare its sovereignty and let the other party retreat in spite of difficulties. Lalu tilde. Seems to be frightened by Zorua. Lalu Rastan shivered all over, and after calling Bara aggrieved, he hurriedly shrank his body into Baizi's arms oh. At the same time, Zorua's mind also sounded a somewhat charming lowly voice. HMPH, stupid fox. Shivering cold. JPG. Provocative. This is provocation, right? And this is already clearly competing with himself for favor. Zorua felt an unprecedented crisis of falling out of favor. Okay, as a senior, you have to learn to be generous, and Zorua, who is most considerate of me, will definitely do it, right? Seeing that Zorua was about to fry, Baizi hurriedly took it into his arms, comforting him while smoothing the hair. Subsequently, he gently nodded Lalora's little head again. His tone was doting, but he looked at him very seriously. And you must learn to live in harmony among your companions, and you can't play tricks. I know it's wrong, Lalu tilde. Lalu lowered his head timidly, pulled the corner of Baizi's shirt, and responded with a milky voice. Since birth, he has lived in a dark laboratory and endured severe pain that is piercing his heart every day. No one cares, no one communicates, and no one cares. Until Baizi appeared. To be frank, that call for help was just a desperate cry for it to feel the end of its life. But the destined person really appeared. To her, Baizi was like a light, illuminating its life and everything. So, subconsciously, she wanted to monopolize Baizi and didn't want to share it with anyone. That's why, when she saw Zoroya's stupid act of declaring her sovereignty, she would fight back immediately, wanting to overcome the rigidity with softness, while improving her position in Baizi's heart, while reducing the impression of the other party. Gee. It can be said to be a proper belly black. But now that he was seen through, and it was seen that Baizi didn't seem to like her like this, Lapras had to die. But, although it has been decided that he will not do anything similar to Baizi's dislike in the future. But competing for favor, she is serious and will never give up. And here, the simple Zoroya didn't think so much. Baizi's sentence, "Zoraya who thinks about me the most," really makes him elated. At this moment, he is still beautiful. Hey 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 oh, hollow down pointing triangle, asterisk Q tilde. The trip to Ujanshan, although the plan to find the moonstone and the ore was in vain, but in terms of harvest, it was a big profit. Don't say anything else. Lapras alone. You are the evolution stone of that mountain, and it is impossible for Baizi to change it. In addition to the big head of Lalula's, Baizi actually got 2 other heads. This is the first. It is a research material about the Gene Fusion project. Open the newly bought notebook, plug in the USB flash drive, and after a period of cache, Baizi clicked on the removable storage device in the hard drive. Immediately, a row of pictures and texts appear. Chapter 56, Half-Awakened Spiritual Power. Second more. Snapped. After shutting down the computer, unplugging the USB flash drive and putting it away, Baizi breathed a sigh of relief, closed his eyes slightly and pinched his eyebrows. U-Disk is not complicated. But, to Baizi's surprise, apart from the log-like experimental records, he didn't even see a shred of the core technology of the Gene Fusion project. On the contrary, I found data about the Super Dream in the God Creation Project, and Ibrahimovich's data in the Multi-Attribute Fusion Experiment. Besides, it is a list of Elves' death data column after column. Quite a while. Baizi finally slowly opened his eyes, and his eyes were filled with awe. Up to now, he still doesn't understand that this so-called Gene Fusion Project is just an empty shell. It was purely based on plagiarizing the experimental data obtained by others, and then using living experiments, bit by bit, relying on the lives of countless elves, the results obtained by stepping on their corpses. It is no wonder that such a large experimental base has such a weak garrison. Come to think of it, these experimental data are not from the right source even within the rockets, so they dare not publicize it. But no matter what, these guys are all leftovers that don't deserve to die. Baizi even regretted it a little. He shouldn't have acted so bluntly, let those guys die too cheap. Boom! At this moment, this extreme anger seems to have made Baizi's spirit reach a certain critical point. Suddenly, a roar like a twilight drum and a morning bell resounded in Baizi's mind. Your spirit has broken through the critical point, you have gained a little, your spirit power is half awakened, and your spirit value is +3. Suddenly, with the sound of the system, Baizi only felt that his brain was clear for a while, and the invisible spiritual power gathered between his eyebrows, and it seemed that he would break through the awakening at any time. At the same time, countless complicated and long-term memories began to emerge from my mind. Past life and present life, the bits and pieces of the decades are like watching the lights on a horse. Excavated and resurfaced. And it is as deeply imprinted into my mind as a brand. This is. Baizi frowned, feeling the exceptionally clear memory in his mind, which can be said to be a memory of all the details. Blinked slightly. Feeling the memory image in his mind as clear as a camera, the corners of Baizi's mouth rose, and he felt a little joy in his heart. Lalu tilde. Lapras is a spirit that can capture the emotions of spirits and humans. Not to mention that this little guy has a strong spiritual power and a natural telepathy that is far superior to that of his family. Although he couldn't directly read Baizi's thoughts, his keen mental sense still made the little guy instantly change to Baizi's mood of anger and joy. Therefore, I couldn't help being a little worried and climbed up Baizi's neck, brought his little head up, and rubbed his cheeks comfortingly. Zorua also stretched out her pink tongue, and lightly licked the back of Baizi's hand twice. The giant stingrays also seemed to be aware of it, and they all looked at Baizi with concerned and worried eyes. I'm fine. Baizi's heart warmed, he shook his head with a light smile, and rubbed everyone's heads one by one. In this regard, a group of elves responded happily, well-behaved or docile. Only the giant stingray. Seemingly uncomfortable with such an intimate gesture, he resisted the urge to dodge, and after being touched and killed by Baizi with a slight trembling, he rushed back to the top of the tree as if he were fleeing, and continued to let out his whistle in a serious manner. This is shy. Baizi was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly burst into laughter. He didn't even think that Big Needlebee's cold temperament would feel shy because of close contact. Tisk tisk, is it the so-called contrasting cuteness? After interacting intimately with the elves for a while, Baizi took out the one that was put away again. Fingers squeezed slightly. Click. The power that exceeds the peak value of ordinary people, the powerful finger force brought by it suddenly completely crushed the USB drive into slag, and threw it aside. The spiritual power is half awakened, so the memories are gathered into a book like a photo, and Baizi naturally doesn't need to keep this thing anymore. Crushed, just, destruction and destruction of traces, save what omissions are left. Handle the U-disc. Baizi turned his eyes around again and landed on a blue and white patterned Pokeball dominated by pink. This is a special super healing ball. At the same time, what exists in it is Baizi's second harvest besides the research data of the Gene Fusion Project. Chapter 57. Special Ibrahimovic, the Ace Seed. Third more. Open black lens bracket race. Ibrahimovic close black lens bracket. Attribute, General. Characteristic, Danger Prediction, Monty. Level, Novice Intermediate, Level 15, 3100ths. Potential, King of Heaven. HP, 55, Attack, 55, Defense, 50, Special Attack, 45, Special Defense, 65, Speed, 55. Skills, Desire, Help, Cry, Clash, Tail Wagging, Sand Splashing, Lightning Flash, Round Eyes. Genetic Skill, See-Through. Status, Extremely Poor, Genetic Disorder. Introduction, Good Talent, has a keen sense of attribute energy, can freely evolve into Fire Elves, Water Elves, and Thunder Elves without evolutionary stones, and can also return to the original state after evolution, but this evolutionary ability it is not born with it. It will bring pain to it, and even cause genetic collapse. Looking at the petite figure curled up inside the healing ball, Baizi's expression condensed slightly. Baizi, who is familiar with the elf world and now has an amazing memory, naturally does not know the origin of Ibrahimovic in his hand. As a Team Rocket experiment spirit that appeared in the special edition. Although the appearance space is not much, but the popularity is quite high. After all, this is the only special Ibrahimovic that can degenerate freely and has multiple attribute evolution forms in the special chapter. But according to the original plot, shouldn't this Ibrahimovic escaped from Team Rocket's experimental base, and then met Xiaoqi in Yuhong City and was captured by him? Why is it now appearing in the secret experimental base of Mount Yumi? This is because of the butterfly effect. Or say, Baizi's thoughts were chaotic, and he couldn't come up with the truth for a while. Also, now is not the time to think about these things. Ibrahimovic's state is obviously not good, and Baizi did not dare to rashly remove it from the special healing ball to avoid unforeseen consequences. For now, the best way is to go to the Elf Center to seek Miss Joy's help. And the nearest ferry center from here. Only. Walan City. It looks like I have to leave overnight. Late at night. Z, accompanied by a piercing sound like the collision of gold and stone, a tall and handsome figure suddenly stopped in front of the elf center door in Wallen City. Turning over neatly, Baizi quickly put away the wind speed dog, strode away, and pushed the door straight in. Although it is the darkest hour when the sky will be bright. But behind the counter at the elf center, Miss Joy remained at her post. Miss Joy, this child is in a very bad condition, please trouble you. Is that so? Please don't worry, we will do our best. Baizi's expression was solemn, and Miss Joy naturally did not dare to be careless. After receiving the healing ball handed over, she hurriedly called the auspicious egg who was watching the night with her and entered the healing room in the backstage. Time passed by minute. Click, when the first ray of sunlight fell from the sky, the door of the healing room finally opened again. The hours-long medical work made the faces of Miss Joy and Gilly Egg look tired, and on the cart in front of them, the pink-white healing balls were quietly placed on the tray. Middle. Through the translucent crystal shell on the top half of the healing sphere. Baizi can clearly see that although his body is still curled up in a ball, his smart eyes are looking around secretly from time to time, obviously he has woken up. But this Ibrahimovic seemed to be very vigilant. As soon as he met Baizi's eyes, he quickly shrank and pretended to sleep. Seeing this, Baizi suddenly burst into laughter. Vigilance is good. But this acting is really unsightly. Not to mention compared to his own Laplace, even the little Nymphozoroia is more than one grade better than it. When I came out of the center of the elf, the sky was already bright. And Ibrahimovic, after the overnight treatment by Miss Joy, although his physical condition has completely recovered, the problem of genetic disorder has still not been effectively alleviated and radically cured. According to Miss Joy, this Ibrahimovic of my own is far more unstable in its adaptive genes than those of the same clan. In addition, there are a large number of active attribute factors of water, fire, and thunder in the body, making Ibrahimovic itself unstable. Genes become more difficult to control. Therefore, we want to completely cure the problem of Ibrahimovic gene disorder. The best way is to let it complete a new attribute evolution, while stabilizing the genes, suppress the overactive water, fire, and thunder attribute factors in the body. Brand new attribute evolution. At this point in time, it may still be a problem for others. But for Baizi, apart from the conventional 3 evolutions of water, fire and thunder, he also knows 5 other evolutions of Ibrahimovic. Sun Elf, Moon Elf, Leaf Elf, Ice Elf, Fairy Elf. He knows every evolution method like the back of the hand. But is this really the only way? You know, if the evolution ability of multi-attribute can be mastered completely harmlessly, then the plasticity of this Ibrahimovic can be called unparalleled in the world. It can be said. It is a complete ace elf seed. Chapter 58. Eat Sharonas. Fourth more. Yeah. A fragrant wind rushed to his face, and Baizi, who was in deep thought, only felt that he had hit a piece of softness. Then, in a burst of exclamations, he subconsciously stretched his arms forward, wrapped the other party's slender waist, and hugged him into his arms. The first thing I saw was a bright blonde color. Head down again. It is 2 pairs of distinctive oval headdresses, the whole body is black, and each end is divided by a circle of golden solid lines. This unique headgear instantly gave Baizi a strong sense of sight. And as the other party slowly raised his head, the beautiful face under the hair also confirmed Baizi's guess. Hyerna. Huh. Sharona raised her head with a dazed expression. Obviously she was a royal sister in both her appearance and the touch she brought to Baizi, but her expression and temperament at this time gave people a silly and sweet feeling. Such a different kind of contradiction. In Baizi's eyes, Sharona at this time is amazingly charming. You, who are you? How did you know me? Sharona raised her head slightly and asked a little naively. Look at this angle. It's a little bit like a bird. The famous Shanao champion, I am like thunder, and there is no reason why I don't know it. Baizi replied with a light smile. At the same time, The very gentleman stepped back, helped the blonde beauty who seemed a little confused in his arms to stand, and let go of his arms. Ah! Sharona was a little surprised until this time, remembering her previous gesture, and a flash of shame suddenly flashed in her eyes. To be honest, this is the first time she has had such intimate contact with the opposite sex. Although it was just an accident, now that she thinks about it, she still has an electric shock-like numbness. But she quickly adjusted her mood. As if nothing happened. With a soft face, he stretched out his slender hand towards Baizi, and said, "Thank you just now. It's the first time we met. Let's get to know him formally. My name is Sharona, and I come from Shanao." "It's nothing. Speaking of which, I bumped you. My name is Baizi. I'm half a true Xinjiang native. Now I'm traveling with the goal of the Alliance Conference." The corners of his mouth rose, and Baizi also stretched out his right hand, held the opponent's fingertips for 2 or 3 seconds, and then took the initiative to release it. Although it is known from the original work that this Shanao champion is very approachable. But from what he saw just now, it seems that this Valkyrie, who is as cold as a flower on the battlefield, is still a little silly in private. Sharona didn't know what Baizi wanted, but was a little interested in his self-introduction. "I grew up in the Hejong area, and later my parents settled in Junqin town." Baizi shrugged and explained briefly. "Is that so?" Sharona was stunned. However, when she saw the fruit smoothie spilled on the floor because of the collision just now, her face suddenly changed. "I finally queued up to buy the special water fruit smoothie." Saying that, he squatted down with a little grievance on his face. His lips were tightly pursed, and his eyes showed sadness, as if he was paying homage to the lost water, fruit and milk sand. Carrot. Seeing Sharona's sudden appearance of Yan Yi, Baizi couldn't help but chuckle in his heart. Unexpectedly, the dignified Shanao champion, in addition to being a little silly, is actually a foodie. But seeing that Sharona seemed really sad, Baizi could only squat down and comforted. "Isn't it just a smoothie? Just buy another one." "I can't buy it." Sharona sighed and said, "I was the last one when I went, and the water, fruit and milk sand shop is a specialty of Wallen City, and it only opens on weekends. But I only have 1 day, and I will return to God this afternoon." "Oh. Is that so?" Baizi blinked, and for a moment, he suggested, "How about I make one for you?" "Really?" Zyrna's eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked at Baizi eagerly and asked, "You can make water, fruit and milk sand?" "No." Baizi answered neatly. This is the first time he has come to Wallen City. This is the first time he has even heard about water and fruit smoothies. Where could he possibly make it? If so, then... Sharona's face was happy at first, and when she was about to make a cheeky request, she suddenly responded, "No, no." "Yeah." Baizi nodded as a matter of course. Sharona was speechless for a while, and she didn't know what to do for a while. Seeing this, Baizi immediately raised his brows. Without a word, he grabbed the half of the crispy tube that Sharona was holding in his hand, and then took a bite. Click, a crisp sound. The little bit of milk sand still stained on the crispy tube was directly swallowed by him. Sharona. Sharona, what are you doing? Have a taste. Baizi's face was full of innocence, and then he ate the remaining crispy tube in 3 or 2 mouthfuls and said, "If you don't taste it, how will I know what ingredients it is? How can I make it for you if you don't know the ingredients?" "Well, most of it is fresh milk, as well as sweet peaches and rongdan. Hey, I even added a little dry powder of fenugreek. And this, energy cubes made from indigo berries and passion fruit. Is it to neutralize the sweetness? It's interesting." According to the taste at that moment, Shirasawa savored it carefully. In a very short period of time, he compared the cultivation knowledge in his memory one by one, and found all the ingredients of this special smoothie. This memory is terrifying. And behind. Sharona opened her mouth and saw that Baizi was gradually walking away, so she had to get up and follow. Chapter 59. Sharona is caught in the battle between heaven and man, the fifth more data. On a meadow on the outskirts of Wallen City. At this time, Baizi has built a temporary kitchen. Folding tables, refrigerators, boilers, knives, containers, etc. are placed one by one. And it didn't take long for Hyarna, who kept talking about the last bite, and the last bite is gone, and returned here with a fiercely biting land shark with a huge fruit basket on its head. After sorting the washed fruit and placing them on the folding table, Sharona rubbed her wrists and said with a look of resentment, "Can you do it? Besides, it's just a piece of water, fruit and milk sand, do you need so many tree fruits? Would you like to try it and you'll know?" Baizi rolled his eyes, and while picking out a few tree fruits to deal with, he seemingly casually swept across the fierce biting land shark beside Sharona. An unseen radiance flashed from the pupils. Immediately, he had a panoramic view of the data of this fierce biting land shark. Race: fierce biting land shark. Attribute: dragon, ground. Characteristic: sand hidden. Level: champion peak, level 79, 7100ths. Potential: champion. HP: 108, attack: 130, defense: 95, special defense: 80, special defense: 85, speed: 102. Skills: crushing, double chopping, quicksand hell, impact, sand splashing, dragon breath, stomp, tile chopping, dragon claw, burrowing, sandstorm, dragon god dive, earthquake, ultimate impact. Inheritance: sacrifice clash, reverse scales. Open black lens bracket status: perfect close black lens bracket. Introduction: a fierce bite land shark with extraordinary qualifications, fierce personality, amazing physique, good at frontal hard and fierce attack, and some potential to be tapped. Looking at the data panel that appeared in front of him, although he had expected it, Baizi couldn't help but shrink his pupils. This biting land shark is undoubtedly Hyarna's absolute trump card. But as far as he knows, Sharona is only in her 20s now, yet she already possesses such strength. The fierce bite blue shark at the top of the championship is afraid that it will not be inferior to the dodo bird, who is almost in his 30s now. The ace in his hand is fast dragon. However, it is normal to think about it. Sharona rose like a comet at the age of 18 and won the Lily of the Valley competition with an almost crushing attitude. After that, he even fought Kikuno, Day, and Ayu, who were still active in the Shinao area, and then defeated Wusong, who came back from a long distance, and reached the top of the Shinao champion in one fell swoop. It is no exaggeration to say a word of the capital. Heart sigh. Baizi's hands and feet are not slow at all. First, he put the flat cherry in the oven to bake, and then quickly peeled and cut the fruit except the flat cherry, and put them into a shredder and mixed them into juice. Then, he poured a bottle of fresh milk onto the tray of the refrigerator and started frying the ice. The intermediate level of cooking skills seems to be not high, but the chefs of ordinary restaurants are at this level. Therefore, even if there is no recipe, Baizi quickly made a Baizi version of waterfruit smoothie, based on the combination of materials. Mix the 5-colored smoothie into a cup, pour over the milkshake, and then take out the dried sakura powder that has been made, sprinkle lightly and garnish it on top. Finish. You try to make a water and fruit smoothie, you get a little gain, cooking experience +3, ice drink making proficiency is improved. A familiar beep sounds in Baizi's mind. The process ideas about ice drink production have become more clean. Then, he took a bite directly on the smoothie, tasted and contrasted a little, shook his head and put it down, starting the second round of making. You try to make a water and fruit smoothie, you get a little gain, cooking experience +3, ice drink making proficiency is improved. You try to make a water and fruit smoothie, you get a little gain, cooking experience +3, ice drink making proficiency is improved. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. As Baizi's proficiency in making ice drinks increases, his techniques become more and more proficient, and the appearance and taste of the smoothies he makes are getting better and better. On the side, Sharona, who witnessed Baizi's almost visible improvement speed throughout the whole process, Xingxing's eyes were slightly opened, and her face was unbelievable. Even if it's just for cooking. But the speed of this progress is also terrifying. With this level of learning ability, how does this guy's head grow? Sharona sighed secretly. But soon. Looking at the water and fruit smoothies lined up on the table in front of her, Sharona swallowed her saliva in disappointment. She has always had little resistance to such iced drinks. But the tooth marks on the row of smoothies made her secretly tangled. They all look good. But why are they all eaten? Can't you use a spoon? Greater than dish less than. Heart slander. For a time, Sharona was caught in the battle between heaven and man. PS1. Smoothie is a solid drink, because it is about 70% water. The reason for its solidity is that water turns into ice at low temperature. It is like a piece of ice that you can chew and eat. In fact, it is water, so there is no problem with iced drinks. PS2. New book upload, please support. Ask for collection. Ask for flowers. Ask for comments. Ask for a recommendation. Many thanks. Chapter 60. Unexpected Harvest. Can't bear it. First update. In the end, Sharona still couldn't hold back the greedy worm in her stomach. She glanced at Baizi's back with a guilty conscience, and stretched her hand to one of the smoothies. Aside, Baizi's mouth twitched, raising an inexplicable smile. But it wasn't broken. Instead, he refocused his attention on the ice maker. On the other hand, Sharona behind her, after tasting the first cup of smoothie, seemed to have completely aroused the greed in her stomach, and she couldn't stop one cup after another. By the time Baizi finally made the finished product of water fruit smoothie, based on his memories, the row of more than 10 cups of experimental products on the table had all been solved by Sharona. Seeing Baizi looking at herself with a glass of smoothie expressionlessly, Sharona laughed a little embarrassedly. Apricot eyes turned. He simply pointed his finger to the side of Li-Bite-Lu Shark, and said, "It must be Li-Bite-Lu Shark who stole it. I didn't find it just now, I'm really sorry." _O winking face. Li-Bite-Lu Shark suddenly had a question mark on his forehead. Sharona was sincere. If Baizi didn't know the reason, he might have been fooled by her. Moreover, in order not to give Li-Bite-Lu Shark room to refute, Zyrna directly took out a luxurious ball and took it back. Baizi didn't know what to say. But immediately, he smiled again and added as if pointing, "Forget it, as long as Bite-Lu Shark doesn't dislike my saliva, it's all I eat after all." This time Sharona couldn't hold back. A group of bright red is spread from her neck slowly up. "Okay, let's not talk about this, let's try the masterpiece." Although he was deliberately teasing the blonde beauty, Baizi knew that enough was enough, so when he found that Sharona seemed to be getting a little embarrassed, he changed the subject very simply and handed the smoothie in his hand. Sharona quickly suppressed the throbbing in her heart and rolled her eyes, but her body took the smoothie honestly. Then, the sandalwood opened its mouth slightly and bit it gently. The rich milkshake melted in the mouth, and then there was a slightly sour taste in the sweetness, like a jelly particle. Opening parenthesis ? Sharona's eyes suddenly lit up. This taste is absolutely incredible. Although I didn't get the genuine, water fruit milk ice. But Sharona feels that just being able to eat this portion in her hand is completely worthwhile. After appreciating Sharona's suddenly adorable expression, Baizi turned around, made a few more milk sand, and started to make breakfast and elf food. The preparation for making smoothies before has made his culinary skills unconsciously increase a lot. Especially the water and fruit smoothie that he finally made. It also made him gain a lot. You have made a breakthrough in the production of delicacy-level ice drinks. You have a little income, cooking experience +120, and you are proficient in ice drinks and desserts. Ding! Persevere and persevere. Get rewarded for diligent work. Cooking skill level +1. The cooking skills have jumped directly to advanced 295 thousandths, which is comparable to an ordinary 5-star chef, and the production methods of various ice drinks and desserts are instantly added to the mind. Therefore, after making a sumptuous breakfast, Baizi couldn't help but tickle his hands to get the materials on the spot, and prepared more than a dozen desserts and pastries of various colors. There was a dazzling table of delicacies, and Sharona's eyes were straight when she looked at it. So greedy. Backquote. And here. After placing the dinner plate, Baizi wiped his hands, released the elves one by one, and clapped his hands. Everyone, come out, it's time for dinner. White light flashes. Without Baizi's greeting, Big Stinger, Zorua, Wind Speed Dog, and Lapras consciously sat around the dining table. Lalu tilde. Laloris teleported into Baizi's arms the moment he came out. With a timid appearance, he buried his small head in Baizi's chest. Ibrahimovic, who was also released, was harmless to humans and animals. However, everyone and the elves present could easily see each other's defenses. All tense. It seems that at any time it is possible to attack or flee from those who approach. Oh, filled down pointing triangle vessel filled down pointing triangle me winking face, oh. At this time, the little fox Zorua's face was shaking and cold. This new guy last night was indeed the enemy of Zorua's favor. Just a blink of an eye. I'm actually tired of being in the arms of the trainer again. I really can't relax my vigilance for a moment. But compared to this, Ibrahimovic's performance made it even more angry. Ooh. Zorua left the table with a few jumps, ran to Ibrahimovic, and scolded righteously. In Zorua's view, your own trainer is simply perfect incarnation, strong, kind, and handsome. Amir Ibrahimovic, it's just that he was rescued without being grateful, and he even showed signs of intention to attack. This is simply revenge. Can Zorua endure this? Of course I can't stand it. Elf I am the protagonist template, Invincible Chapter 61-80. Chapter 61. Love at First Sight, the core spar of electrical properties, second more. Sigma, A. Zorua's aggressive appearance, Ibrahimovic was startled at first. But soon. Looking at Zorua's petite black and red body, her dazzling sapphire blue eyes, and even her scolding shouts became sweet. Ibrahimovic's heart was instantly hit with an arrow. Oops, it's a heart-wrenching feeling. Although it is only one side, it is still the same sex elf as himself. But no way. Love comes too fast, like a tornado, it is really unable to extricate itself. Perhaps. This is love at first sight. In an instant, Ibrahimovic's attitude softened visibly. Not only did he fold his hind legs and sit on the ground very honestly, he didn't refute at all, he even showed the feeling of being rebuked by Zorua with great enjoyment. Nodding from time to time. Seems to agree with Zorua's point of view. But in fact, this guy didn't listen to anything except Zorua's voice and smile. Moment. Ibrahimovic, who was still vigilant at first, followed behind Zorua and came to Baizi's feet. Then, in the sound of Zorua's commanding shout, he rubbed Baizi's trouser legs slightly stiffly. Woo tilde. Zorua nodded with satisfaction. After that, with the expression of, please praise me quickly, she whimpered at Mengmeng Baizi. Well done. Baizi squatted down, dumbfounded, and rubbed Zorua's little head. After that, in the eyes of Ibrahimovic looking at his rival, he stretched out his palm and said, also, welcome to join our big family, please take care of me in the future, Ibrahimovic. Boy. Facing Baizi's gentle eyes, recalling the heartfelt joy he saw after rescuing him before, Ibrahimovic's expression softened, and after a little arrogant snort, he put his right paw on Baizi's palm. At this moment, not only for Zorua, but Ibrahimovic himself gradually recognized Baizi in his heart. Congratulations. On the side, Zyrna swept through the elves around the table, and said in a soft voice, Baizi, it seems that I guessed right, you really are a very powerful trainer. Flash elves, alienated elves, overlords of phantoms. Especially this wind speed dog is only one step away from the championship level, right? At the same age, I am afraid that the so-called invincible Longshadow may not necessarily be your opponent. Sharona's words were full of praise, but there was no hypocrisy, so it was known that it was not a polite compliment and flattery. Thanks for the compliment. Baizi smiled without saying anything modest. He knows his own strength better than anyone, and he is confident that he will not be slightly worse than anyone. Not to mention, with the talent rewards system, sooner or later, he will surpass everyone else, and he will challenge the almighty gods with the spirits he has cultivated and trained. Okay, let's not talk about that. Baizi changed the subject with a light smile, and invited him, let's have breakfast together, and also, let out Libit Lu Shark. Presumably a dozen cups of smoothies won't satisfy Libit Lu Shark's appetite, what do you think? Ah. Looking at the inexplicable smile on Baizi's face, Sharona's expression suddenly froze. Down with a meal. The breakfasts and desserts made by Baizi were swept away. Not even an ounce of soup was left. The plate was as clean as if it had been licked. After the meal, the elves and Sharona rubbed their stomachs contentedly, apparently eating quite comfortably. Especially Hyarna. The desserts on the dinner table were almost rounded up by her alone, showing her true nature as a foodie. Yes, in addition to Valkyrie and Hanhan, Baizi once again established a third label for Hyarna, Foodie. After a lot of fun, the two quickly became acquainted with each other. Sharona intends to make a point, so after chatting, she talked about the cultivation and training of elves. It doesn't matter this chat. Hyarna found that not only Baizi's reserve of knowledge is amazing, but even the experience of practical training can often come up with whims, bringing her different insights and insights. Some exchange. Sharona herself has gained a lot. It's good now, the favor has not been repaid, but instead, she owes a lot, which makes her very helpless. Therefore, she had to turn grief and anger into appetite, and had another lunch at Baizi. After lunch, Sharona had to leave even if she didn't give up Baizi's craftsmanship. This was her responsibility as a champion of Shanao, and she had to shoulder it. However, on the occasion of parting, after exchanging personal phone numbers, Sharona mysteriously left the promise of, "We'll give him a surprise at the Quartz conference." As well as an electric core spar. PS1. This Eevee in the special chapter is a male, but I changed it here and replaced it with a female. Because I feel that a Lala licking dog Eevee will be more fun. Hollow down pointing triangle, ~PS2. New book upload, ask for support. Ask for collection. Ask for flowers. Ask for comments. Ask for a recommendation. Many thanks. Chapter 62. Ibrahimovich's decision. Third more. The so-called core spar is actually the crystal of a single attribute energy in nature. What this thing does is very simple. It is to make it easier for the wearer to stimulate the attribute power in the body that matches the attribute, and enhance the comprehension of its attribute. Moreover, in the process of absorbing the energy in it, it also has the effect of accelerating the growth of the elves. In short, the core spar of this electric property, for the elves of the electric system, is a small power amplifier and power bank that they can carry with them. It can be said that it is a very rare treasure. Tisk tisk tisk, rich lady. Baizi was playing with the bright yellow irregular sphere in his hand, and his mouth tutted. This small piece of spar doesn't look like much, but it's not a problem to take it out and sell it for a few million. It was given to me like that. Isn't this a rich woman? But think about it. This meeting should impress Sharona deeply, right? The corner of Baizi's mouth raised a smile, just as he was about to put away the electric core spar in his hand. Boy tilde. Ibrahimovich, who had been pestering Zorua since the morning, ran over, lying upright on Baizi's calf, with a cute and well-behaved expression on his face. Seeing this, Baizi's mouth twitched. He had almost seen it after getting along in the morning. This female Ibrahimovich can be called the ultimate licking dog, just like the second Kuroko Shirai in the elf world. This guy. On weekdays, in addition to doing his best for Zorua, he is a little cold and reserved to other partners and even Baizi. Now that you are acting like this to yourself, don't think about it, it must be a conspiracy. So. You want this? Baizi raised his eyebrows, then raised the yellow crystal in his hand and asked. Bai Bui. Hearing this, Ibrahimovic immediately nodded and shouted, as if he was eager and excited. Baizi blinked. Although sometimes he can roughly understand what the big stinger or the wind speed dog wants to express. But that requires mutual tacit understanding and fetters. Ibrahimovic obviously can't do that with him yet. Fortunately, Laloras, who was lying on top of his head, was very understanding, and immediately used a soft voice to help Baizi translate. Baizi, Ibrahimovic means that it feels that the stone in your hand maybe it will be useful to Lalu tilde. Oh. Baizi frowned slightly, playing with the electric core spar in his hand, and asked, don't you want to use this thing to stimulate the electric energy in your body? After speaking, he paused and said again, if you want to use this to get rid of the energy conflict caused by the genetic disorder in your body, it is better to directly use the evolution stone to change the shape, which is more stable and safer. What do you say? Baizi's tone was sincere. Although it is a pity that Ibrahimovic gave up the path of mastering multi-attribute evolution. However, he would not force his elves to follow the path he set. Life has its own independence. Self-proclaimed family, Baizi will naturally fully respect this. He will not be like those dog blood dramas. As a parent, he will impose his will on the child, thinking that this must be for the child's good, without considering the child's feelings at all. Moreover, what if the magic skill of multi-attribute evolution is missing? Baizi believes that with his own efforts, God rewards hard work, and he can still cultivate Ibrahimovic enough to be strong. Regardless, it chooses that path. The magic of the elf world is that the power of the heart will be infinitely magnified, and this is the reason for the generation of fetters. Just like that. Although there was no communication, Ibrahimovic understood Baizi's mind at this moment. Ibrahimovic stared blankly at the sincere young man in front of him. This is the first time in his life that he has truly felt the feeling of being cared for. This feeling is really good. But it quickly woke up from the feeling in this warm spring, shook its head, and shouted again in a low voice, Bai Bui. As soon as Ibrahimovic's voice fell, Laloras immediately translated simultaneously. Ibrahimovic said that it does not want to evolve into a certain form, but intends to use the power of the spar to fully grasp the electrical system factors in its body, it's under its control. Boy, boo. Well, Ibrahimovic also said that it can feel the mutual encouragement of the spar and its internal electrical factors, and it can do it with confidence. And, only in this way can it have the power to protect Zorua. Of course, it will also protect Baizi's. Humph. What? It's clear that Baizi is the first. After the tumult of 1510, Laloras hummed and added another sentence. This was indeed what she thought. In her opinion, everything is less important than Baizi, including herself. If she is really faced with a choice, then, for Baizi's safety, she can give up everyone else, including her companions, and even her own life without hesitation. Baizi's heart warmed, whether it was Ibrahimovic's arrogant remarks or Lalulis's heartfelt maintenance. Elves' emotions have always been pure and warm. Compared to humans. Once they are identified, then they will follow for a lifetime. Baizi pondered slightly, and met Ibrahimovic's tough brown eyes. Quite a while. He squatted down, tried his best to keep his eyes leveled, and handed the yellow spar in front of Ibrahimovic. Since you said yes, then I also choose to believe you. But don't force it. Having multi-attribute evolution is just the icing on the cake for me. Even if there is only one form, I can make you strong enough. After all, it is my responsibility as a trainer to make the elves that follow go farther. Boy. For the first time in his life, Ibrahimovic showed a completely reassuring smile in front of humans. Chapter 63. Only Heng Can Hold, Wallan Taoist Hall, 4th More. Now. On the grass on the outskirts of Wallan City. Ibrahimovic, who was holding the coarse bar of electric property, was quietly curled up in the pink-white healing ball in Baizi's palm and fell asleep. However, Baizi's face did not show an overly worried look because of this. And why so? It's because, your Ibrahimovic is trying to control the electric factor in the body with the power of the spar. Heaven rewards diligence, the only constant, sustainable, the adaptability of electric attributes is enhanced 0.5%. The way of heaven rewards diligence, can only those who are constant hold it. Ibrahimovic, your determination should be rewarded with this. A smile appeared on Baizi's face. Really? A hard worker, God lives up to it, and the system of rewards for diligence has never let him down. Pin the healing ball with Ibrahimovic to the elf belt in the back waist, and then place the elf balls of Big Stinger, Zoroha and Lapras one by one. Baizi jumped up. He straddled the broad back of the wind speed dog who had been waiting for a long time. Lalu tilde. Accompanied by the immature voice, the coat on Baizi's chest stirred slightly, and after a while, a small lavender head emerged from it, which was Lalora's. She and Zoroa, that stupid fox, have already discussed it. Since the two are tired of seeing each other, it is better to be alone for a day. And today, it belongs to her. Baizi rubbed Laloris's little head with a light smile, and then patted the fluffy and mighty temples around the neck of the wind speed dog. The wind speed dog did not make a sound, just kicked its four hooves, and galloped towards the center of Wallan City like a wild horse. The wind speed dog stopped on the commercial street outside the Wallan Aquarium like lightning, and rolled over. Many pedestrians and tourists on the bustling streets stopped one after another. Whether it is the famous Kanto, the top-level riding elf wind speed dog with the name of the legendary Pokémon, or Baizi's arms, most people are not familiar with it, but at first glance, it is not an ordinary breed of cute little elf Lalula, are extremely interesting existences. Certainly. Baizi himself has received the same attention, a slender and tall figure, a handsome and heroic face, the corners of his mouth that are always lightly raised, and the rare silver white hair and eyelashes. Especially the pair of obsidian-like eyes that were faintly filled with a little blue light due to the half-awakened spiritual power. Have to admit. Only on appearance. There is no doubt that Baizi has the capital to make any man jealous and women favor. Wallan Taoist Hall is inside Wallan Aquarium. As the Wallan Aquarium, which drives the economy of the entire Wallan City with star benefits, the area of the aquarium is naturally not small. The area around the aquarium alone is no less than the area of 1 or 2 standard football fields. After passing through the outer corridor, explaining his purpose at the gate of the ticket gate and taking out the elf picture book certificate, Baizi entered the interior of the aquarium. Woo tilde 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 tilde. As soon as he stepped into the inner hall, a wave of cheering and cheering came to his face. The entrance is a venue similar to a performance stage. In the center, there is a huge rectangular swimming pool. The audience seats on the left and right sides are full of male audiences who look red and can't help themselves. Baizi glanced at it, and on the water surface of the central swimming pool, 6 fair-skinned 21 long, plump legs appeared straight, and they continued to draw heavy gestures, which was indeed full of different temptations. It looks like the show will take a while to wrap up. With this thought in mind, Baizi leaned against the shadowed corner of the wall with his arms, quietly admiring and waiting. However, don't be optimistic about Baizi, okay? Lalora's petite figure climbed up along the neckline, the soft touch was attached to Baizi's face, and the horns on his small head were attached to his forehead, stopped in front of Baizi's eyes, and looked at Baizi. Okay, I'll listen to you. Baizi was stunned for a moment, and then he responded with a bit of a laugh. He picked up the jealous little guy, turned around and left the inner hall. Under the leadership of the staff he first came to the gym in the backyard. Quietly of waiting. In fact, Baizi has a good sense of the 3 sisters of Wallan Taoist Hall. Although many people have publicly or secretly ridiculed the three Wallen sisters for their unprofessional work, and even despise these three, making Wallen Gym, the most powerful water-based gym in the two places, abandoned like this. But they don't think about it. When all the previous trainers disappeared, and the only young girl with talent as a trainer, Xiaoxia, ran away from home. It is they who have no talent and neglect to fight, and maintain the operation of the gym in their own way. Although their methods may not be brilliant, but there is no doubt that it is the pillar that supports this Wallen Taoist hall. Chapter 64. Different, Entrusted, 5th. Sorry for keeping you waiting. It didn't take long for three sexy beauties in suspenders to come, and the eldest sister Sakura in the center apologized with a smile. It doesn't matter. Baizi got up politely, glanced over the outstanding faces of the three, shook his head with a chuckle, and then said bluntly, I'm Baizi from Junxin Town, can you challenge me to a gym now? Okay. Of course you can, handsome boy. Calamus and Dudan nodded again and again, their eyes sparkling, obviously confused by Baizi's beautiful color, and their answers were straightforward. I have to say that Baizi's handsome face is really easy to make the opposite sex have an innate favor. But compared to the two sisters, as the eldest sister, Sakura saw a lot more. This young man's eyes were as calm as the surface of a lake, neither contempt nor turbid desires were revealed, clean and clear, and she even saw a trace of admiration and respect in it. Admire. Respect. How many years have you not seen eyes like this? Sister Sakura's heart throbbed. At the same time, I couldn't help feeling good. The rules of the game are 1v1, and only one elf can be used by both sides, is that okay? Leading Baizi to one side of the water field and standing still, the elder sister Sakura went to the opposite side, raised a pokeball, and asked softly. With that appearance, it seems that Baizi really has any opinion, and she can completely consider changing it. The second sister, Chenghu, and the third sister, Dudan, looked at each other in dismay. Although the handsome man is indeed pleasing to the eye. But as far as they know, although her eldest sister looks gentle and easy to approach, in fact, her inner line of defense is quite heavy. To know. So far, there have been many pretentious rich second-generation or excellent trainers launching offensives, but without exception, all ended in failure. But what's with this attitude now? Those eyes were as tender as water. The charm is almost dripping out. Not to mention the slander in the hearts of the two sisters, Sakura threw the pokeball in her hand after confirming that Baizi had no objection. With a crisp sound, a small white sea lion appeared on the floating board. Race, little sea lion. Attribute, water. Open black lens bracket. Characteristics, thick fat close black lens bracket. Level, novice advanced, level 16, 31/100. Potential, gym. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Introduction, a small sea lion who is quite well trained and has not been well trained. Little sea lion. The novice high level, this level is completely within Baizi's expectations, there is nothing to think about, he directly took out an elf ball, pointed it at the floating board, and pressed the button. It's up to you, Zoroha. A white light flashed through the black and yellow luxurious ball, and when it fell to the floating board, it quickly transformed into Zoroha's petite black figure. Ow tilde. Zoroha let out a roar following the example of the older sister, Wind Speed Dog, intending to deter the opponent. But obviously, its fierce appearance and screaming did not act as a deterrent at all. Just look at the two sisters of Calamus Dudan on the side. One by one, the eyes of the stars popped out. If it is not still in the game, I am afraid that it has already rushed to suck the fox. Zoroha, what elf is this? In the field, looking at Zoroha, who is fierce with milk, Sakura frowned slightly and was a little puzzled. Zoroha is a rare species that few people know even in the Uzhong area where the name of the Phantom Overlord is spread. Too amateur. Seeing that Sakura was distracted during the battle, Baizi couldn't help but shook his head and said first, remind the opponent, use the ghost face. Woo tilde. Zorua howled on all fours. Although his ferocious expression looked cute, under the cover of evil energy, what caught the eyes of the little sea lion seemed to see a huge demon fox. It opened its mouth wide open. Boom. The little sea lion was startled, panicked, and even accidentally fell off the floating board and fell into the pool. Quite a while. Dizzy, the little sea lion whose eyes had turned into circles slowly floated up. Your Zorua killed the little sea lion in seconds, gained a little, battle experience +1, Zorua experience +1, ghost face skill proficiency +1. By Z. Zorua. 3 sisters. In this wave, the loss was too straightforward, not to mention the 3 sisters by Z and Walan, even Zorua was stunned. What's the meaning? I just put on a ghost face, can you faint too? Although it feels a bit humiliating, this has happened more than once after all. Therefore, after taking back the little sea lion's cherry blossom eyes, Chengpu quickly reacted and judged, the little sea lion is capable of fighting, so the winner is Bai Zi from Junxin Town. This is the blue badge, please keep it. The third sister Dudan also quickly took out a blue water drop badge from under the close-fitting clothes and handed it to Bai Zi. Thank you. Bai Zi stretched out his hand to take it, then took out the pokeball, and took back Zorua, who was still a little confused. Just as she was about to leave, Sakura, the eldest sister, was suddenly taken aback. Then, she quickly stepped forward to stop Bai Zi, and said inexplicably, well, Mr. Bai Zi, can you help us complete a commission? Chapter 65, The Background of Wallen Taoist Hall. The first request for data. Delegate. Bai Zi blinked, looking at Sakura with a puzzled look on his face. It's just a one-sided relationship, it's just a gym competition, why suddenly a commission? Was thinking. Suddenly, Lalulis's soft telepathy came from his mind. Bai Zi, this blonde seems to be having a telepathic call with someone in the backyard. Oh, are you sure? Well, although I don't know what they are talking about, I can't see the vague spiritual connection wrong. Is that so? I see, you did a great job. It's all I should do tilde. Quietly ended the telepathic call with Lalulis. Bai Zi looked as usual, and calmly listened to the reason for the cherry blossoms. It's like this. I don't know that the cherry blossoms have already stroked their hair, and in the doubtful eyes of the 2 sisters, they carefully elaborated. My youngest sister Xiaoxia once conquered a carp king that has evolved into a tyrannosaur. Quote. This carp king was different from its peers before it evolved, and was very aggressive. After it evolved into a tyrannical carp dragon, it became even more violent and intensified. It's okay to not obey orders. Even, I almost hurt Xiaoxia. Speaking of this, Sakura couldn't help but look dark, because since then, Xiaoxia has left a serious psychological shadow. Strength does not advance but retreats. So, Bai Zi raised his eyebrows. So I hope I can entrust you to tame this tyrannical carp dragon. Whether it is successful or not, we are willing to pay a generous reward as a reward, please. Saying that, Sakura bowed heavily to Bai Zi and pleaded. Do you tame the elves? Bai Zi pondered for a while, and looked at the little guy who raised his head in his arms, then nodded and said, I can try, but there is no guarantee of the result. Really, thank you so much. Sakura raised her head in surprise, and then bowed respectfully at 90 degrees before she got up to lead the way. Mr. Bai Zi, please come with me. On the side, Chengpu and Dudan glanced at each other, all with blank expressions. Because today's eldest sister is too abnormal. But they didn't say anything. After all, it was the elder sister Sakura who was in charge all along, or was there some reason they didn't know it yet? Okay. Bai Zi nodded with a smile, then followed Sakura and walked towards the backyard. Anyway, there is a reward for success or not. Say it again. He is very interested in the true face of the guy hiding behind Sakura. The 2 did not delay, and soon came to the backyard. Says, backyard. But in fact, it is an inland lake with a total area of no less than 3,000 to 5,000 square meters. Tisk tisk, it's simply inhuman. The overall shape resembles an upside-down dumbbell. Two quasi-circular lakes of different sizes are connected to each other by a river that is no more than 10 meters long and 2 or 3 meters wide. In the smaller part, there are many water spirits that are common in Kanto, playing with each other, showing a peaceful atmosphere. And the other side. In the slightly larger lake, the waves are rolling, and it seems that there is a manic swimming dragon under the water constantly disturbing the water surface. From time to time, there are bursts of dull roars. But all this did not affect the elves on the other side at all. No matter how turbulent the waves are, as soon as they approach the vicinity of the central river, they will immediately disappear. Become calm down. And the reason for this is probably because of the pink figure floating on the water in the middle of the river. Race: Hippo King, Dumb King. Attribute: Water, Super Energy. Characteristics: Dullness, Regeneration, Monty. Level: Peak of Kings, Level 69, 99 100ths. Potential: King of Heaven. HP: 95, Attack, 75, Defense, 80, Special Attack, 100, Special Defense, 110, Speed, 30. Skills: Power Gem, Trick, Bluff, Impact, Curse, Cry, Water Gun, Yawn, Mind Power, Immobilization Method, Water Fluctuation, Head Hammer, Mind Hammer, Instant Amnesia, Surfing, Laziness, Mental Strength, Self-Suggestion, Begging for Rain, Healing Fluctuations. Close black lens bracket. Genetic skill: Block the Way. Status: Perfect, the energy factor is active at high speed. Introduction: Hippo King, who is hundreds of years old, although his potential has been fully developed, but the long years of accumulation have brought him a solid foundation, and he may break through the shackles at any time and advance to the championship field. A peak of the king, the Hippo King who may enter the championship field at any time. No wonder Wallendaoist Hall has been in decline for 2 consecutive generations and still stands, ranking among the 8 Avenue halls in Kanto. Have this foundation. What if there is a temporary decline? After all, we can wait for a qualified gym successor to revive Wallen's prestige. To know. Hippo King is one of the few longevity elves like Ninetales. In this way, for Wallendaoist Hall, the passage of time will not only not consume the heritage of Wallendaoist Hall, but will make the heritage more profound. Chapter 66. I owe a lot of favor. Second more. The moment he saw this King Hippo, some doubts in Baizi's mind were instantly resolved. The existence that led Sakura to release the commission to himself should be this Hippo King, right? But with this level of power, could it be that he still can't accept a tyrannical carp dragon that Xiaoxia subdued? It can't be that the tyrannical carp dragon's level is higher than the Hippo King, right? You don't have to think about it to know that it's a bit whimsical. In addition to being a coward like himself, at the same age group, can there be an elves of the peak of the king in that holding team? Not to mention the existence of Xiaoxia who has the most aptitude at the bottom of the second echelon. Even the red and green 2 people who were ranked in the pyramid of the first echelon, today, it is impossible to do it. So, does it serve some unknown purpose? Baizi, the one who uses mental power to make mental calls should be the big pink guy. At this time, Lelora's voice also came. For Lelora's, who is less than half a meter tall, Hippo King, who is more than 2 meters long, is naturally a big guy. Baizi, whose thoughts were interrupted, agreed in his heart, but followed Sakura calmly, directly over the position of the Hippo King, and came to the left side of the lake where the waves were rolling. The one inside is the tyrannical carp dragon, right? Baizi pointed to the faintly visible blue figure under the lake surface and asked in a low voice. Not bad. Sakura nodded, and then she opened her mouth to say something else, but she suddenly stopped, gritted her teeth and said, I'm going to prepare the reward now. As for this child, please do whatever you want. Done. He hurried away with his lips pressed together. After Sakura left, Baizi glanced at the Hippo King in the river not far away again, and immediately turned his eyes to the lake. Baizeji's power did not sense any malice. And the soldiers come to cover the water and the soil, and he has the same wind speed dog of the peak of the king. Even if there is a real conflict, he is not at all afraid. It's better to complete the commission first and see what this guy's idea is. Race, Tyrannosaurus. Attribute, water, flying. Characteristic, excessive confidence, Monty. Level, Gym Intermediate, level 40, 71/100ths. Potential, King of Heaven. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Introduction. The well-qualified Tyrannosaurus carp dragon is too confident in its own strength, and thinks that no one is invincible under the same rank, so it has a very high self-esteem. Do you think highly of yourself? Knowing the reason, Baizi's method of solving the problem is also simple and rude. First call the giant needlebee of the same level as it to come out and beat the tyrannical carp dragon, then heal it, and then call the Lapras with a slightly lower level to come out and beat it in a fancy way. In these two battles, Baizi did not command at all. But still in a one-sided form. The tyrannical carp dragon has no power to fight back at all. No way, although it is not inferior in level, the arrogance of the tyrannical carp dragon in battle is still more than that of ordinary wild elves. Reckless, go straight. Such a wild way is really not too easy for the big needlebee and Lapras to fight. But after these two beatings, he realized the difference, and the arrogant carp dragon suddenly lost his arrogance and became extraordinarily well-behaved. This made the Hippo King, who was secretly observing from the side, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. Co-authoring its previous suppression and appeasement are all in vain. Why don't you just get caught and beat him up? Not to mention the depression of the Hippo King. Here, your big needlebee defeated the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon on its own, with a little gain, experience value +2, high-speed movement proficiency +1, double needle proficiency +1. Your Lapras defeated the tyrannical carp dragon on his own, with a little gain, experience value +5, freezing light proficiency +1. Soon after the sound of the system sounded in Baizi's ears. Cherry blossoms with a wooden box in their hands also came, and she looked a little surprised at the well-behaved Tyrannosaurus drooping by the water bank, and then turned her eyes back to Baizi. It's a good idea. Please accept the entrusted remuneration. Quote. Baizi reached out and took it, opened the wooden box, and found that it contained a USB flash drive in the shape of a small sea lion, and a blue skill CD. This is a skill learning machine and some explanatory materials for climbing waterfalls. I hope it can be useful to you. It's disrespectful. Nodding, put things away. Contrary to Baizi's expectations, there seems to be no other follow-up. After completing the commission, Sakura politely led him out of the backyard and sent him out of Wallen Taoist Hall in person. Wallen City, open-air hot spring area. As a famous hot spring tourist destination that is not inferior to Hongblian Island, the hometown of hot springs, Wallen City is full of hot springs of all sizes. And since he came here, Baizi will naturally not miss to enjoy a large hot spring bath unique to Wallen City. I found a shop in a slightly biased location and directly packed the largest hot spring bath. Baizi put on a yukata, and released the big needlebee, wind speed dog, Zorua, Lapras. These little friends one by one. He himself was in no hurry to enjoy it. Instead, he sat on the low table in front of the hall with his laptop in his hand, turned on the computer, inserted the USB flash drive into the port on the side, slid the mouse, and checked it carefully. The blue screen light kept flickering on his face. Quite a while. Baizi pulled out the USB flash drive and closed the computer, with a wry smile on the corner of his mouth. This time, I owe a lot of favor. Chapter 67. The three parties that are constantly gathering and approaching. Third more. At the same time, the backyard of Wallen Road Hall. After sending Baizi away, Sakura hurried back and asked in confusion, Lord Hippo, even if it's a gift, is it really necessary to use secret skills to send it? The so-called esoteric skills are the improvement, optimization or even enhancement of common moves by trainers after reaching a certain level. Such a thing. For any force and individual, it can be regarded as the existence of heritage and family heirloom. Just like the current fighting king in the Kanto region, Shiba, after his improvement and training, Kuai-Quan Lang, his farmer's 3-punch, can completely achieve smooth switching attacks without CD. Its strength and variability. Compared with the farmer's 3-punch, used by ordinary elves, it is simply the difference between a machine gun and an arquebus. In this way, the preciousness of esoteric skills can be imagined. Little Sakura, do you remember Shao Kaina? The Hippo King lazily soaked on the water and pointed out, if it wasn't for your grandmother's incense love back then, do you really think the Alliance would let you go like this and use this kind of method? I'm also trying to maintain the popularity of Wallen Taoist Hall, otherwise, before Xiaoxia inherits the Taoist Hall, no one will know Wallen's signboard. The corner of Sakura's mouth twitched, and she mumbled a little aggrieved. The Hippo King shook his head helplessly. Sakura went on to say, besides, I admit that Brother Baizi is indeed very handsome. If he can tame the Tyrannosaurus carp dragon, his strength must be very good, but can he really be compared with Lord Kona? Besides, Grandma just provided a small sea lion as an initial elf to Lord Kona. But this time, we are giving esoteric skills. This is the essence of the gymnasium. Can you compare with Kona? The Hippo King's tone sighed. Can Kona come up with a handheld elf that is not inferior to me at this age? What? Sakura's eyes widened, and she said in disbelief, how is this possible? He is from Junshin Town, and he is very likely to be a trainer who only embarked on a journey this year. How can he have an elf that is not inferior to Lord Hippo King? By the way, could it be the guardian spirit? Sakura added brightly, as if remembering something. Hippo King shook his head and did not answer. With its experience and mental acuity, it can be clearly seen that the burning will that surrounds the young man is a fire elf that has also reached the end of the Heavenly King level, and it is the proof of everything. But what really made it peaceful for hundreds of years couldn't bear to be agitated, but it wasn't the unknown fire-type Heavenly King elf. It was the shining Laloras like a cute thing in that boy's arms. Is that deep, vast and bottomless spiritual power really something ordinary elves can possess? Or is this actually a legendary cub of a superpower system wearing an ordinary elf coat? The Hippo King has no way of knowing. But there is no doubt that the young man who has all of this will definitely have an unlimited future. So, what is a mere esoteric skill? Even if the entire Wallen Taoist Hall is packaged and sent out, it is still a solid profit. In the bath of the hot spring hotel. Food tilde, by Zeshu exhaled with a sigh. The whole body was wrapped in the hot spring, only the head was exposed. A faint smell of soda water lingered on the tip of the nose. Unlike the sulfur springs on Honglian Island, more than 80% of the hot springs in Wallen City are natural baking soda springs containing sodium bicarbonate. Also known as hydrogen spring. This kind of spring source is the best in hot springs. Its water contains rare element hydrogen, which has unique effects on rheumatoid arthritis, skin diseases, neurasthenia, colds, beauty, whitening, and smooth skin. Especially for the moisturizing function of the skin, the baking soda fountain in Wallen City is deeply loved by women in the fairy world. Every day, countless women from all over the world flock to contribute to the economic growth of Wallen City. At this time, as Baizi went into the water, Zorua, who was still fluttering in the hot spring, immediately came over. After getting close, Baizi's shoulders, whose belly was facing the sky, was used as a pillow, and he closed his eyes and rested. In comparison, Lalora's is much more considerate. The small body is half-seated on the water bank. Let Baizi's head just fit in her arms, and his slender hands stretched out, jerky but gently massaged Baizi's temples. Not far away, Lapras in the cooling pool witnessed this scene, and then looked at Zorua, who had fallen asleep together, and shook his head with a sigh. The big stinger was still the same, leaning on the wall alone. After all, although the giant stinger is not weak in properties, it is obviously whimsical for you to let a worm elf go to the hot spring. The same is true for the wind speed dog. Although it is one of the few fire elves that does not hate water that much, it is obviously not interested in hot springs either. It just casually lays on the cobblestone shore and closes its eyes. Time passed slowly. Before you know it, the sun has set. As a new moon gradually rises, the bright moonlight is gently sprinkled. The next day, early morning. After yesterday's rest, Bai Zi, who left Wallen City in the early hours of the morning, looked in high spirits, without showing any signs of fatigue. He also wanted to understand the esoteric skills. Left and right is just an investment, wanting him to owe favors. As for the debt of favor, although it seems that it is not easy to repay, in the end, how to repay, not repay, isn't it his own decision? It didn't take long for him to leave Wallen City, and after releasing the wind speed dog, he turned over and headed towards the white strait that separates Wallen City and Q City. At the same time, it is located north of the White Strait, far from the inland, and connects the Kanto and Chengdu to an unknown sea from the north to the south. Two afterimages swiftly cross the sea, one after the other, chasing intensely. It could be vaguely seen that fleeing ahead was an airship full of science and technology, covered with cracks and scorch marks, which looked very miserable. The one chasing behind was a young man stepping on a fast dragon. A flaming red hair flew freely. The cloak behind it was ripped by the strong wind. But even so, he still stood firmly on the back of the galloping fast dragon, with his arms wrapped around him, showing his style. The other direction. Under the Tianqing Mountains west of Wallen. In the jungle. A petite black phantom ran like a shadow through the shadows between the trees. And behind it. One brown, one blue, and one gold figure, vigorously crossing the forest and crossing the stream, constantly approaching and chasing the dark and petite figure in front. At this moment, raising his gaze, Bai Zi, a red-haired youth, a black phantom. The directions of these three moving forward are like the three fulcrums of a triangle, fast or slow, but it is very coincidental that they are all in the direction of the White Strait, constantly approaching and converging. However, judging from the speed and distance they are advancing towards each other, the first to arrive should be Bai Zi. It is the second time that I have written a fairy text for the testimonials on the shelves. The previous one was also written in the case of 1.52 million words without ghostwriting. The outline of this book, even the chapter outline, has already been laid out, at least enough for me to write 500,000 words, please rest assured. Although I am an old author, I feel a little nervous every time I put it on the shelves. After all, I am a full-time author. This is the guy the first eat. Fortunately, for now, the data of the book is not bad. Therefore, it is naturally full of motivation, and I hope to make further breakthroughs. Then, can the author ask for a first order here? The first order is very important for the author. This is a review of the work. It is also a test of the author. The outcome will determine how far the author can go. I promise here. As long as the grades are okay, I will definitely stick to the book again. Of course, if you like it, you can give it. If you don't like it, forget it. The author does not want to force it. He will definitely strive for more efforts in the future, so that more people are willing to support me. In addition, Lao Chin saw a lot of old acquaintances in the book review area. Hee, thank you here, thank you very much for your continued support, and reward you as soon as you come. Really, Lao Chin is a little scared. This is everyone's trust in me, and it is also one of the motivation and sources of my efforts. Therefore, Lao Chin, I will definitely redouble my efforts and repay everyone with better stories. Thank you very much. Finally, let me tell you about the next update. Bottom 4. If the data exceeds expectations, it will be updated 6 times a day in the future. Of course, if you are too powerful, Lao Chin doesn't mind. A box of noodles, a box of water, and then delete the game and lock the room. So, do you understand? Asterisk caret hollow down pointing triangle caret asterisk. 8th, or 10th, for the author, although he may vomit blood, as long as he subscribes enough, I will fight for Lao Chin. P.S. Please subscribe, please support. So please support me, okay? Please. The time to put on the shelves is in the early morning tonight, see you there. P.S. Lastly, let's put the protagonist attribute panel. Name, Baizi. Ability, Baizi's power, the ability to detect information about things, identify good and evil, and eliminate negative emotions and soothe the mind. Spiritual power, semi-awakening, absolute memory. Physical, 12-10 spirit, 35-10 strength, 11-10 agility, 11-10 note. In parentheses are the peak values of humans in the normal elf world. Skills, cultivation intermediate, 201,000 battle intermediate, 356 1,000 cooking advanced, 372 5,000 kicking master, 0 100,000 note. Skill proficiency level division, novice, beginner, intermediate, advanced, top, master. Item, cursed ball pixie ball specially made for ghost elves. Elves, big needle bee quick attacker, metal flash, gym level Zoroha illusionist, novice level wind speed dog almighty, road mount, peak of heavenly king riding dragon water shield, sea ride, gym level. Laloris turret, semi-support, purple flash, elite iron dumbbell, future battle tank, unhatched, silver flash Ibrahimovic, best 7th man, novice. Chapter 68, Fight to the rescue, attack the giant fast dragon. Please subscribe. The White Cape is located between Wallen City and Q City. Because the sand here is pure white, it is known as the White Cape. On the cliff not far from the strait, the lighthouse it is located on is the location of Dr. Jungwei, the creator of the current elf interaction system. However, has the top of the lighthouse not been destroyed? Jumping off the back of the wind speed dog, Baizi looked in the direction of the Jungwei lighthouse with a strange look. The lighthouse was not destroyed. So, it also shows that the event of the giant, big fast dragon has not happened yet. Having said that, Xiaoji, brother Baizi. When it was said that Cao Cao and Cao Cao were coming, Baizi's thoughts turned to Xiaoji, and the other party's voice suddenly appeared behind him. Baizi turned around and saw the slightly embarrassed trio of Xiaoji, Xiaoxia and Xiaoging. Lost again. Baizi looked up and down and asked with a smile. This. Xiaoji scratched his head a little embarrassedly, looked left and right, and after seeing the two little friends around him, he quickly changed the subject and said, "By the way, brother Baizi, let me introduce you to everyone. This is Xiaoging, this is Xiaoxia, both of them are my defeats. And this is what I often tell you about brother Baizi, who is from Junqin town just like me, and is my rival." Hearing Xiaoji's pretentious introduction, Baizi's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Xiaoging and Xiaoxia couldn't help but their faces turned black. How did you get the badge yourself and don't have any points in mind? Still defeated. Don't have a point in your heart. But obviously, getting 2 badges and defeating a lot of rookie trainers who are not even newbies along the way gave Ash the illusion of, I'm strong. Became a little complacent. How about it, brother Baizi? I already have 6 fairies and 2 badges in my hand. Do you want to come and fight me? This time I will definitely not lose. Xiaoji confidently pulled open the jacket, showing the poke ball at the waist and the 2 badges pinned to the inner lining. Is that so? Baizi laughed a little. Alright, since you are so confident, let's go 6v6, and let me see your growth by the way. In memory, Hanako has been taking good care of him. Although Xiaoji is reckless, he also treats him as his own brother. Therefore, he doesn't mind a save to let this kid get out of his complacency as soon as possible. What's more, he also wanted to give it a try to see if it was possible for the destiny reward to be repeatedly swiped. Well, although he knew that it was unlikely. Thinking like this, Baizi smiled slightly and greeted, Zorua, this match is up to you. Whoa! The sound came from Baizi's collar. Then, with a burst of agitation, Zorua drowsily got out of Baizi's jacket and fell to the ground. According to what it negotiated with Lalula's, Baizi belongs to it today, but he has been on the road almost all day, and he has made it fall asleep unconsciously. Hateful. The good time with Baizi was wasted like this. The head was suffocated, and Zorua, who was still a little sleepy, woke up in an instant. O times winking face, 0. Zorua, another elf I haven't seen before. Good. Then, the decision is yours, go, little fire dragon. R. Xiaoji pulled the brim of his hat, and also sent out his own elves. Race, little fire dragon. Attribute, fire. Characteristic, fire. Level, novice advanced, level 16, 90/100ths. Potential, champion. Open black lens bracket HP. Close black lens bracket. Skills, grab, cry, spark, smoke screen. Genetic skill, wing attack, attack. Open black lens bracket condition, good close black lens bracket. Introduction, a small fire dragon with excellent qualifications but stunted development, the tenacity of muscles is gifted, and it has explosive power far beyond that of the same race. Sure enough, it is a talented little fire dragon. It is worthy of being the ace elf in the early days of Xiaoji. It is no wonder that he can grow into an old spray who can defeat the frozen bird on his own. Baizi sighed in his heart. At the same time, seeing that the two sides were ready, Xiaoging, who acted as the temporary referee, also gave an order. The game, start. Little fire dragon, use sparks to attack. Xiaoji ordered first. Supernatural power, pull its left leg. Bai Zeshuang narrowed his eyes and looked at the little fire dragon who opened his mouth towards Zorua, condensing a little spark, and then gave the order. Wow! Soraya's blue pupils were covered with a layer of white light, and the invisible supernatural power grabbed the little fire dragon's left leg, pulling the little fire dragon who was releasing his skills directly to the ground. Bang! Kuyi Xiao fire dragon fell on its back, and the spark skills that had not been fully condensed suddenly became disordered. Ah, little fire dragon, hold on. Xiaoji's expression changed. When I was about to say something. Solve it, use scratching. Soloa stepped on the ground on 4 feet, quickly rushed to the side of the little fire dragon, aimed at its chin, and slashed fiercely with the white light claws. Crack down. Bang. With a dull blow, little fire dragon's head tilted back, his body rolled several times with the force, and fell to the side of a tree, losing his ability to fight. The little fire dragon has lost its ability to fight. The winner is Zorua, please change the elf. Xiaoging on the side made a quick judgment. And then, your Zorua killed Xiaoji's little fire dragon in seconds, gained a little, battle experience +1, Zorua experience +8, supernatural power proficiency +1, random grasping proficiency +1, ringing in the ear. The system, Baizi did not replace Zorua, but looked at Ash quietly. Come back, little fire dragon, you've done a great job. Xiaoji took a sip of water and took the little fire dragon back into the Pokeball. His aura was not as high as it was at the beginning. Xiaoging, you should have seen it too, right? Xiaoxia had come to Xiaoging's side at some point, and asked softly. Not bad. Xiaoging's tone was also quite condensed. This man named Baizi is imaginative in the use of skills, and that Zoroja's action is also quite decisive. It can't be done without enough trust. Xiaoji and him. Xiaoging paused. The gap is too big. Yes. Xiaoxia also sighed so. The two of them looked at each other, and both showed a wry smile. They all hope that Xiaoji can learn a little lesson and grow, but with such a huge gap, after being crushed one after another, can Xiaoji really bear the bitter fruit of this failure? My second elf, I decided it was you, Frog Seed. Da na. Come on, take revenge for the little fire dragon, use the vine whip. Zorua, follow suit. Xiaoji's wonderful frog seed is a little weaker than little fire dragon, so naturally there is no possibility of a comeback, and he is once again beheaded by Baizi's Zorua. In the next few battles, except for the last appearance of the Skin God, who almost brought a limit change to Zorua, who had been fighting repeatedly, the rest of the battles were almost not even a little bit of turbulence. Soloya simply won V6 and completed the sweep. At the same time, although the destiny reward cannot be reapplied as Baizi thought, but it still provided Zorua with a lot of experience points, allowing it to break through to level 18 in one fell swoop. Of course, it also makes the little guy very tired. After half an hour, after suggesting that Xiaoji go to the nearest elf center and providing a map, Baizi found a few stones and some dry wood, raised a bonfire on the beach, and did not go to visit Dr. Zhengwei. Because he knows very well that tonight, the giant fast dragon will strike, and the first one will be the Zhengwei beacon that plays the fraudulent audio. What are you doing here at this time? Do you deliver food? As for stopping Dr. Zhengwei, not to mention empty vernacular, are you as simple as those doctors and Xiaoji? Believe what you say. Because of this, these doctors don't know where the fools have gone to work. Night fell gradually. Shortly after dinner. With the constant mournful screams from the top of the Zhengwei lighthouse, a fog began to rise from the sea. And as the mist rises, the sound of water splashing, the sound is constantly ringing, up. A huge figure, the size of a mountain, was walking through the fog, walking with heavy steps, slowly approaching the coastline and the direction of the Zhengwei lighthouse. At this time, an ancient and distant dragon roar came, which complemented the fraudulent audio of Zhengwei lighthouse, as if they were communicating something. And as the figure got closer, the faint shadow of the figure also flashed away in the white light swept by the lighthouse. The body of Peng Ruishan, the mysterious black lines, and the simple and honest appearance that Baizi is quite familiar with. It is a super ancient fast dragon. Race, fast dragon, super ancient species. Attribute, dragon flying. Characteristics, spiritual power, multiple scales, Monty. Level 3 divine peak level 99, 100ths. Potential, level 3 god. HP, 91, attack, 134, defense, 95, special attack, 100, special defense, 100, speed, 80. Skills, storm, wing attack, feather, speed, flame fist, lightning fist, frozen fist, tight binding, stare, tornado, electromagnetic wave, dragon tail. Genetic skills, dragon breath, white mist. Open black lens bracket condition, good close black lens bracket. Introduction, a super ancient fast dragon that has survived for more than 5,000 years. It is powerful, lonely at heart, gentle in personality, nuos, but emotionally unstable, and will destroy it if it gets out of control. Really step into the realm of God. Baizi's eyelids twitched wildly, and he couldn't bear the slightest thought in his heart, the thought of conquering it. Although he is confident enough, he is also self-aware enough. The third level God Peak, the fast dragon of the peak. This is not an existence he can challenge today. Thus, he held his breath and quietly watched the joy of the giant fast dragon from the beginning, until he realized that he had been deceived and smashed the top of the lighthouse, then turned and left in disappointment. Baizi breathed a sigh of relief. Have to say, Kuailong is a rare dragon-type spirit with a rather kind-hearted temper. Being deceived in this way is only a symbolic smashing of the projection room at the top of the lighthouse. No one was hurt. As expected of a fast dragon who was systematically rated as gentle personality. However, just when Baizi breathed a sigh of relief, he was ready to quietly watch Kuailong leave. A crumbling airship suddenly appeared above the giant fast dragon, and then, in Baizi's split eyes, a small missile was dropped on the head of the giant fast dragon. Chapter 69, The Legend of Ghosts came fast. Please subscribe. Rumble, a huge roar resounded suddenly, and the rich red light suddenly burst into a huge fireball, illuminating the entire dim sky. Then, a violent shock wave swept in, setting off a huge wave and billowing smoke. This Nima. The smoke and dust filled the air and hadn't dissipated yet, but the uninterrupted tingling of the mental power in Baizi's eyebrows told him. Danger. Unparalleled danger is approaching. Before he could think about it, Baizi turned over at the fastest speed, and slapped the elf racket at his waist with an almost thrashing motion. Lalulas, use shun. Baizi didn't finish his words. Woo tilde. Whoosh. Accompanied by an angry roar, a beam of light with a diameter of dozens of meters broke through the thick smoke, and blasted out towards the airship flying towards the white promontory on the shore. Boom. The broken airship barely dropped and avoided, but the strong wind pressure that passed by instantly tore apart most of it and blasted it into the dense forest behind Baizi. But this terrifying beam of light remained unabated, and at the moment when the airship was blown, it swept over immediately. In an instant. Everything in between, including Baizi, will be completely annihilated. Baizi's pupils suddenly tightened. And right now. Mild tilde. A crisp but incomparably angry Gao 290 sound suddenly came, and then, the surging punches accurately passed through Baizi's neck and even under the armpits, forming a 7-star character, bringing this beam of light, which can be called Tianwei, to life. Set in place. Subsequently, whoosh, a pitch-black phantom mixed with greenery passed behind Baizi's ear. A full leg. Kicked on top of the 7-star character. Bang tilde. As if hitting a real object, a flaming green flame instantly invaded and exploded. The huge impact cut off the entire beam of light in front of Baizi, accompanied by countless collapsed energy spots surging. The air was continuously pushed forward, forming a circle of sonic boom clouds, which slanted and roared into the sky, directly hitting a big hole in the stratus clouds in the sky. In the moonlight, it was as if the dark sky had been torn open. Roar. The impact of this violent counter-bang finally made the super ancient fast dragon get out of the violent state, showing a simple and honest expression that was almost indistinguishable from the ordinary fast dragon. After scratching his head and scanning his eyes left and right, he seemed to understand something. It made an apologetic roar in the direction of Baizi, then opened its mouth and spat, and a drop of crystal blood flew towards Baizi. And the giant fast dragon that did all this. After glancing at the land without any super ancient elves, he turned around and walked lonely into the sea, disappearing into the rising mist. Mid-air. The crystal clear blood flew to Baizi's side as if it were spiritual, but he reached out to catch it, but it was empty. The drop of blood seemed to be just a phantom. After penetrating Baizi's palm, it fell directly into the fourth diving ball with Lapras on Baizi's waist. This is. Baizi frowned. Baizi's expression was shocked, and then he suddenly turned his eyes to his feet as if he remembered something. This is the blood of the law of that fast dragon. It's a good thing. A voice without any emotion rang in Baizi's ears. Is that so? That is to say, what kind of blood of law is good for Lapras? Well, it will enhance aptitude and understanding of attribute energy. That's good. Wait. A petite creature with a humanoid shape but a body like a smoke quietly suspended in the shadows, staring at a pair of innocent orange-red eyes, looking at himself calmly. But somehow, Baizi, however, felt the other party's concern and heartfelt joy at seeing him as if he had a good heart. Machado. Baizi softly called out the name of the elf in front of him, and with a sudden smile, said softly, "So the guardian elf who has a predestined relationship with me is you." Mild tilde. Machado tilted his head, and then nodded as if he was a bit slow, ACBH, and his orange-red eyes were slightly bent. Race. Marshadow, shadow form. Attribute. Fighting, ghost. Characteristic. Technical master. Level. Level 3 God Elementary, Level 92, 25 100ths. Potential. Level 2 God. HP. 90, Attack. 125, Defense, 80, Special Attack, 90, Special Defense, 90, Speed, 125. Exclusive Skills, Shadow Stealing, 7-star Soul Reaper legs, available in full form. Skills: Flame Fist, Lightning Fist, Frozen Fist, Drain Fist, Attack, Double Return, Imitation, Acting, Shadow Ball, Force, Malicious Pursuit, Raid, Self-Suggestion, Sharpening, Close Combat. Open Black Lens Bracket Condition: Good Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket Contract Object: Baizi Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction: Has the ability to sneak into all shadows, is timid by nature, likes to hide in inconspicuous shadows, and if it is provoked, it will burst out with amazing power to counterattack. There is no doubt that the Machado in front of him is the guardian spirit who has a predestined relationship with Baizi. And thanks for its timely arrival. Otherwise, Baizi is really almost gone. Wu tilde. Looking at the white and white promontory that seemed to be plowed to one side, Baizi let out a long sigh of relief with lingering fears. Today, he finally realized what the power of God is. And in the same way, he will soon have a legendary elf that is not inferior to the super ancient fast dragon, Marshado. I'll ask for more advice in the future, Marshado. Holding down the throbbing in his heart, Baizi squatted slightly and handed a luxurious ball in the direction of Machado. Mild tilde. Machado tilted his head, looked at the luxurious ball in Baizi's hand, pouted, and rushed towards Baizi's chest. DDD, a crisp sound sounded, accompanied by a slight trembling. Baizi took off the curse ball hanging from his neck with a strange look. If he remembered correctly, this item should have been handed to him by Dr. Damu before his departure. However, how could Dr. Ogi be sure that he could use it? Even ready in advance. Could it be that Dr. Damu can really count? Did he expect that he would conquer a ghost legend like Marshado before he set off? Thoughts flew in Baizi's mind. Cuckoo tilde, but with the sound of wings flapping, a fiery red figure jumped straight down from midair. Chapter 70. The world will definitely belong to the Rockets. Please subscribe. I'm sorry to have affected you. The man standing in front of Baizi is the 4 heavenly kings of the Kanto region, Yulongdu, known as the Dragon Messenger. Now, he was expressing his apology to Baizi in a sincere tone. As the 4 heavenly kings of the Kanto region, it is his responsibility to protect the people. What's more, the fundamental reason why the huge fast dragon suddenly went mad was also caused by the desperate poachers he was chasing. Think of this. Yulongdu's steep brows shrugged, and he apologized to Baizi again. He threw his cloak and jumped directly onto the back of the fast dragon, flying towards the direction where the airship fell. Get rid of evil. Only dead poachers are good poachers. What's more, he has been chasing this guy for 3 days, and he must be sure that the other party is thoroughly understood in order to reassure him. Did Ant see it? Or? Baizi stared uncertainly at Yulongdu's disappearing figure, and frowned slightly. Think for a moment. Baizi, who really had no clue, released the wind speed dog and galloped in the direction of Dry Leaf City. It's going to be a place of right and wrong very quickly, so it's better to leave early. Along the way, Baizi was thinking about the curse ball. Because the information revealed by this Pokeball is too rich and fascinating. Will I find out one day? Baizi's eyes flashed. Under the rush of the wind speed dog, it didn't take long for Baizi to be able to vaguely see the general outline of Dead Leaf City. But he has not waited for him to enter the range of Dry Leaf City. Kacha, a thunderstorm fell from the sky, turned into a golden saber-toothed tiger with a black thunder and lightning tattoo, and stopped in front of Baizi and Fengsugo. Then, the light blue figure that came with the wind and the flame lion beast with hair on its back also appeared behind Baizi. The 3 stood in a triangular position, surrounding Baizi. Invisible coercion pervaded all around. Wu tilde. The wind speed dog stopped, claws on the ground, and let out a protest-like whimper. Emperor Yan, Duke Lei, Shuijun. And Baizi also instantly recognized the identities of the 3, frowned and asked, "Why did you stop me?" Having said that. But after thinking about it, Baizi guessed that the three guys came from Machado in all likelihood. Because according to the information obtained from the theatrical version, Machado is similar to the three holy beasts, and he is also the messenger of Ho Wang sitting down. But, looking at their menacing appearance, I am afraid it is not a good thing. As predicted. Machado, you left AWOL. Lei Gong's telepathy like thunder exploded in the clear sky. But it didn't finish talking. But it suddenly stopped as if it was stuck by something. Turning his head, he exchanged glances with Yandy and Sujin, who were also somewhat surprised. He frowned and forcibly swallowed the words behind him. He changed his tune very awkwardly and said, "Cough, Machado, you should also tell us in advance that you left without a word. It's too easy for people to misunderstand when you leave without saying a word." Well, that's it. The voice just fell. Lei Gong then seemed to turn into a bolt of lightning that shot directly into the jungle, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Sujin followed closely behind, riding the north wind lightly and jumping up and chasing after him. Only the Emperor Yan. He took a deep look at Baizi. Human, Machado has not been born for a long time, and his mind is immature. I hope you can guide and use Machado's power well. After leaving these words, he jumped up and left slowly. In this forest. To be honest, Baizi was completely confused at this time. Surrounded aggressively, just to give 2 words of advice to himself and Marcia. Neuropathy, right? Baizi rolled his eyes speechlessly, and immediately patted the wind speed dog on the back, signaling it to move on. Question mark. 8, 5, 6, 1, 0, 9, 7, 8. 2 feet long, haven't slept all day and night. Plus what happened along the way. Baizi was exhausted. He doesn't want to think about anything now, he just wants to rush to Dryleaf City to find a hotel and sleep well for more than 10 hours. And the other side. Not long after Baizi left. The 3 holy beasts returned to their original places again, and they looked at each other in dismay. Quite a while. The most impatient Lei Gong took the lead and asked, "Emperor Yan, are you sure that kid is a human who has been recognized by the Lord? Why didn't I sense the aura of rainbow feather on him at all?" 0. Asking for flowers. Of course. Emperor Yan's answer was decisive. Although I don't know how he used the rainbow-colored feathers, his body is indeed contaminated with the revival breath of the sacred fire. You should know that only the Lord's sacred flame has the ability to revive. Breath. Lei Gong frowned, unable to refute. If it is really a trainer recognized by the Lord, they really dare not act rashly. After all, they are only subordinates after all. Naturally, he did not dare to easily interfere in matters related to the Lord. There are 2 flowers, one on each side. Delayed by the 3 holy beasts, by the time Baizi arrived at Dryleaf City, the sky was gradually turning white. 0 But Baizi doesn't care about this. I randomly found a hotel and opened a good room. As soon as I entered the door, I didn't even change my clothes, so I jumped directly onto the bed sheet in the bedroom, and after a while, I fell asleep. And just when Baizi fell asleep. Kanto. On an unknown island. One of the rocket's headquarters is located here. Cunning Rabbit 3 Caves. This is the most basic security strategy for the rockets. At this time, Sakagi, the leader of the rockets, was reading this report on the giant fast dragon. To know. The Kwantung Alliance has just sorted out some of the materials and completed the collection through the dictation of Dr. Jungwei in Yulongdu. But this top-secret information has not been organized and stored for a few hours, but it has already appeared on the table of Team Rocket Sakagi. The rocket's penetration of the Kanto League is evident. A super ancient dragon. It's interesting, but now is not the time to pay attention to these details. Slap. He casually threw the information on the table. Sakagi stood up. Come to a floor-to-ceiling window and look down. Looking at the half-human, half-cat-like curled elf in the petri dish, his eyes gradually became frantic. When he wakes up, the world will definitely belong to Team Rocket. Several. Chapter 71. Chilulian, join us. Please subscribe. Your big needlebee has tried his best to wave the double needle 10 times, and he has gained a little, and the attack racial value is plus 0.01. Your Zorua is dedicated to imitating the shape and action of a giant stinger, with a little gain, illusion proficiency plus 1. Your Lapras tried to understand the blood of law in his body, and he gained a little, and the resolution increased by 0.5%. Your Wind Speed Dog's extreme running fire attribute factor, slightly gained, special attack plus 0.01, the bottleneck is slightly reduced. Your Laloras uses mind power to carve flowers while meditating, and gains a little, meditation proficiency plus 1, mind power proficiency plus 2. This time, Baizi slept for a full day and night, until the next morning, he woke up to the sound of the system. Hungry. However, there is no dizziness from long sleep. This big, 290s, can be attributed to the spiritual attributes that are more than 3 times that of ordinary people, as well as the spiritual power that was half awakened before. Looking up from the Simmons in the hotel, Baizi shook hands and listened to the constant sound of the system, and the whole person seemed extraordinarily silent. All the details of facing death the night before are still vivid in my mind. To be frank, it doesn't feel good. But isn't that the case with the elves who faced all of this the same way as themselves the night before? The threat of facing death directly was not diminished by the presence of the Pokeball. And they face it all head-on. How much panic, helplessness, and even despair do you have in your heart? Baizi couldn't know at this time. Because last night when he needed his comfort and company the most, he completely forgot about it and chose to bury his head and sleep like Doodly. An escape behavior like this. He kept pointing at this, pointing at that. But in the end, he himself failed to fulfill the responsibilities and obligations that he should fulfill as a trainer. Instead, it's his elves. When he escaped into the dreamland, he had already begun to grope and train himself to strengthen himself. Oh, sentimental, a little different from myself. Baizi suddenly laughed lightly, wiped his face, and after laughing at himself, put on his usual smile again, got up and walked towards the living room. Sizzle tilde, woo tilde, ow tilde, woo tilde, lalu tilde. Seeing Baizi walk out of the room, all the elves immediately put down their training and gathered around. I don't know when Machado, who was hiding in Baizi's shadow, also hugged Baizi's calf and cast his expressionless gaze over. Sorry. Baizi stretched out his hand and tried to take all his partners into his arms, with a soft and firm tone. Please trust me again, I will accompany you to face everything from now on, and will not be left behind again. Lalu tilde. Laloras, whose whole body was buried in Baizi's arms, lit up slightly, telepathically, and tightly connected Baizi and all the elves. This moment. Their hearts are so close to each other. At the center of countless emotions, Laloras finally stopped repressing himself, obeyed the desires of his body, and ushered in evolution. In fact, as early as the day Baizi rescued it, Laloras had reached the point where he could complete his evolution naturally. The reason why he kept secretly suppressed it was because he wanted to get closer to Baizi with his petite and cute appearance. And now, recognizing the lack of strength again, she finally let go of her mental power's suppression of body cells, and was determined to pursue more powerful strength. At this moment, a dazzling white light suddenly rose from Baizi's arms. While making him slightly stunned, he was also a little excited. This is evolution. Baizi's eyes were fixed. In the increasingly bright white light, a petite person is deforming and growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chiru tilde. In the end, she broke free from the shackles of the white light like a butterfly and turned into an elegant girl. Her height is close to 1 meter, and the lovely pot cover has grown into long shawl hair. The 2 tentacles from the Laloras period have also come to both sides of the head, just like the luxurious purple hair. Embellished with pink hairpins. The exposed legs are even more slender, and the upper body is like wearing a tutu. Compared to Laloras, who is like a small loli, Cerulean now looks more like a little girl after evolution. Chiru tilde. The evolved little guy seems to be deliberately showing off. After jumping out of Baizi's ring, he spun lightly on the spot, then pulled up the corner of his skirt and bowed slightly towards Baizi, surrounded by faint phantoms of pink petals floating around. Flying Zero. Is this a phantom made with superpowers? It looks like Lalu. No, it should be called Cerulean now, and he has indeed become stronger. Baizi sighed slightly, and in an instant, the essence of these petals flying around Cerulean was broken. At the same time, the brilliance in his eyes flashed, and he swept towards the super girl dancing in front of him one by one. Race. Cerulean purple flashing. Attribute. Super Fairy. Characteristics. Synchronization, telepathy, Monty. Level. Quasi Tianwang Elementary, level 50, 55 100ths. Potential. Level 2 God, Extreme. HP. 138 Attack. 135 Defense. 135 Special Attack. 120 65 Special Defense. 155 Speed. 150. Exclusive skills. Super Annihilation, Spiritual Smash. Skills. Charming Voice, Cry, Shadow Clone, Mind Power, Hypnosis, Draining Kiss, Teleportation, Fantasy Light, Water Drops of Life, Coquetry, Meditation, Spiritual Strength, Healing Fluctuations. Genetic Skills. Black Eyes, Farewell Gifts. Open Black Lens Bracket Status, Perfect Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction. Lelora's, an extraordinary aptitude, is gifted with extraordinary talents and possesses a powerful spiritual power far beyond that of his family. He perfectly integrates the genetic sequences of the two superior legends of Dream and Super Dream, thus obtaining power beyond the limit and 1.7 ability. Close Black Lens Bracket. After evolving into Cerulean, her racial value has not been improved. But this was already expected. After all, Lelora's itself can have a racial value as high as 620, entirely because of the inheritance from the two legendary racial values. Rise again. That's a bit unreasonable. What really made Baizi's eyes shine was that Cerulean's level was actually improved, jumping from the elite high level to the Quasi-King's first level in one breath. This is simply a triple jump. If there is such a level of improvement when he evolves into Shinado in the future, then the number one combat power of Baizi's subordinates will probably be replaced. Chapter 72, The Third Badge, The Blood of the Law. Please subscribe. Baizi, please give me more advice for the rest of my life. After a dance, Cerulean bowed slightly, put both hands on the skirts on both sides, and bowed gently towards Baizi. Elegant and bright. Like a real little lady. In order to celebrate Lalulis's successful evolution into Cerulean, Baizi deliberately postponed his plan to go to Dead Leaves Gym to obtain the badge, and specially negotiated with the hotel and borrowed the kitchen for an hour. Baizi spent a lot of thought, frying and frying, combining Chinese and Western, and found a table of good dishes. Everyone enjoyed their meal. After lunch. After a short rest, Baizi came to the lobby to check out, and then walked towards the city center, where the Dry Leaf Gym is located. Wu tilde, the whistle sounded from time to time from the harbor. Unlike Wallan City, Hue City, as one of the largest seaports in Kanto, has an atmosphere more inclined towards an industrial city. Therefore, when it comes to comfort, it is naturally a little less. The same is true for the Dry Leaf Gym. The floor area is not smaller than that of the Wallan Gym, but the overall style of O2 is relatively rough and fierce. The gym challenge at Deadleaf Gym is quite special, and only Raichu, the elf, accepts the challenge as the leader. And, as the owner of the gymnasium, Ma Zishi is responsible for the defense of Deadleaf City most of the time, so he rarely sees his time in Deadleaf Gymnasium. Most of the time, Raichu, the main commander of the acting pavilion, accepted the challenge. It was no coincidence that Baizi came. Because of the reason that the world-famous luxury cruise ship, the Santanu, was docked in Q City recently, Ma Zishi would basically stay near the port to avoid accidents. The level of Raichu who stayed behind was level 40, and he belonged to the middle-level elves of the gym level. This level is quite powerful for ordinary trainers. But for Baizi, it's not even an appetizer. Laplace, freeze beam to solve it. Wu tilde. Under Baizi's order, Laplace let out a soft cry and spit out a light blue beam of light from his mouth. Nothing fancy. It's fast, accurate, and ruthless. Raichu didn't even have time to react at all, and the extremely cold beam of light had already knocked it flying and froze on the edge of the wall. Spike. You commanded Laplace to defeat Raichu of Mazishi, and gained a little, battle experience +1, Laplace experience +15, freezing beam proficiency +3. Except for Baizi himself, everyone in the gym was a little stunned. They didn't expect the battle to end so neatly. And still the challenger wins. Bye, the game is over, the winner is Baizi from Junshin Town. The referee hurriedly announced the result and handed a polygonal orange badge to Baizi's hand. Thank you. Baizi put away the badge and Laplace, turned around and left the gate of Dead Leaves Gym. The moment he walked out of the gate, the smile on the corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise. The drop of, the blood of law, of the super ancient fast dragon is really beyond imagination for the improvement of Laplace. That's it. Or because Laplace did not choose to absorb it directly, but consume the blood to make his own perception. Race, Laplace riding the dragon. Attribute, water ice. Characteristic, water storage, hard shell armor. Level, gym beginner, level 35, 25 100ths. Potential, champion. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket status, perfect close black lens bracket. Law comprehension, ice element 0.05%. Introduction. Laplace with extraordinary aptitude has excellent ice attribute manipulation ability. The special living environment has created his transcendent character, tenacity, tolerance and tolerance. The so-called, the blood of the law, in fact, is the embodiment of the elf's comprehension of the law. And absorbing, the blood of the law, is equivalent to inheriting the understanding of the other party's law. The benefits are of course obvious. The improvement of potential and the transition of strength are only external manifestations. According to Machado, if Laplace is willing to absorb it directly, then the understanding of the laws of the dragon system will be directly advanced to 1%. Don't underestimate this 1%. Having it is equivalent to having the key to stepping into the realm of the gods. It means that if you accumulate enough strength, you can jump up and step into the realm of the god. To know. I don't know how many quasi-god elves in this world are stuck in the comprehension of the law, trapped in the realm of quasi-gods for life. Of course, taking such a shortcut is not without cost. Since then, unless you can continue to integrate the higher level, blood of law, you will never be able to comprehend the law. Just like the first 3 holy beasts that were given by Ho-Oh back then. Of course. For most elves this is not a disadvantage at all. Because they may spend their entire lives, and they simply don't meet the minimum standard of being annoyed by this 290 feet disadvantage. So, for the vast majority of elves, direct absorption is the best option. But this obviously does not include Baizi's Laplace. Although on weekdays this little guy always looks like he goes with the flow. But in fact, its inner arrogance is exactly the same as that of Baizi, and it is not inferior to the giant needlebees. Therefore, on the day of obtaining the blood of law, after understanding its function, Laplace did not hesitate at all. He directly chose to consume the blood of law, and with the help of the short-lived law tide triggered by his return to nature, to extract and comprehend the power of the law that suits him. Of course it's hard. It's almost no different than asking you to do something like, count the water droplets the moment you drop a stone. But luckily, it worked. Chapter 73, or, simply start. Please subscribe. After finishing the challenge of the Dry Leaf Gym, Baizi did not choose the waterway extending in all directions in the Dead Leaf City, but turned to road number 6, preparing to take the very famous underground passage in the Kanto region to the Golden City. After leaving Dryleaf City and entering road number 6, there is almost no trace of man-made except for an intermittent trail that was trampled out. This primitive road is naturally not easy to walk. However, to Baizi, who owns a wind speed dog, this is nothing at all. Because there is no hurry to hurry. Baizi didn't tell the wind speed dog to run too fast. Walking and stopping along the way, the wind speed dog came down and walked when he was tired. By the way, he found some wild elves, and used them as sparring trainers for the giant Needlebees and Zoroha, and brushed the level. Or when encountering a stream, stop for a picnic while explaining to Lapras the secret skills from Wallen Gym to climb the waterfall one by one. Speak up. Wallen Gym is a water-type gym, but its own secret skills seem to be specially created and improved to deal with water-type elves. Its focus. To put it simply, it is to disrupt the release of other attribute skills with the highly aggressive water factor of the secret waterfall climbing. And especially the effect against the water system is the best. Good guy. This is to make Lapras go on the road of inner ghost and never return. Of course, say so. In fact, Baizi was quite satisfied with this skill. Lapras, use climbing waterfall. Woo tilde. Following Baizi's order, Lapras raised his long neck, setting off a layer of water waves amid the long bursts of chirping. The waves that turned into layers of waves swept up, instantly breaking and wrapping the oncoming water column. Finally merged. It turned into a larger wave and knocked the mosquito-repellent swimmers flying away. You commanded Lapras to defeat the mosquito coil swimmer, and gained a little, battle experience +3, Lapras experience +5, secret waterfall climbing proficiency +1. Well done, Lapras. Baizi lightly stroked Laplas's slender neck and handed it a special energy cube with a smile. Woo, tilde. Lapras swallowed the energy cube in one bite, and immediately rubbed Baizi's palm affectionately. These energy cubes are specially prepared by Baizi according to the taste, energy level, attributes and other factors of his elves, and they are naturally very popular. Ellipsis ellipsis ellipsis. In the past few days, the elves have grown to varying degrees. Among them, Zorua has changed the most, and it can be said that the progress is rapid. The level has reached level 24. Officially promoted to Elite Intermediate. Moreover, the use of hallucination characteristics has become more and more skilled. Now, the little guy is no longer satisfied with a single individual change, but gradually begins to condense the illusion domain, and already has the ability to change the environment. Then there are the giant stingrays. Perhaps it was stimulated by the speed of the promotion of the friends. Its training during this period is quite crazy, it can almost be said that it has achieved the limit without squeezing the body. And the results are gratifying. Heaven rewards hard work. Even the attacking racial value, which has been difficult to improve, has been raised by one level, reaching an astonishing 166. And the level has also increased by 4 levels, reaching the level of level 44, 95/100. Just a little bit, you can be promoted to the high-level gymnasium. The only pity is that the transformation of the giant Hornbedew to the Insect King Orb has not been completely completed until now, and the background cannot be transformed, and the giant Needlebee is pushed again. As for Lapras, Wind Speed Dog and Cerulean, the changes are not that big. Lapras is mainly skilled in the Esoteric move, climbing the waterfall, and does not have much involvement in battle and basic training. The Wind Speed Dog is facing the embarrassing situation of no rise. However, these few days of rushing on the road has increased its speed race value by 2 points, reaching 98, and it is only 3 points away from reaching high speed. Certainly. The so-called high speed, referred to here as the first mover in the game, but in reality it mainly reflects the agility and reaction speed. It does not represent the movement speed of the spirit itself. For example, the fast dragon, with a speed value of only 80 points, can fly at a speed of more than twice the speed of sound for a long time, and can circle the planet in 16 hours. The powerful physical fitness and flight speed it showed were simply not something that could be summed up by a mere speed race value. As for the last Cerulean, this little girl doesn't know what's going on recently. The mental power in the body will suddenly skyrocket as if being pulled by something after a period of time. The number of times is quite frequent, which has already affected the training and life on weekdays. No way. Cerulean had to spend most of the day on the mental strength that was steadily rising day by day. Today, morning. After doing morning exercises, and having a hearty breakfast with the elves, Baizi folded the sleeping bag and stuffed it into the space backpack. Cross your shoulders diagonally and fasten the straps. When I was in high spirits, I was ready to ride the Lapras and try the feeling of going down the river along the river next to the camp. A violent explosion accompanied by a mushroom cloud of black and red smoke rose, making Baizi unable to bear his footsteps. Frowning, he murmured with some doubts, "This power and the shape of the explosion. Is it a self-destruction trick?" The voice fell. Boom, boom, a series of explosions came again. Smoke billows completely cover up the valley at the end of Baizi's eyes. Baizi's brows furrowed even deeper. Because that direction is the only passage leading to the Golden City after this dense forest path, the entrance of the underground tunnel. Lapras, come back first. Without much hesitation, Baizi put away Lapras in the river, and then threw 2 pokeballs straight. Wind Speed Dog, Big Needle Bee, come out. Hoo-hoo, of the promise made 2 crisp sounds. The majestic Wind Speed Dog and the dark and cold Big Needle Bee suddenly appeared. Subsequently, Baizi directly straddled the Wind Speed Dog, and said in a deep voice, "Big Needle Bee, you are exploring in front, pay attention to your own safety, and if you find something wrong, retreat immediately, or just hit young." Sizzling beer tilde, swish. Accompanied by a sound of insects, the giant Needle Bee disappeared in front of Baizi's eyes as a cold stream of light. Go. Let's follow too. Baizi immediately patted the Wind Speed Dog. Immediately, I felt a pulling force coming from the back, and the trees on both sides suddenly turned into phantoms and began to retreat rapidly. Chapter 74. The Death of Radha, The Pursuit of Life and Death. Please subscribe. Cough, cough, cough tilde. At the entrance of the underground passage, the dusty turquoise half squinted his eyes and forced himself to get up. Well done, Radha. Are you all right? Resisting the discomfort, he shook his head. That's good. Qinglu, who was relieved, didn't notice the difference, put away the knocked down Kamui and Bai Diao, and immediately greeted, "Leave here before those fellows come." Qinglu's expression was very cautious. This time, what they provoked was not an ordinary gang of poachers, but the Rocket Team, the underground kings in the Guandu area. The reason for this is this. This morning, the blue and green that was one step ahead of Baizi arrived at this underground passage, which was named the Rock Mountain Tunnel. I happened to come across the truck used by Team Rocket's smuggling elves. Unlike Ash and Kai, Green's personality is more calm, or it can be said to be indifferent. For his elves, family members and even friends, he can risk his life without hesitation, but for other irrelevant things, he will be quite indifferent to analyze the pros and cons. It is obviously a trouble for him to have a relationship with the dark organization Rockets in Kanto Kanto for no reason. It is the best policy to pass by without seeing it. But, although he was told rationally that he should avoid trouble, but when he saw Radha's eyes, he would suddenly meet. 290. What would Kai or Baizi do if they saw it? Such thoughts. Therefore, the ghosts and gods called Radha to use the killer front teeth to rescue the wild elves that were trafficked. Then, of course, there is no way to avoid the conflict with the Rockets. And his luck is obviously not very good. The character who encountered the first conflict with Team Rocket was one of the cadres of Team Rocket, Lambda of the 4th General. Green is strong. Especially after the official departure from Junshin Town, there seems to be some kind of talent activated in him. The speed at which the level of the elves nurtured by his hands is simply unreasonable and astonishing. But his opponent Lambda. Although it looks like a street gangster. But it is real, a Heavenly King level trainer. Under the circumstance that Qinglu did not reveal the trump card Foodie left to him by Dr. Damu, facing the self-destruction tactics of Radam's 2 gas bombs close to the king level, he suffered a lot. But after Rada used his super speed and agility to intercept the gas bombs that were about to explode in midair and threw them back into the rocket's crowd, the victory of this battle was reversed in an instant. But ACBH, the explosion of the chain made the green itself badly hurt. There is only one flying mantis left among the elves that still have combat power. Therefore, after confirming the victory, in order to avoid being missed by the subsequent Rockets members, Qinglu had to leave in a hurry and plunged into the tunnel of Yanshan. Tatata. Not long after Qinglu walked on his front feet, 7 or 8 elite members of Team Rocket rushed to the scene with the sound of messy footsteps on his back feet. After seeing this scene, I was shocked. What's going on? Someone really dared to attack our rockets. This is Lord Lambda. Lord Lambda was defeated. What are you still doing? Hurry up and take the wound medicine and save people. Ah, yes. A group of people hurriedly hurried to work. The person who carried the person carried the person who took the medicine, and the movements were quick and easy, and they were obviously very skilled at it. But right now, Big Needle B, move at high speed. Double Needle, accompanied by an indifferent whisper. A large needle bee with a whole body of metallic color turned into a flowing shadow like a shadow, turning out the silver dotted lines in midair, and in the blink of an eye, it swept across the backs of the Rockets members. Puff, puff, puff. A piece of red and white rendering, all the Rockets members, without exception, all fell to the ground in the next moment. Like an abstract painting. The pungent bloody smell dissipated immediately. And the next moment, a line of fire rushed out, and Bai Zi rolled down, patted the wind speed dog on the neck, and checked it out. A moment. Holding a broken cyan elf cuff, he glanced at it twice. After comparing it with the black on his left wrist. Confirmed to be the same. Then, he looked at the gas bomb, which had lost its ability to fight, and there were 2 rows of teeth marks with a unique shape, and there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect it to be helping this guy Qinglu clean up the mess. He smiled and shook his head. Bai Zi glanced at the incisor marks on the gas bomb again. Compare the time interval from the explosion to when he came to clean up the mess. Double eyebrows. Immediately frowned. To be sure, this time is very short. Therefore, it can also be inferred that after defeating these Rockets members, Qinglu went quite hastily. This can also be seen from his missing bracers. At this time, Bai Zi's face was quite ugly. Because he suddenly recalled an urban legend about Qinglu and Lada in the Pokemon game plot after passing through Aster Town. The death of Rada. In the game, when you control the character to come to the Pokemon Tower, which is the elf cemetery for the first time, you will find that your rival Green, the original version of Green, is also in the Pokemon Tower. At that time, he was staring at a tombstone in a daze, and he would say, "Your Pokemon doesn't look dead." At this time, if you look at the Green team, you will find that the Rada was originally the starter. Disappeared. Some people say that this is just the blue-green replacement of the handheld team. But more people think so. Since Qinglu came to the Pokemon Tower in Aster Town in the Elf Cemetery and said that, then the Rada, who has never been seen since then, may have passed away for some unknown reason. Bai Zi knew that games were games and reality was reality, but he didn't dare to gamble on this. It can be inferred from the traces on the gas bomb. The blue-green Lada must have used a bite-type trick such as the deadly front teeth on the gas bomb. But no. The body of the gas bomb itself will emit poison. And Qinglu is also rushing away. Accidentally, I didn't notice Lada's physical condition as soon as possible. So bad. It is really possible that Lada could be fundamentally injured due to the continuous erosion of toxicity. Even will die. Thinking of this, Baizi stood up abruptly, and without saying a word, directly called Feng Shui Dog to burn down and destroy the corpse. Then he straddled it and said anxiously, Feng Speed Dog, smell the smell of this bracer, catch up with him. Give me the fastest speed to catch up with this guy Qinglu. Chapter 75. Athena Who Came, Collision. Please subscribe. After Baizi left, the valley was silent again, leaving a piece of land that was almost burned to white. Soon. Swish, a sound like a sharp weapon slicing through the air, from far to near, came quickly. For a moment, shadows descended. A big bird in armor with a blood-red wing inner color that seemed to be wrapped in iron armor lined the wind and waves and slowly landed. This is a very rare bird elf in the Kanto region, the armored bird. And with the landing of this armored bird, a tall, slender woman with neatly combed red hair and half-long hair jumped from behind the armored bird. Her figure was extremely hot, and her legs were almost all below the waist. Wearing a white tight dress similar to a uniform, the high boots on his feet fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. And the badge she wore in front of her with the red R logo also proved her identity, the Rockets. Moreover, she is also one of the 4 generals, the only female member of them, Athena. If this woman were to give an adjective. So. Only one word, big. Incredibly tall. Not counting high-heeled shoes, the naked height is at least 1.8 meters or more. Including high heels, most men only look up in front of her. At this point, from the comparison of the Rockets who were dragged by the cross-hatched bat and the big-mouthed bat, it became even more conspicuous. Hurry up, find out what's going on. Athena hugged her hands and ordered coldly. Yes. The members of the rocket team did not dare to neglect, and immediately took out various instruments to investigate. After careful and continuous investigation, a piece of hidden information was found. Lord Athena, from the energy factor remaining in the air, I found that it is a fire-based skill used by elves of the Heavenly King level. Lord Athena, judging from the smell and footprints, 2 groups of people may have attacked the convoy one after another. Also, they should have escaped by entering the rock tunnel. The footprints of the elves left behind can almost be determined to be elves from the land group and the monster group. The specific types need to be compared with each other. If Baizi was still there, he would be surprised by the professionalism of this group of rocket members and the technological strength they possessed. And finally, Lambda's identity has also been determined, and this thing is more analyzed and compared. It should be the wreckage of Lord Lambda's belt. The rocket member's voice became more and more serious. Said smaller, in the end, almost inaudible. And what he was holding in his hand. It is a small ring of iron wire, and at one end, there is a small iron piece inlaid with 3 metal rings. Athena nodded gloomily. As a colleague, Athena naturally knows what this thing is. This guy Lambda is quite afraid of death, so he specially asked the researchers to give him a special life-saving belt. The upper 3 rings are filled with adrenal glands, antidote and full compound medicine that can be injected automatically. But now it seems, even the best life-saving props may not really be able to save lives. At least, this thing has no function to prevent him from being burned to ashes. The skills of the fire element are so ruthless, and from the time point of view, Lambda has hardly made much effective resistance. Who could it be? Is it possible? Is the lunatic Yulongdu? Tight. One after another, trainers above the Heavenly King rank flashed across his mind, and in the end, he even thought of Yulongdu. Because of all the trainers in the Kanto region who surpassed the Heavenly King level, Yulongdu is undoubtedly the most suspect among the trainers who can kill Lambdas so easily, and who can do this. Well known. Although Yulongdu is known as the Dragon Messenger, he is also from a dragon family, and there is no shortage of dragon elves. But by coincidence, apart from the absolute main force of the fast dragon, the rest of his main force handhelds are basically flying. Therefore, in the past life, he was also dubbed the Dodo Bird and the Flying King. Off topic. Although Yulongdu specializes in dragons, Huailong has a wide range of attacks, and the fire skills that can be learned are quite rich. Combined with factors such as motivation and strength, placing suspicion on the opponent's body, in Athena's view, is by no means aimless. But Athena would not know. The fundamental reason why Lambda died so swiftly was that all the opponents he encountered were too unreasonable. 0. Ask for flowers. Who would have thought that an inconspicuous Lada could have such a shocking speed and response, that it could intercept the gas bomb that was about to explode halfway and throw it back. After that, he finally got his life back in the explosion. But he ran into a killer like Baizi again. It's called a thorough start. Regardless of the 3721, it will burn out in one shot. Lambda, who was in a coma, and the main elf, who didn't even play the ball, double bounced the gas. They didn't even have a chance to struggle. They were turned into ashes by the scorching sun. Looking at the entrance to the Rocky Mountain tunnel close at hand, he pondered for a long time. In the end, Athena did not give the order to pursue. Lambda is dead. And the dead are worthless. 0. She doesn't need to take the risk personally for this, to find a powerful trainer who knows nothing, and is very likely to be Yulongdu's desperate plan. After all, even if you want to take revenge, it is the entire rocket team, and it is something that Boss Sakagi needs to consider. Go back to the base and report this to Boss Sakagi. Athena gave an order, stepped on the armored bird without hesitation, and flew towards the road with a group of hurried rocket members. And the other side. Inside the dark rock tunnel. When Baizi rode the wind speed dog all the way to approach the first fork inside the cave, he finally saw a group of elves in green beside the flickering firelight in front of him. Qinglu was very vigilant, and threw the Pokeball in his hand as soon as he questioned. White light flashed. The green double knife worm threw out of it and attacked in the direction of Baizi. But then, in the darkness, a faint streamer came first. It flew out from behind Baizi and stopped directly in front of the green insect beast. Call. When the two collided, the fire suddenly splashed around, and a piercing screeching sound similar to the clash of gold and iron. Several. Chapter 76. Baizi Qinglu, Metamorphosis. Please subscribe. This big stinger. Ran Yi rose from the wind speed dog's mouth with more scorching flames, and Qinglu finally saw the person coming. Baizi. Why are you here? He frowned. What do you say? Baizi jumped off the wind speed dog's back and raised the broken wrist guard in Yang's hand. Snapped. The flying mantis and the giant needlebee are secretly competing. The next second, almost evenly matched retreated to both sides. Race, flying mantis. Attribute, insect flying. Characteristic, technical master. Level, Gym Peak level 49, 95 100ths. Potential, King of Heaven. HP, 70, Attack, 110, Defense, 80, Special Attack, 55, Special Defense, 80, Speed, 105. Skills. Lightning Flash, Stare, Continuous Slash, .2, 290, Wing Attack, Shadow Clone, 2 combos, Split, Gas Gathering, High-Speed Movement, Air Slash, Cross Scissors, Sharpening, Sword Dance Close Black Lens Bracket. Genetic Skill, Faint. Open Black Lens Bracket Status, Perfect Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction. The flying mantis with excellent aptitude and great potential has extraordinary eyesight and reaction speed. You have become stronger again, Qinglu. Baizi's eyes moved away from the flying mantis, looking at Qinglu, his eyes sighed. The last time we met, the flying mantis was no more than the first level of the gym, level 34. How long has it been? It's only half a month old. The flying mantis is only one step away from the quasi-king level. As expected of the blue-green of the nurtured in the monster duo. Abnormal. Just when Baizi secretly sighed at the rocket-like growth of the flying mantis. Green, also couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Although the shape of the giant needle bee has changed, the unique metallic flash made him recognize it at a glance. If he remembers correctly, the big stinger bee from half a month ago was at most an elite mid-level. But now, he has been able to be evenly matched with his own flying mantis at the moment of short-handedness. Depend on. What the hell upgrade speed? Perverted. Qinglu secretly spat, even for the bighorn bee, but also for Baizi. Baizi naturally didn't know that Qinglu gave him the same evaluation. The most important thing now is to confirm the safety of Lada. As predicted. Under the dim light of the fire, the face of Radha, who was gasping for breath, had a faint purple color constantly leaking out, and there was a little bit of white foam oozing from the corner of his mouth. Even without the power of Baizi to investigate, it can be seen that this Lada has been seriously eroded by toxins. Open black lens bracket race. Lada close black lens bracket. Attribute. General. Characteristic. Perseverance. Level. Middle gym level 44. 44 100ths. Potential. Champion. HP. 30. Combat. 56. Defense. 35. Special attack. 20. Special defense. 35. Speed. 72. Exclusive. Divine speed. Skills. Impact. Tail wagging. Lightning flash. Chi gathering. Bite. Angry front teeth. Crushing. Killing front teeth. Raid. Genetic skills. Resurrection. Status. Poisoned. Severely eroded. Not fully penetrated into the viscera. Introduction. The talented Lada has a speed and agility far beyond that of his family, and he has a strong comprehension of speed tricks. With his in-depth study of lightning flashes, he learned the speed of his own when he was a little Lada. Trick, sure enough. Fortunately. These were the two thoughts that flashed in Baizi's mind instantly. Hey, Green. Immediately, he threw the comprehensive antidote that he had prepared long ago towards Qinglu. Snapped. Green caught it. Afterwards, following Baizi's slightly tilted head movement, he looked towards Lada, and his eyes shrank immediately. Lada's poisoning is serious. This is a comprehensive antidote. Feed him quickly. Seriously, Qinglu, I'm a little disappointed. Speaking of this, Baizi couldn't help it. Because he suddenly thought that he seemed to have made the same mistake before. Although it may not be as serious as Radha's matter, it also ignores the feelings of the elf and does not fully fulfill the responsibility of being a trainer. However, Qinglu also did not listen to it anymore. A stride rushed to Lada's side, his fingers trembling slightly, and he began to inject a comprehensive antidote for Lada. Inject antidote. This is not a difficult thing. But Qinglu seemed to have tried his best. His face was pale, and even fine sweat continued to seep from his forehead. But fortunately, the movements of his needles and injections are still very stable. 0. Radha's breathing was also stabilized by the injection of this comprehensive antidote, and the purple poisonous spots on his body slowly dissipated. Wu tilde tilde tilde. Seeing this, Qinglu finally breathed a sigh of relief. When I was about to stand up, I felt dizzy for a while, and then my legs became weak, and I was about to fall forward. Snapped. An arm stretched out at this moment, pressed on his shoulder, and stabilized him. Are you okay? Baizi asked worriedly. It's all right. After taking a breath, Qinglu shook his head, holding Radha, who had already fallen asleep, to stand again. Quite a while. He looked deeply at Baizi and said solemnly, thank you. He didn't say much about how he would repay, only these two words. But this kindness. He will remember it. Wu tilde it's finally out. Slightly covering his brows and looking into the distance, looking at the bright sunshine ahead and the whole piece of emerald green grass under the cliff, Baizi couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. Yes. Qinglu also nodded in agreement. He glanced at the triangular tunnel opening behind him, turned his eyes away, and smiled at Lada, who happened to be looking over. So green. After sighing, Baizi turned around and gradually moved towards the light blue pupils. Under the sunlight, Shu Shengwei said, would you like to repay me here? Huh, they didn't understand what Baizi meant. Was about to call back. But see. In Baizi's dazzling eyes, which were faintly glowing with blue light, a light that was so familiar to him gradually ignited. Let's fight, turquoise. Let's come and get to know each other again. Baizi pulled the neckguard of the high-neck jacket, and a wanton smile appeared on his face. P.S. I'm working hard, but I don't know why. I've been feeling sleepy since yesterday. I can't keep my eyes open. My eyes are hot, and my eyes are dizzy. OTTO. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button in the lower right corner of the screen to view the picture. Chapter 77. VS Green. Fourth Destiny Reward. Please subscribe. West of the Golden City, a canyon plain area less than 10 miles away. On a natural boulder. White pond. Green. The two stood opposite each other. The gentle Ji Yufeng passed behind Qinglu, raised his sleeves, and also lifted the broken hair of Baizi on the opposite side, revealing his more dazzling eyes. I only have 3 elves in my hand, how about 3v3? Of course no problem, Baizi replied simply. Immediately. The two looked at each other and threw the Pokeball in their hands towards each other. Snapped. 2 Pokeballs collided in midair. In the intertwined white light. A round of dazzling green sword lights and a vaguely cold spear shot suddenly flew, and they met in midair. A shrill metallic noise accompanied by electric sparks exploded in the void. They are then staggered and separated. In front of Baizi and Qinglu, they stopped their charge and revealed their respective figures. A green double knife worm. Needle-pricked flying insects of gold and iron. Beginning versus beginning. Does this count as a consonance? Baizi rolled his eyes, looked at Qinglu, and teased. Didn't the battle post for this battle already be handed out last night? Qinglu put one hand in his pocket, flipped his hair, and pointed his sharp gaze at Baizi's eyes. So, this is a long-established duel. Come on, let me see how strong you are. High-speed movement, air slash. After the words fell, Qinglu's expression froze, and he took the lead in ordering without hesitation. Hummo-2 the blade-like insect wings vibrated rapidly, the green electric light flickered, and the extreme high speed caused the flying mantis to pull out afterimages on the field to surround the field, enclosing the large needle bees. The next moment, countless light blue air blades flew, completely covering the giant needle bees in all directions. There is no way to avoid it. However, Baizi didn't appear flustered at all, and simply used his strength to break the trick. Move at high speed. Gauntlets. Charge straight out. Beard tilde. The giant needle bee flicked its needle arm, and its pale green insect-type factor slowly entangled up. At the same time, resolutely rushed towards the blade formation in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the worm and the galloping blade formation were within easy reach. But the needle arms that were dragged behind him suddenly pierced out at this moment, and the already condensed azure-colored energy gauntlets shattered the several air blades in front of them in an unreasonable and overwhelming manner. The driven airflow even created a circle of air blast channels, allowing the large needle bees to drill in, and re-accelerate with the backflow of the air, completely rushing out of the range of the blade array. Rumbling, countless air blades roared and fell, cutting out staggered incisions on the stone surface behind the big needle bee. Missing needles. The needle arm swayed, accompanied by Baizi's awe-inspiring shout. The big needle bee twisted its body and turned its tail towards the back. Swish swish one by one, the turret-like tail needles continued to emit white needles with condensed energy, and sprinkled overwhelmingly in the direction of the flying mantis, covering the entire half-court. The ground on the left side. Slash. The green eyes narrowed, and shouted at the flying mantis, at the same time, couldn't help but raised his eyebrows. This rain of missile needles and arrows looks like a blade formation laid out by his high-speed movement plus air slash before, respectful exchanges. And that move, Gauntlet, an exclusive move for alienation. Interesting. The corners of the blue-green mouth raised a wanton arc. Cha tilde. In the field, under the precise instructions of Qinglu, the flying mantis quickly found the natural raised crack on the slate field. The scythe dance with 2 sharp arms is the afterimage of debut, 3 knives, 5 knives, 10 knives. But in the blink of an eye, the flying mantis swung dozens of knives. Gotcha! The stone was suddenly smashed and torn apart layer by layer, and was separated from the ground by the flying mantis, turned into a barrier, and stood in front of the flying mantis. The dense needles followed, and the crackling hit on the stone wall, failing to injure the flying mantis in the slightest. Come and go. It's splendid. Cha tilde. After the missile needle passed, the flying mantis glanced at the slate that had been pierced with dense holes in front of it, and with a push of the knife arm, the stone smashed down, and it was overwhelmed and split into several pieces. Then, it aimed its eyes at the compound eyes of the large needlebee, and made a high-pitched hissing sound like a provocation. The big needlebee was unmoved, still floating quietly in the void. The lance-like twin needles swayed slightly. From time to time, aim at the joints and vitals exposed to the flying mantis. A provocation. Baizi looked at Qinglu with some amusing, and he really had the same personality as this guy. However, Baizi glanced in the direction of Big Needlebee, and seemed to have noticed a fleeting wave of emotions. Is there a rare fighting spirit? Then just go and make a scene. Big Stinger, attack with double needles. Beer tilde. The Big Stinger's expression remained the same, but the awe-inspiring vindictiveness of the impact made everyone present feel it. A head-to-head duel. Really, this kind of unintentional play. Having said so, the smile on the corner of the green mouth became more and more wanton. Flying mantis, cross scissors. Cha tilde. Hearing this order, the flying mantis even scraped its arms excitedly, and then fluttered its wings and flew towards the long spear of the big needlebee with its double-edged cross. Call. In the crisp clashing sound, the two suddenly collided. Subsequently, hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo, countless gun shadows and knife lights swayed and bloomed from between the two. The sound of gold and iron continued to ring, and electric sparks exploded in the air. Long time, long time. Call. The sudden gust-like fight was finally suspended, and in the stalemate of the last blow, it shook left and right. Cha, cha. The flying mantis was sweating like rain, half kneeling in front of Qinglu's body, gasping for breath. Obviously, this long stalemate made it not light. Yee, Big Needlebee was relatively calm. But, falling slowly, the body that was supported on the ground with its tail feet seemed to be trembling slightly. The long white air also rose from its mouth and dissipated in the wind. The last blow. Turquoise. That's exactly what I mean. Next second. Gauntlets, desperate needling. Lightning flash, acrobatics. Almost at the same time, Baizi and Qinglu's orders sounded at the same time. The needles on the left arm of the big needlebee gleamed again. Immediately, a layer of pale blue gauntlets were wrapped around it, and the needle arms swayed, like a military general in the battlefield, slammed the horse into the battle, and stabbed out. The long gun is coming. Zilla, the flying mantis, which burst into bursts of lightning, twisted abruptly, drew a Z character at the moment of avoiding the needle arm, and came behind the big needlebee. The knife arm, which was originally open and closed, suddenly changed in style. Its knife arm. Extremely light swings backwards. The sharp sickle hook crossed a half arc, and Senhan's knife tip hooked towards the waist and abdomen of the big needlebee behind him like an antelope's horns. This time if it is ticked. Given that the flying mantis is already higher than the giant hornbee's level, and the double damage of the flying type's 307 ultimate effect, I am afraid that even if the giant hornbee is not knocked down by a single blow, it will basically no longer have any fighting ability. But, call. At the critical moment, the big needlebee's right arm suddenly pressed down to meet the sickle hook, and a familiar azure color was rendered up. Not good. In the sight of the tight green pupils, it turned into a gauntlet similar to the left arm, blocking the fatal blow of the flying mantis. Then, he pressed down with the right arm as a fulcrum, turned his body in the air, turned his body towards the flying mantis, aimed at its back, and stabbed the left arm that was freed, and stabbed it down suddenly. A phantom of a bright lance pierced through the air, and stabbed heavily on the back of the flying mantis. Bang! A dull crash sounded suddenly. Ohm tilde ohm tilde ohm tilde 3 blue-green energy rings rose. The fatal acupuncture that heralded this blow dealt triple damage. And through this stab, the rapid and ferocious impact of the giant needle wasp completely poured on the back of the flying mantis, smashing the flying mantis heavily on the ground. Slate trembles. The flying mantis, who was deeply immersed in it, had circles in his eyes and completely lost his ability to fight. And then, the green flying mantis that you commanded the big needlebee to defeat, slightly gained, battle experience +20, agility +4, big needlebee level +2. Ding! Defeat the Son of Destiny, get the pursuit reward, 24-hour super growth buff, instant use. Chapter 78, Qinglu, this is simply a hang-up. For subscription. Come back, Flying Mantis, you've done a great job. Qinglu took the flying mantis back to the Pokeball, comforted him, and sighed in his heart. It's not that you can't accept failure. In his opinion, it is normal for a strong person to experience some twists and turns on the road. After all, no one can guarantee undefeated victories. He just didn't expect that he would be put together so easily. As the grandson of Dr. Damu, he has been fascinated by his ears and eyes since he was a child. Although he dare not say that he is well-informed and knowledgeable, he is also well-informed. Naturally, he is not aware of the situation of alienated elves. Therefore, in fact, he has long been prepared for the exclusive skills of the big needlebee. At the last blow, he thought that the hidden second exclusive trick, the deadly needle, was Baizi's trump card. But did not expect. The real turning point was the subconscious signal that Baizi deliberately gave him in the previous battle. A giant stinger's gauntlet trick could only cover one arm. This is not a simple act of deception. Instead, use information to induce. Let him focus on the information of the second exclusive skill, thus diluting the in-depth thinking on the gauntlet. As such, in a tense battle, he couldn't have time to think about all the information points, so he would subconsciously take the concept of one-arm use as ordinary cognition, thus ignoring the dangers involved. Thinking of this, Qinglu couldn't help but take a deep look at Baizi, who seemed to be contemplating. Although 1 point is lost. But he did lose convincingly. Also, learned a lot. On the side, with the sound of the system prompt, Baizi found that his body was much lighter in an instant before he took a closer look. Immediately afterwards, the big needlebee's momentum condensed, and it entered a small stage upwards, officially stepping into the high-level gymnasium. But he didn't wait for Baizi to rejoice. Next second, tilde. The big needlebee suddenly vibrated its wings and made a sharp high-pitched sound. And accompanied by the sound of insects like cracking rocks and piercing clouds. The big stingerbee has just increased its momentum, and it is climbing again and again. However, in the blink of an eye, an awe-inspiring force that was at least 10 times stronger came out of the body and spread out instantly. What the hell? Qinglu looked dumbfounded. To be honest, he was not particularly surprised by the breakthrough in the battle. Because not only has he experienced it several times himself, but he also knows a perverted trainer who uses battle breakthrough as a routine upgrade at every turn. But no matter how hard it is to break through in battle, I have never heard of a giant stingerbee that has risen several levels in one go. Are you a normal elf growing up? This is simply a hang-up. However, it's not wrong to say that Qinglu complained badly. Baizi's wave was indeed on the hook. And this link is still sent by Qinglu, super growth buff. Within 24 hours, the reward of God's reward will be randomly increased by 1 to 10 times, and will induce the elves to stimulate their potential during this period. The random increase of this to 10 times is already very perverted. Not to mention the ability to induce and stimulate the potential of elves. And the giant stingray. The reason for such a leap forward is due to the ability to stimulate potential, one by one, race, Large Needlebee original form of Metal Flash. Permanent Mega. Attribute, Insect Poison. Characteristics. Adaptability, Mind-Eye exclusive characteristics, predicting the opponent's actions, and the ability to avoid danger to break the situation. Level, Quasi-Tianwang Intermediate, Level 55, 95 100ths. Potential, Level 3 God Complete Transformation. HP, 60, Attack, 166 150 Defense, 40, Special Attack, 15, Special Defense, 80, Speed, 171 145. Exclusive Skills. Gauntlets can greatly enhance the defense and attack of Double Needles. Extinction Needles dedicated all-out killing blow, can cause 2/3 5 times the damage, and has a certain chance to cause a blow must-kill effect. Skills. Double Needle, Peck, Anger, Attack, Chase, Gathering, Poison, Poison, High Speed, Missile Needle, Venom Blast, Malicious Pursuit, Sword Dance, Reckless, Deadly Needle. Genetic Skill. Rapid Return. Open Black Lens Bracket Status. Perfect Close Black Lens Bracket. Law Comprehension. Insect 1.5%. Introduction. The flashing hornbee with excellent qualifications and full potential has a keen perception far superior to its peers, and the potential is stimulated, and it can completely absorb the huge insect factors and law fragments in the exotic treasure. Insect King Orb, Complete Transformation, has the potential to be the best in the group, unique exclusive characteristics and skills, and the deterrent enough to command the swarm to see. Just simply stimulate the potential, and directly let the giant needlebee completely digest the exotic treasure, Insect King Orb, in the body. Then, with the help of its huge insect factor and law fragments, the transformation was completed in one fell swoop. Not only the strength has reached the intermediate level of the Quasi-Day King. Potential has also transformed into a third-level god. It even completed the comprehension of the insect law, and pushed it to the level of 1.5% in one fell swoop. To know. Lapras consumed a drop of the priceless blood of law, only in a 1 in a billion possibility. He tried his best to catch it, and then he was able to comprehend the 0.05 law of ice. But what about stingrays? It's just lying down. If you are confused, you will push the power of the law to 1.5%. 30 times that of Lapras. The road under the third-level god will also be smooth. What's the point of this? The joy on Baizi's face could hardly be restrained, and the big needlebee was also delighted with the increase in strength, and excitedly waved the double needles, causing bursts of anger. Shaking his head and sending Big Needlebee to the side to get used to his new body and strength, Baizi turned his attention to Qinglu. At this time, Qinglu also regained the flying mantis who had simply dealt with the injury. Not much to say after that. Slightly brooding. He threw a Pokeball. Snapped. A white light flashed, and a slightly embarrassed Catty appeared in the field. Wow tilde. R. This little guy seems to have a rather lively personality. As soon as he came out, he ran around the half-court for a short lap, then bowed slightly and looked eagerly in Baizi's direction. Open Black Lens Bracket Race. Catty Dog Close Black Lens Bracket. Attribute. Fire. Characteristic. Fire. Level. Elite Intermediate, Level 24, 60 100ths. Potential. King of Heaven. Open Black Lens Bracket. Close Black Lens Bracket. Introduction. Good at imitating, a catty dog with excellent learning ability. Looking back, Baizi said with a smile on his face, you shouldn't have conquered this little guy soon, right? He's quite lively. Yes. Qinglu was also a little helpless. She spread her hands and said, I only have these 3 that are still in good combat. I can't use them as the finale, right? Let them familiarize themselves with the battle, and I'll give you a game by the way. Is it? But your eyes don't look like you're going to give me a game. Baizi teased and slid his fingers from the elf belt around his waist like he was playing a piano. Finally. Pressed on a Pokeball. Exactly, I don't take advantage of you too much, let's send a little guy to play with you. White light flashed. A cute little black and red fox landed on the opposite side of the catty dog with light 4 feet. Woo Tilda. The first time he appeared on the stage, Zorua didn't forget to whimper like a spoiled brat to Baizi first, and only after getting a doting smile from Baizi, did he look at the opposite side with a full of fighting spirit. Wow, Woo. But then, something that surprised both Baizi and Qinglu happened. After Katie met Zorua Kazlan's big eyes, his momentum suddenly dropped. A pure-hearted boy. Look around. A front paw was digging nervously on the ground, as if he was about to pull out a 3-bedroom and 1 hall. Hash. The blue-green eyelids jumped wildly, and after barely maintaining his demeanor, he took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, Catty. Catty's heart skipped a beat. Back. Seeing the cold eyes of his trainer, he immediately shuddered. Yes. It only caught up in order to become stronger, in order to chase after the figure of Big Brother Lada. How can you succumb to the mere beauty? This moment. Katy Dog waved his claws to cut off the silk, and after he let out a long howl in the sky, his eyes were completely firmed. Qinglu breathed a sigh of relief. He can accept failure and just chase after it. But he couldn't accept such a ridiculous reason. Bowing to the spear because of beauty. If so, how could he raise his head in front of Baizi in the future? Baizi also felt a little funny. Speaking of which, this little Zorua of my own really has the taste of Suda's own harm to the country and the people. Before his own Ibrahimovic, now the green Katy. Good guy. Kill both males and females. And perhaps to avoid embarrassment, Qinglu didn't say any more nonsense, but simply preemptively ordered, Catty, use the long howl. Chapter 79. Phantom Tactics, Increase Rewards. For subscription. Wong Wu tilde. The catty dog let out a long howl, and with the spread of sound waves, a mysterious force descended on it. Immediately. Katy felt a burst of power and blessing. The whole body seemed to become more powerful. Want to use the long howl to increase. How can it be so cheap? Baizi grinned, and immediately ordered, use the ghost face. Woo tilde. When Zorua heard the sound, her face wrinkled immediately, and she immediately put on a fierce expression and roared at the Katy dog. Moment. The dark and invisible power spread, constantly disintegrating and eroding the power of Katy's joints. In an instant, the catty dog felt that its joints seemed to have become much stiffer, and even its body seemed to sink. Use sparks. The green brows wrinkled and decisively ordered an attack. Most of Catty's skills are physical attack. But if you want to hit the target, it eats the speed attribute very much. Therefore, it is impossible for Qinglu to change states with Baizi. After all, Catty Dog doesn't have a single deceleration change skill, it's too bad. Resisting the discomfort in his body, Katy opened his mouth and spat out, and a basketball-sized fireball shot out immediately, smashing towards Zorua. Blazing flames. However, it may be because they have just been subdued and have not undergone professional training. Catty's spark skills look menacing. But, in fact, the outer strength is strong and the middle is dry, and the degree of condensation of fire energy is quite poor. Not to mention the low damage, it is also very easy to be scattered from the outside. Not only did Qinglu realize this very quickly, but even Baizi saw it at a glance like 307. Smash it directly, use scratch. Woo tilde. Zorua did not hesitate at all, facing the incoming fireball, a small front paw, and the bright energy claws immediately photographed. Poof, as expected. The fireball was scattered without any resistance and turned into little sparks. Move at high speed. The flame wheel. Qinglu's order followed closely, and now, it was still within his expectations. Perhaps the gift of the canine elves. This catty dog is really good at executing commands. Almost at the moment when Qinglu gave the order, it rushed towards Zorua at a high speed, and made an irregular S-shaped movement without a teacher. Not only that. This catty's talent for speed might be really good, even if it is affected by the skill Ghost Face. But in just a few breaths, he deceived Zorua's approach. Next second, the Katy dog covered with a little fire suddenly increased in speed, and the blazing sun with the blazing sun slammed into the direction of Zorua in a straight line. Snapped. Baizi snapped his fingers unintentionally, and then waved his hands inexplicably and ordered, "Zorua, shoot down." Qinglu frowned suddenly. Because this is not a good choice. You must know that his catty dog has used the long howl to enhance the attack before, and now the flame wheel has used the impact of high-speed movement. Add the three together. Its power is not something that only 65 shots can resist. But Qinglu is also clear that although Zorua has a lot of changing skills, his attack skills are quite lacking. Maybe. Is there really nothing he can do? Although he had such guesses and thoughts, Qinglu did not dare to be careless, and still focused his attention on Baizi and Zorua. Boom. The catty dog, which was covered in flames, collided head-on with Zorua, who was waving his paws. There is hardly any stalemate. At the moment when the two collide, the flame wheel tore apart Zorua's fragile resistance. With the destructive power of Eliku, he smashed Zorua into the air for several meters, and was picked up by Baizi in his arms. Until this moment, Qinglu breathed a sigh of relief. Although the final victory seemed a little flawed to him, he finally scored a point. Qinglu, the outcome is already divided, Baizi said with a light smile. Qinglu nodded subconsciously, but after that, he was suddenly a little puzzled. Isn't it right? Shouldn't I say this? How do I act like I'm losing? And many more. Qinglu's expression suddenly changed, because at this moment, he finally noticed a detail that he had neglected. Katy, get out of the way. High speed. Qinglu's reaction is not unpleasant, but obviously, it's too late at this moment. Zorua, give it the final blow. Diablo Blast. Wu. In the tender but fierce long howl, a familiar raised slate suddenly dissipated in the air like fading, revealing Zorua's petite figure. Stop time. The dark and deep rays of light flickered wildly, and a large number of evil elements swept up like a wave, drowning the catty dog who had no time to dodge. Woohoo! The sound of continuous explosions sounded, and the energy of pitch-black ink overflowed in an instant, turning into a surging energy impact raging in all directions. In an instant, it shrank again to form an upside-down bowl that was constantly rotating. A little electric light exploded in it, creating a short-lived light and then annihilating again. Instantly. The dust is gone. The catty dog seemed to have fallen out of the field and lost the ability to fight. However, the blow just now seemed terrifying, but Zorua controlled the output and balance of energy very precisely, and did not cause the catty to suffer too much damage. This can be seen from Qinglu's expression after quickly checking and dealing with catty's injury. At the same time, the familiar and pleasant system prompt sounded in Baizi's ears at the right time. Open black lens bracket. You command Zorua to defeat the green catty, and you have a little gain. Close black lens bracket. Ding! Trigger the super growth buff and then increase it. Open black lens bracket. The increase is 5 times close black lens bracket. Congratulations! Battle experience plus 10 times 5. Zorua experience value plus 12 times 5, Ghost Face proficiency plus 1 times 5, Grasping proficiency plus 1 times 5, Supernatural power proficiency plus 1 times 5, Dark blasting proficiency plus 1 times 5. Close black lens bracket. 5x increase. For a moment, the evil factor around Zorua fluctuated violently, and it didn't take a moment for Zorua to condense and climb up a rank. Well done. Baizi hugged Zorua, who was coquettish and threw back in his arms. After shoving it twice, he put the obviously tired little guy back into the Pokeball. And this moment, Qinglu, who had put the catty away, also stood up. Slightly dull, he twisted the Pokeball in his hand. Moment. He raised his head and asked, Baizi, your Zorua can already use the illusion to affect the surrounding environment. Not bad. The previous shooting was just a pretense. Did you deliberately let Zoroja's phantom go up to give people away? Indeed. Then, one last point. The blue-green eyes showed the light of insight, and said, the reason why Katie can feel the real feeling should be because that Zoroha inherited the superpower system extinct supernatural power. Wrap the phantom with supernatural powers, to the point where it's real. I have to say that this Zoroha was well bred by you. Qinglu couldn't help but sigh. Papa, Yi Baizi heard the words and couldn't help but exclaim, should I say it's Qinglu Yu? It's really astoundingly sharp. It's all in. Green shook his head. Just savoring the bitter fruit of failure, which is not something to be praised for, he said. Lose 2 games in a row. Even the best trainer can feel depressed. What's more, it is a turquoise that is far more arrogant than ordinary people. Therefore, the last game, you must not lose. Snapped. Qinglu grabbed the elf ball in his hand, and above his body, an invisible energy began to rise slowly. Baizi, let's start the 3rd game. The voice fell. He threw the poke ball instantly. In the dazzling white light, an orange-brown streamer phantom flashed out. Chapter 80, I, Damu Qinglu, will not be weaker than others in my life. Please subscribe. Sip tilde. Seemingly sensing the trainer's will, Rada let out a screeching sound of cloud-piercing cracking stones the moment he fell into the arena. On its back, the tawny fur blew up like a hedgehog. That was by no means a chilling aura that ordinary elves could have, and Baizi was shocked. This is potential. Baizi raised his eyes and looked at the imposing manner of Qinglu and Rada that were faintly linked at this time, and the splendor in his eyes kept flashing. What is a heavenly king trainer? Is it enough to just reach the level? Yes. Neither. With a Heavenly King level handheld, in terms of the official level certification of the Alliance, it can indeed be called a Heavenly King level trainer. But this is nothing more than official level verification. If that's all you have. So, for those real geeks who have grown and transformed with the handheld elves in terms of combat experience, commanding ability, and even spiritual will. Elves of the same level, even in the same range. They can even do 1 push 6 without taking damage. The difference in their combat power is huge. Just like a moat. And among these, the manifestation of spiritual will is a kind of mind-supporting power that is continuously sublimated and condensed in the training battle between trainers and elves getting along day and night. One by one. This is the power that only a truly strong mind, will and bond can produce. Proof of the true power. As expected of you, Damu Qinglu, at such an age, with less than a month of travel, you have initially condensed your own potential. The person who nurtured. It really lives up to its name. The smile in Baizi's eyes grew deeper and deeper. He was never afraid of strong enemies. The stronger the opponent, he will only get more excited. Besides, potential, thing, those geeks can comprehend, Qinglu can comprehend, can't he? After coaxing one by one, with the increasingly excited mood, Baizi's consciousness seemed to enter a wonderful state in an instant. Sharp, illusory, scorching, extremely cold, majestic, inclusive, dark. Even. There is another intermittent, with a moist and firm young mind, that contacted him. He seems to keep rising, rising. Past and present. Between life and death. The will is condensed, the mind is washed. And in the process, blend with each other. Finally. It's like breaking out of a cage. Step into a new world. Momentum. Immediately burst out. If the green, motivation, is only a semi-finished product in the gestation period, then, at this moment, Baizi's motivation has already penetrated the heart, will and fetters, and is fully embodied. Relying on the fetters of Baizi and all the elves guarding each other, the spiritual will that transcends everything. This is. The green pupils shrank fiercely. He is very knowledgeable, so of course he knows a lot about it. Even. He has seen the king level and even the potential of the champion more than once. But even compared with those who stand at the top of the elf trainers, the meaning conveyed in Baizi's potential is not inferior at all, and even surpasses it. Beyond everything. Feeling the potential that he was being suppressed faintly, Qinglu didn't feel discouraged at all, and even became more and more high. Come. He, the big tree green, is no weaker than others in his life. Oh. After getting used to the motivation surrounding his body a little, Baizi grinned as he felt the will gradually bred in the rising momentum of green and green. He took off the blue diving ball from his waist. Aim inside the field. Tap lightly. Come on, it's time to verify the results, Lapras. Woo tilde. In the melodious singing, Lapras, who was surrounded by stars, appeared in the white light like a satellite belt of fine ice crystals. Just landed. Kacha, kacha, snowflake, like ice crystals spread out from under Laplas's foot fins, turning nearly half of the field into silver white. The mild valley wind blew by, but in the next second, it was infected by the frigid cold air, turned into a bone-scraping wind knife and a cold sword, and slashed recklessly on the stage. It's really amazing ice attribute manipulation ability and chill. Qinglu felt the chill of the air and the changes in the field, and his eyes showed solemnity, but if you can't keep up with Lada's speed, you will still only be beaten. Lada, use the speed. Oh tilde. The Rada, who had been prepared for a long time, let out a sharp squeak, and instantly burst out with a rapidity that was different from his body shape. Angry front teeth. Qinglu stared at the distance between the two elves in the field, and suddenly ordered. Angry Incisor is a general type physics move. Unlike the slaying front teeth that can cause cringe and have 80 decent damage, the damage of the angry front teeth fluctuates by 1. It will determine the damage based on the opponent's HP. Once bitten, half of the opponent's HP will be forcibly deducted. It can be said to be an excellent move for the opponent's high defense meat tank. Think too much, boulders. Baizi obviously couldn't let Qinglu get his wish. Lapras is indeed meaty, and the HP value as high as 130 can be said to be the best elves in more than 90%. But if it was cut in half at once, it would obviously not feel good. Whoosh. Lapras waved his fins, and the two small boulders instantly condensed and shot towards Lada, who was galloping. The speed of boulders is very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached Lada's body, holding him in the air. But this Lada is really good. Without the need for a green command, he responded by himself in the blink of an eye. The sharp red teeth turned. Click, click. It was like chewing on a popsicle, directly smashing the two boulders that hit. It turned into 4 small pieces of crushed ice and fell to the ground. Then, the chubby figure is like an acrobat in midair, with 4 feet spread out, stepping on the 4 pieces of broken ice just right. Whoosh. A sudden kick. Using the boulders that Lapras counterattacked like a pedal in the air, he charged towards the opponent again. Great. Even Baizi, his opponent, couldn't help but praise him. From the moment Lada jumped in midair, to Lapras using the boulder to make the first interception, and finally to Lada to change his own move, using his angry front teeth to cut the boulder and use it as a foot pedal, rushing again towards Lapras. All this happened in a flash of lightning. And this moment. The impromptu decision and fighting wisdom displayed by this Rada can be described as textbook-like wonderful. However, it's not that easy to get close. Baizi suddenly drank coldly. Cry. Water fluctuates. Woo tilde tilde tilde. The clear singing sounded again. Mid-air. Rada suddenly fell into a trance, and after its stature, it suddenly couldn't control its momentum, and swirled towards the ground to the side. And a water column immediately followed, chasing after the falling Rada. Double return. Qinglu responded with full attention and quickly issued an order. And Lada also adjusted his body during the fall, and bursts of brown claws of fighting-type energy factors slammed into the incoming water column. Tilde a strange sound came. After the water column came into contact with Rada's glowing claws, It was as if it had hit a rubber wall. Turn straight. He drew a horizontal U-shaped route in midair, returning to the original path and rushing towards Lapras. Freeze beam. Baizi narrowed his eyes slightly, and continued to give orders to Lapras without any haste. It is different from the big rock snake that was dealt with before. Although Laplas's opponent this time is slightly weaker, the action force brought about by his innate speed is even more difficult. What's more, the opponent is still green. I can't tolerate him being careless. Woo tilde. Lapras was also not in a hurry, the familiar whispered, and an blue light beam spewed out from his mouth. In an instant, the incoming water column was frozen, causing it to fall to the ground and shattered into ice slag on the ground. Lapras, go on. Use the rain. Then get the freezing beam. Baizi would not have any chance of respite from Qinglu and Lada. 0. Ask for flowers. From the air show, he just saw. Come on, this Lada is more difficult to deal with than imagined. 1 is not careful, it is possible to be approached. Until then. I am afraid that my Lapras will really become the fish on the chopping board, and let Lada slaughter at will. The best way to deal with such an opponent is to open up the space to fight a war of attrition. You must know that Laplas's HP value is 130, and he fights for stamina. The two Ladas together are not enough for Lapras to fight. Accompanied by Baizi's pondering. On the field. With the combination of begging for rain and freezing light, countless small hailstones with chilly air fell from time to time, making Lada unavoidable. Although these small hailstones can't do much harm to it, the cold air mixed with freezing and rain still makes it very uncomfortable. It can't go on like this, go. Qinglu's expression was very solemn. Unlike Lada who just felt a little uncomfortable, Qinglu saw more from it. Although such a combination of ice and rain can't see any harm in a short period of time, but after a long time, can Lada, whose body mobility has been eroded by the accumulated cold, still have the ability to resist? Green is very clear. The answer is no. He and Rada are bound to fail again because of this. So. Keep going, I'm afraid I'm really powerless. I have to fight. Rada, rush up. Use super speed. 0. Qinglu's expression froze, and she shouted to Rada with decisive fighting spirit. See, as if feeling Qinglu's state of mind at this time, the soles of the three-toed slammed on the ground, and with the harsh sliding sound, Rada charged up again like an arrow from the string. This time. Lada is faster. But in the blink of an eye, they broke through the ice layer that Baizi deliberately arranged before, and approached the inner layer of Laplas's protective circle. Distance. Just a few meters. Use boulders. There was no expression on Baizi's face. And following his order, two boulders like arrows flew out and intercepted Rada again. Just hit it. Rada, hold on and hit with sacrifice. The turquoise was uncharacteristically, and Lada also showed great bravery. The green mask that was held up was only fleeting, and disappeared directly after offsetting the boulders. And under the blessing of speed and sacrifice, its body is really like a cannonball, with indomitable momentum and air waves, it smashes towards Laplas's position fiercely. This blow is too fierce and decisive. Make it unavoidable. It is almost foreseeable that Lapras will not feel well when he is hit by this blow, but Lada is also half-hearted. This is a complete gambling game that will perish together. To be frank. To be able to push Qinglu to this point, Baizi is proud of himself. But. Even if you want to make a comeback from adversity, you have to see if I'm willing to bet with you. Lapras, climb the waterfall. Baizi's broken hair was automatic without wind, and in the exposed eyes, the faint blue starlight became more and more obvious, and at the same time, he shouted in a deep voice. Woo tilde. Following Baizi's order, Lapras raised his long neck, setting off a layer of water waves amid the long bursts of chirping. The waves that turned into layers of waves swept up, held them up, and rushed towards Lada. The two approached rapidly. And the next second. Lapras, freeze the light. A mass of chilling light quickly condensed in Laplace's mouth, and shot straight at the huge waves rising up below him. Kacha, the extreme ice attribute energy burst out suddenly, turning the huge waves into a cold brick wall in the blink of an eye. Overwhelming. The turbulence smashed towards the oncoming Rada. Lada. Rumbling, the violent roar covered up the turquoise shout, and in the rising thick fog, a dazzling light blue light curtain rose up, pulling the unconscious Lada out of it.